769. After entering the city, Qin Pingan was not in a hurry to take Pei Qian and Zhou Mili to travel together. First, he took out a piece of yellow paper made of xianxia light lighting talisman from his sleeve, and then he made a sword gesture with 2 fingers, gently drawing around the talisman. Qin Pingan had been observing the burning speed of the talisman with rapt attention, silently counting in his heart. When a light lighting talisman slowly burned out, he said to Pei Qian, "The degree of spiritual qi is no different from the sea outside the ferry, but the speed of the river of time seems to be slightly slower than the outside world. Let's try not to stay here for too long and leave this place within a month." Pei Qian nodded, understanding tacitly. The giant fairy city under his feet was most likely a small cave like the secret realm of broken mountains and rivers, but it was refined by an expert, just like Madame Qingzhong's Lushui pit, which was already a small world. Qin Pingan. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the city was thin, so it was not a suitable place for cultivating qi. Of course, he did not rule out the possibility that it was the Huanyao sect in the blessed land of the 3 mountains. After swallowing half of one or even occupying more spiritual qi and fate, it finally made a small world, like the sea returning to the ruins. Pei Qian looked at the people on the street, his line of sight raised a little and looked further. The pavilions, terraces and pavilions, the farther they were, the clearer they became. It was too contrary to common sense, as if as long as the spectators had the heart, they could see all the way to the end of the world. Pei Qian's line of sight finally fell on the back of a young woman who looked like a palace made in the corridor of a tall building in the distance. She stood on tiptoe in the moonlight and stretched out her arm high, revealing a white jade-like wrist with a bamboo lantern hanging from it. The palace maid suddenly looked back. She was beautiful and she smiled sweetly at Pei Qian. Pei Qian was not surprised, but he slightly shifted his line of sight. In the distance, between 2 towering colorful buildings, there was a corridor bridge, like a 7-colored rainbow hanging in the corner of the sky. In the middle of the corridor stood a silver-eyed young man with antlers. His fingers were intertwined in front of his chest, and his big sleeves were dragging on the ground. He was like the so-called prince of the pavilion in the immortal books, and he was looking at Pei Qian. Pei Qian's line of sight shifted again. In a luxurious mansion built on a small mountain, there was a woman in a silk dress that shone like moonlight and flowing water. She wore a golden crown on her head, and she was leaning against a beauty, applying rouge and gently licking her lips. After discovering Pei Qian's line of sight, the beauty seemed to be frightened. She immediately picked up a silk fan, but she was curious, so she only covered half of her face with a delicate fan painted with hundreds of flowers facing Pei Qian. Half of the woman's lips were bright red, and half of her face was snow white. She seemed to recognize that Pei Qian's appearance was not outstanding, so she slightly raised her eyebrows. Her eyebrows were raised, but they were not frivolous, just a little provocative. Pei Qian immediately retracted his line of sight and rubbed his forehead. He had only taken a few more glances into the distance, but he actually felt a little dizzy. Pei Qian refocused his gaze and chose the scenery and pedestrians that were closer to him. At the end of the street in front of him, there was a troop of cavalry patrolling the city. The leader was riding on horseback holding a long halberd. Both the rider and his mount were clad in armor. The road was congested and overcrowded. The armored general would occasionally lift the halberd in his hand and gently push away the passers-by who accidentally bumped into the cavalry. His strength was very good, so he did not hurt anyone. Pei Qian roughly explained to Qin Pingan what he saw, and then said softly, "Master, these people in the city are a little similar to the so-called living immortals in an ancient book of the Yu family. They are a little different from the half-dead people, like the talisman beauty from the Fox Kingdom, and the paper dolls from Paper White Blessed Land." The talisman puppet was the lowest grade. It relied on the talisman Gaul's spiritual light as the finishing touch of the immortal's pen. It was supported by the immortal's pen, which opened the apertures and gave birth to spiritual intelligence. In fact, it did not truly belong to its physical body or soul. However, this was the first time Qin Pingan had heard of living immortals. He was very curious and asked telepathically, "Living immortals? What is it?" Pei Qian was taken aback for a moment and looked at her master. This was because she mistakenly thought that her master was testing her knowledge. After confirming that her master really did not know of such a saying, she explained the records in the obscure book. The most crucial sentence was that the soul of the living person was imprisoned in the water prison where the words were reflected, or in the prison of mountains where the peaks were stacked up. However, the book did not mention a way to break it. Qin Pingan nodded. It was a little similar to Pu Yu's intrinsic flying sword. It could change between real and illusory with a single thought. However, in this world, Other than Chui Dong and Chui Dongshan, who else could manifest so many thoughts? How did it support so many residents in the city to talk to themselves and think to themselves? Or could it be that all the locals in the city were simultaneously using the methods of paper white blessed land? It was a pity that Chui Dongshan was not around. Otherwise, this student would be like a fish in water in this city. Qin Pingan had traveled far in his early years. Whether it was traveling with Lu Tai in the Tongye continent or meeting the black-clothed scholar in the Ghost Valley, he always hoped that the future juniors of Luapa Mountain would not be like him, who did not read much and suffered too much. He hoped that one day when he went down the mountain to gain experience, relying on his own mountain's collection of books, he would be able to take the initiative in searching for opportunities and avoid unnecessary accidents. Now it seemed that it was Qin Pingan's most unexpected first disciple, Pei Qian, who was the first to achieve this. However, of course, this could not be separated from Pei Qian's good memory and learning martial arts too fast. It seemed that on the road of life there were many thought and just found out. Pei Qian squatted down and Zhou Mili flipped out of the basket. This time, the black-clothed girl went out, adhering to the jianghu principle of not revealing anything. She did not bring the golden carrying pole, but only a green bamboo cane. Qin Pingan and Pei Qian protected Zhou Mili in the middle and walked into the bustling streets of the city together. The pedestrians on the road were talking about various things. Some were chatting about daily life and two people were walking towards them. Qin Pingan and the rest made way for them. The two people were quarreling. One of them was quoting from the classics and said that it was the moon. The other person was red in the face and could not stop arguing. He suddenly threw out an old fist and knocked the person beside him to the ground. After the person on the ground got up, he was not angry and turned to argue about the authenticity of the post after rain. Pei Qian said softly, "Master, everyone is talking about the great words of the central divine continent." Qin Pingan nodded, "Watch and listen more." The group of cavalrymen rode their horses forward. Both men and horses were equipped with armor. They cut through the thistles and thorns and the passers-by on the street avoided them. The leader of the cavalrymen raised his long halberd slightly, but the tip of the halberd was still pointed to the ground. Therefore he did not appear too arrogant and overbearing. The cavalryman said in a low voice, "Who are you? Tell me your name." Qin Pingan cupped his fist and smiled. Chao Pei Qian replied, "Xianxia." Zhou Mili followed suit and said, "Zhou Mute." The cavalryman nodded and reminded, "You are not allowed to pick fights in the city. You are not allowed to force people to buy or sell. You are not allowed to ascend without permission. Other than that there are no other taboos." After a series of inquiries there were no conflicts. The cavalrymen turned their horses around and continued to patrol the streets. Going to a nearby bookstore, Qin Pingan found that the books on sale were mostly well-printed local chronicles. After flipping through a dozen books he found that they were all old books from ancient dynasties. The book in his hand, Tanzhou Prefectural Chronicles, listed by dynasty according to territory, ceremony, famous officials, martyrs, literary circles, martial arts and so on. It was extremely detailed. Many local chronicles even included aristocratic families, street signs, water conservancy, charity, tombs and so on. Qin Pingan rubbed the paper with his finger and sighed. It was fine to buy books but it would be a waste of money. This was because all the books and paper were the manifestation of some kind of mystical Tao technique. They were not real. Otherwise, as long as the price was fair, Qin Pingan really did not mind plundering and buying books to enrich the library of Luapa Mountain. Qin Pingan constantly took books and put them down. He could not find any prefectural chronicles related to the Dali, de Duan, and the other dynasties in the bookstore. Those who only looked and did not buy were definitely not customers that any store in the world would like. However, Qin Pingan was already prepared to be kicked out. He also had to use this matter to roughly determine the age of the fairy. The shopkeeper of the bookstore was a gentle and refined old man. He was flipping through a book and didn't mind Qin Pingan spoiling the quality of the book. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the patient old man finally asked with a smile, "Dear customers, where are you from?" When Zhou Mili heard the question, she remembered the good mountain master's warning. The little girl immediately acted as if she was facing a great enemy and hurriedly covered her mouth with both hands. Qin Pingan rubbed Mili's head and smiled at the shopkeeper. "From outside the city." "It's good to say where you came from." The old shopkeeper shook his head and muttered to himself. He seemed to be too disappointed with Qin Pingan's answer and did not say anything else. Qin Pingan smiled and asked, "Shopkeeper, how many places in the city sell books?" The old shopkeeper helplessly said, "How would I know? Customers sure know how to joke." A thin scholar wearing a scholarly robe laughed loudly as he entered the bookstore. He had a beautiful beard and did not even look at Qin Pingan's group. Instead, he walked to the counter and laughed loudly to the old shopkeeper. That mountain peak must have been created thousands or tens of thousands of years ago by the flood of the valley. The sand and soil were all stripped away, leaving behind only the towering boulders. That's why it became a mountain peak. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Professor Shin is very knowledgeable. Your imagination is as good as the sky. There's no doubt about it. The old shopkeeper immediately bent down and took out a brush and ink from the cabinet. He then took out a long and narrow slip of paper from the drawer and wrote down these words. He gently dabbed at the ink and finally turned around to take out a book and placed the slip of paper in between. The old shopkeeper closed the book on the counter and handed it to the old customer surnamed Shin. The latter kept it in his sleeve and left with a laugh. When he was near the door, he suddenly turned his head and stroked his beard. Kid, do you know that the gap accumulation technique is a circle, the obstruction technique, and the virtual energy sound concealment technique? Qin Pingan smiled and shook his head. I don't know. In fact, Qin Pingan knew a little. Otherwise, he would not have borrowed those books from Lu Mao at the Yellow Flower Temple in the Mirage City. However, it was better not to know in this city. What's wrong with the young people nowadays? They don't know anything at all. The scholar with a beautiful beard who was called Professor Shin by the shopkeeper was a little regretful. His expression was full of disappointment. He stroked his beard and pulled it as if he was in pain. He shook his head and sighed before leaving quickly. Qin Pingan left the bookstore with Pei Qian and Xiaomi. Pei Qian said softly, Master, that teacher Shen and the book that the shopkeeper gave us seem to be real. Qin Pingan raised his finger and signaled for him to keep quiet and not talk about this matter anymore. However, the scholar with a beautiful beard had already turned around and walked over. He did not give up and took out the book that the old shopkeeper gave him. He asked again, Young man, what year is it now in the Great Yen calendar? If I know, I'll give this book to you. Qin Pingan smiled and took out a small coin from the things in front of him. It was an item that he had kept for a long time. He raised his right hand and opened his palm. On one side of the coin there was a seal script that read, I always envy the jade-cutting man of the world. Professor Shin's expression changed slightly. Qin Pingan picked up the small coin with his left hand and was about to turn it over. The scholar with a beautiful beard saw the word Su on the other side and was worried. He turned around and waved his hand. Little thief, you're so cunning. I'm afraid of you. Go, 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 let's part here. Don't see me again. Qin Pingan kept the coin again. Pei Qian blinked his eyes. Master, is it really the person who likes to carve, I've been here on the cliff? Qin Pingan nodded and said, I just don't know why he's here. However, I thought that this old man would fly into a rage out of humiliation and throw that book at my face. Zhou Mili sighed and said, It's really hard to predict people's hearts. Jianghu is dangerous. Qin Pingan patted Mili's head and said with a smile, The ups and downs of the officialdom are unpredictable and treacherous. Jianghu is indeed dangerous. There was a fortune-telling stall on the street. The old Taoist was so thin that he was only skin and bones. He used a charcoal pen to draw a semicircle in front of the stall. It was shaped like a crescent moon and covered the stall. There were many children who were familiar with the stall. They were chasing and playing. The old Taoist slapped the stall heavily and scolded. The children immediately scattered. The old Taoist saw Qin Pingan passing by and immediately straightened a slanted banner beside him. On it was written, If you want to get the secret of long life, you have to pass this altar first. He suddenly shouted, 10,000 taels of gold is not for sale. I'll give it to you on the street. He didn't expect that the three people directly walked past the stall. They turned a deaf ear to him and deliberately turned a blind eye to him. Finally they walked into a weapon shop next to the stall. The old Taoist looked away and sighed. He said angrily, Boorish people don't know the great way. There was a small stall next to the fortune-telling stall. On top of the cotton cloth, there were some old bottles and jars. There was a sick man dozing off with his head lowered. Previously the old Taoist neighbor shouted loudly, but he didn't wake up. When the old Taoist turned his head and suddenly said, Idiot, business is here. Wake up. The man suddenly raised his head and found that there was no one in front of the stall. He continued to doze off. The old Taoist couldn't stand the man's laziness. He sneered and said, Brother Jing used to be so heroic. Now you've become a scammer who can't earn money. The man just closed his eyes and rested. The old Taoist stood up from the bench and kicked down a palm-sized small gilded vat. The old Taoist said sarcastically, You said it came from the palace. Maybe some idiots would believe you. You said that this thing is a sea that can raise a flood dragon. Who would believe you? Oh my, what gilding. You can't even cover it with gold. Look, I've sinned. It's faded. The man also had a good temper. He just silently bent down and picked up the small vat that was kicked down. He put it back. The old Taoist kicked the small vat over again. The man put the item back on the table again, but placed it at a corner of the cotton cloth that was further away from the Taoist. He said in a muffled voice, "The world only knows that our ancestors rode the green ox. Who knows you? If they knew you, they wouldn't come here. You don't have to drink the northwest wind every day." The old Taoist sat back on the bench and sighed. In fact, many of the old neighbors in the city were about the same age as the old people. They were gradually fading away. As for this pair of neighbors who set up the stall, no matter what, they could still stay here. One of them once rode the green ox and wandered the world in search of the ancestral portrait of the 5 sacred mountains. The other once rode a weak and crippled old donkey. On the donkey's back there was a bearded swordsman with a big bow. The 3-foot sword and Lujun arc could both enter the water and slay a flood dragon. Chen Pingan entered the shop and picked up a scabbard. He pulled the scabbard out of the scabbard. The scabbard was thin and extremely sharp. Chen Pingan tapped it with his finger. The scabbard vibrated but was silent. Only the scabbard's light rippled like water. Chen Pingan shook his head. The scabbard was a good scabbard. Moreover, it was the only real scabbard in this shop. Chen Pingan only felt that it was a pity that the old Taoist and the man from the cloth shop were speaking in a vague voice. He couldn't hear them clearly. This world was a little too strange. The shop owner was a burly man with a stocky back and a bare waist. He laughed and said, "You're obviously a man with a sword on his back, but you want to come to the shop to pick up a scabbard. Outrageous." There was an old man in a green robe who was begging, "The calligraphy of my ancestor can't be seen by outsiders. Do a good deed and sell it to me." The man glanced at the old man from the corner of his eyes. He was too lazy to speak. There was a commotion on the street. Chen Pingan sheathed his scabbard and put it back in its original place. He asked the shop owner, "How much is this scabbard?" The man laughed and said, "If you want to buy a scabbard, sure. It's not expensive. You just need to take a bowl of Chuzhou sour plum soup, half a jean of Tongling white ginger, and some tender lotus root from Tangshan to exchange for it." 520. Chen Pingan smiled and asked, "May I ask where these 3 things are?" The man replied, "Somewhere else in the city." There was a commotion on the street. There was the sound of horse hooves. It was the cavalry that was patrolling the city earlier. They escorted a person to the outside of the weapon shop. It was a graceful scholar. The scholar walked into the shop with a wooden box in his hand. When he saw Chen Pingan and the others, he was obviously a little surprised. However, he didn't say anything. He put the wooden box on the counter and opened it. There was a bowl of sour plum soup, half a jean of white ginger, and a few tender lotus roots. When the man saw it, he actually had tears in his eyes. Without saying anything, he went around the counter and apologized to Chen Pingan. He picked up the long scabbard named Xiao Mei and threw it to the scholar. The old man who asked the shop owner for the calligraphy said sourly, "City Lord Xiao, you're here to plunder our land again. You're casually strolling around the 3 cities. Isn't this a little abusing your position for personal gain?" The scholar directly hung the scabbard on his waist. Then he smiled at the old man and said, "Even for me, it's not easy to go in and out of Benmo City." The scholar surnamed Xiao thought for a while and said to the shop owner, "Please take out the wordless scroll. I'll make up for it." The shop owner narrowed his eyes. "Xiao Baoan, you have to think carefully. Be careful not to lose the hard-earned position of city lord." The scholar smiled and didn't say anything. The man took out a scroll. There were no words, but the scent of flowers was strong. It was stamped with the words, "Arrest Shi Palace Treasure." Chen Pingan stood aside and watched the show with his hands in his sleeves. Xiao Baoan, city lord of another city. Benmo City sour plum soup, Tongling white ginger, and Tangshan tender lotus roots. This meant that there were at least 3 cities on the ferry. The scholar's face was full of smiles. He looked at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan immediately smiled and nodded to apologize. He turned around. Xiao Baoan stretched out a finger and wrote on the wordless scroll. The shop owner smiled and nodded. He put away the scabbard and then took out another scroll. The opening was, "Sun's nature is dull." At the end it was, "Begging for Bing." The man gave the scroll to the scholar and said, "Congratulations, City Lord Xiao. You've got another treasure." Xiao Baoan gave the scroll to the old man and whispered the word Bing. The scroll burned. The old man was shocked at first. Then he became ecstatic. He took the scroll with the words True Fire Ruoxu with both hands. It was as if he had finally fulfilled a wish. When the scroll was burned, tears flowed down his face. He bowed to the young city lord. The scholar only said that he had admired your family's ancestors for a long time. It was only right for him to do this. The old man lowered his head and wiped his tears. Then he took out a small bag from his sleeve. It was embroidered with the word Lu and a length of rope. It was severely worn. The old man chuckled. This bag of conch suede weighs 5 dendrites. With this rope, City Lord Xiao is only missing the embroidered shoe. Then you can meet Lady Kong Tong. Xiao Baoan thanked him. He didn't pretend to be polite and kept the bag and rope in his sleeve. The old man's face was full of joy. He hurriedly left. The scholar looked at Qin Pingan and the other two. Then he looked at Pei Qian and Zhou Mili's mountain walking stick. He suddenly said, Julu Continent, Mural City, Swaying River. Qin Pingan thought for a while, Lightning Flash, Ghost Valley, Jixiao Mountain. Xiao Baoan smiled knowingly, It's really you. Qin Pingan smiled, So, it's you. When Qin Pingan first traveled to the North Continent, he pretended to be stupid when he crossed the Swaying River. He tactfully rejected an opportunity to become an immortal. In Mural City, the goddess of Guanyin was the best at fighting. Soon, she took the initiative to recognize a foreign traveler as her master. Qin Pingan learned about the secret records of the Linen sect from Luapa Mountain's consecrator, Du Wenxi, a nascent soul cultivator of the Linen sect. He learned that the thunder pool on Ghost Valley's Jixiao Mountain was once a broken Doshu courtyard sword cleansing pool. It came from one of the ancient thunder department's 1 house, 2 courtyards and 3 divisions. Later, the master and servant visited Muyi Mountain. The foreign traveler from Liuxia continent and the goddess of lightning with an ancient inkstone on her waist obtained the immortal opportunity together. In fact, before those two, Qin Pingan was the first to find the thunder pool in Jixiao Mountain. However, he couldn't move it and only dug out some golden bamboo whips. Xiao Baoan bid farewell and left. Qin Pingan nodded to greet him. After leaving the shop, Qin Pingan saw the old Taoist and asked loudly, Young man, there are thousands of winter plum trees in your hometown. Is there a single flower? Xiao Baoan looked at the silent Qin Pingan and turned around with a smile. There are thousands of flowers blooming every year. It's nothing strange. The old Taoist laughed and stood up. He picked up the small gilded water jar with the tip of his foot and threw it to Xiao Baoan. The scholar took it in his hand. The man squatting on the ground pretended not to know and didn't care that his shop lost a treasure. Pei Qian was confused and asked in a low voice, Master, that old Taoist is asking you, right? Why did he feel that the Castellan Xiao Baoan came to this city to look for treasures everywhere? Qin Pingan nodded and smiled, Don't worry. Pei Qian turned around and found that Xiao Baoan had walked far away and stood beside an old woman selling cakes. He didn't buy any cakes and didn't leave. He seemed to be waiting for someone there. Soon, a monk carrying a burden appeared. He was quite energetic and his footsteps were very fast. He said angrily, As a monk, we learned the majesty of Buddha in 1,000 tribulations and learned the meticulous ways of Buddha in 10,000 tribulations, but we still can't become Buddha. The demon son of the south dares to say something about becoming Buddha. We should sweep his caves and destroy his species to repay Buddha's kindness. Qin Pingan stopped in his tracks with a solemn expression. Passing by the old woman, the monk put down his burden and seemed to be planning to buy cakes. The old woman pointed at the burden placed on the ground by the monk. Just as she was about to ask, Xiao Baoan asked first, What are these words? The monk was about to answer. Qin Pingan saw that Xiao Baoan was about to speak again and frowned. He said to the scholar telepathically, This is a Buddhist case. Why are you getting involved? Xiao Baoan smiled and turned his head, as if he was waiting for Qin Pingan to say that. He immediately asked telepathically, What's the purpose of coming here? Are you a Taoist priest? The old Taoist priest who set up the stall seemed to have heard the thoughts of both parties and immediately stood up. However, he only stared at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan smiled and looked at the scholar. Every step is well planned and linked. What a good plan. 770. Xiao Baoan smiled and said, Weishui's autumn wind, those who are willing to take the bait. Qin Pingan asked, So this is Liang Road? Xiao Baoan nodded and said, Good knowledge, you can even remember this. Even if the later generations were devoted to Buddhism, they would often not pay too much attention to an insignificant place name when they carefully read through the Buddhist documents. Qin Pingan suddenly understood. Li County also had a jurisdiction called Mingxi. It was no wonder that Xin Shaoqin would come here for a stroll. It seemed that he was a regular customer of the bookstore. Xin Shaoqian was most likely similar to Xiao Baowan. They were both not locals of Liang City. They only had the advantage of having a backup plan. Instead, they had the upper hand. Therefore, they preferred to pick up scraps everywhere. Xiao Baowan seemed to have obtained several treasures in a few blinks of an eye. Moreover, there must be other opportunities in other cities, waiting for this city lord Xiao to obtain them one by one and put them in his pocket. The treasures that Xiao Baowan and Xin Shaoqian obtained in Liang City today, whether it was Xin Shaoqian's book, the treasured knife, Xiao Mei, the bag of green or the string, they were all genuine. As for the skinny old Taoist's covetous eyes, Qin Pingan did not care too much. It was not like the ghost valley of the skeleton beach back then, where he was destined to only be able to escape and not fight. Qin Pingan's only worry at the moment was that he was afraid of triggering the whole situation. For example, the curly-bearded man beside the fortune-telling stall, especially this Xiao Baowan, did not know how many backup plans were waiting for him. This was like a Central Plains sword cultivator who was traveling the Great Wall of Sword Chi facing himself who was already a hidden official. The disparity between victory and defeat did not lie in the realm, but in the right time and place. The monk who was originally planning to buy pastries obviously also saw Qin Pingan. The monk no longer spoke to the old woman, but once again picked up the Qing Long Shun banknotes, each character written in his own handwriting. He asked, "You seem to be a native of the north, why don't we go south together to meet those underlings?" Xiao Baowan did not show his expression, but he was slightly surprised. The monk had only met this person for the first time, but he had already given him the evaluation of someone from the north. Xiao Baowan read all kinds of books and was most familiar with all kinds of stories in his life. Previously, he relied on his identity as the lord of a city and was able to easily travel to various cities. He took the opportunity to come to this city many times to wait, follow, and ask the monks about Zen. Even though he copied dozens of tricks that were clearly recorded in later generations, he still could not get anything from the monks. As a result, Xiao Baojuan's mind spun rapidly, and he immediately began to make some calculations. Qin Pingan put his palms together and saluted to the monk who would later be known as Zhou Jinggang. However, he shook his head and hesitated for a moment. When he saw the mountain walking sticks in Pei Qian and Xiaomi's hands, he smiled and said to the monk, "Why don't we owe him 60 strokes first?" According to the historical records of the vast world, the monk would stop at the dragon pond and burn the pile of handwritten scriptures. There would also be the phrase, "Do not doubt the tongue of the old monk under the heavens." There would also be the world-shocking Mao Mountain Summit, cursing the Buddha and cursing the ancestors. There would also be the case of the Diana School, where the Diana School would be beaten 30 times if the Diana School achieved the Diana School. Over at the bookstore, the old shopkeeper leaned against the door and watched the commotion from afar. There weren't many of these foreigners who first boarded the boat and came to Wui City. Most of them would disembark at Pondering City or Benmo City. Furthermore, year after year, the locals had seen many headless flies flying around. Today's green-robed swordsman was so careful in his words and actions. It was as if he had a card up his sleeve and came prepared. It was really rare. As for that Xiao Baowan, he had great fortune and was the most exceptional. The shopkeeper of the bookstore slightly retracted his gaze and glanced at the weapons store. That Scholar Du was similarly standing at the door. He held the bowl of sour plum soup from Benmo City in one hand and chewed on a piece of Tongling white ginger on the other. He seemed to be in a very leisurely mood. It seemed like this Mr. Wu Song had already filled in the complete content of the fragrant flower calligraphy from the city lord of Beauty City, Xiao Baowan. Then Scholar Du would be able to quickly use this calligraphy to go to the City of Usefulness, also known as the White Eye City, and exchange it for an opportunity that he had been longing for. On the ferry between the various cities, a sentence, a matter, and an item had always been going around in circles. It was indeed difficult to obtain something and even more difficult to obtain it. The shopkeeper of the bookstore felt a bit strange. Why did Scholar Du's gaze seem to have stopped many times on the long sword that the green-robed swordsman was carrying? Could it be an old friend? That was impossible. That young man's age didn't match. It was strange. Before Scholar Du boarded the boat, he was once the world's #1 refiner in the mountains. He was very awe-inspiring with his red lightning and purple smoke. It was said that more than half of the Tongling mountain near his hometown was refined by him. Even those half-immortal long swords rarely caught Scholar Du's eyes. Because of Scholar Du's refinement of the mountain, it became a huge joke and was recorded in the records of Wui City. According to one of the records of the Absurd chapter, there was once a Shui water god mansion near Scholar Du's hometown. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the river were known as the world's most vigorous. In the end, Mr. Wu Song refined a small part of it, causing the water god mansion to suffer so much that they had to go to the Confucian temple to complain. Could the long sword carried by the outsider be an immortal relic left behind by someone Scholar Du knew in his early years? The monk on the street was a bit confused, but he still put his palms together to return the greeting. Then, before he carried the load and left, he suddenly asked Qin Pingan, dug out from the Confucian temple, a monk with a scholarly air? Qin Pingan could only be speechless. The monk shook his head and carried the load out of the city. However, when he was about to pass by Qin Pingan, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at Qin Pingan. He asked again, "Why can all eyes see the minutest details but not the whole face?" Qin Pingan answered, "When the Buddhist lamp shines, the 10 dragons and elephants of all ages will open their eyes and burn through the darkness." The monk frowned slightly. Qin Pingan asked back, "Who will light the lamp? How do you light the lamp?" The monk laughed and said, "Easy answer. My generation is indeed not a man of the South." Qin Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. The Buddhist doctrine of the vast world was divided into North and South, but in Qin Pingan's view, there was no difference between the two. He always thought that the Buddhist doctrine was the same. However, the monk had already carried the load and left. In the blink of an eye, his figure had disappeared from the city gate. Xiao Baowan reminded him with good intentions, "Opportunities are hard to find and easy to lose. You should strike while the iron is hot." Qin Pingan was silent. Xiao Baowan smiled and said, "I didn't mean to scheme against you. It was the hidden official who thought too much." Qin Pingan narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why Mayor Xiao is so bold? Do you want to gather the Deshan cudgel, Lingji drink, Yinmen biscuits and Zhaozhou tea?" Xiao Baowan said helplessly, "I was indeed a little greedy before. Now that the hidden official blocked my way and took away 60 cudgel sticks, not even 30 cudgel sticks. Naturally I can't do it." Xiao Baowan suddenly smiled and asked, "Then let's call it even? From now on, the two of us will mind our own business? Let's find our own opportunities?" Qin Pingan didn't comment and only smiled. "Mayor Xiao, what kind of mayor are you? Since we'll mind our own business, you should at least let me know where the well and river are." Xiao Baowan smiled and said, "At this time and place, there's no knowledge that can be obtained for free. Why do you ask when you already know the answer?" Qin Pingan had already seen a general clue. On the ferry, at least in Wuji City and Benmo City, there was a person's knowledge. For example, Xin Shaoqin knew the truth of the formation of the peaks. Xiao Baowan filled in the blanks and added the text content. Once it was verified by someone on the ferry that there was no mistake, they could win a big or small opportunity. However, what was the price? It was very likely that a wisp of soul would be left on the ferry and become a living immortal, like what Pei Qian had seen in ancient books, trapped in some prison of words. If Qin Pingan didn't guess wrongly, then as long as he was careful enough and learned from Mayor Xiao Baowan, he would only do and say certain things. Logically speaking, the later he boarded the ferry, the easier it would be to profit. However, the problem was that this ferry wasn't well known in the vast world. It was too obscure and it was very easy to fall into its trap. One careless move and the whole game would be lost. As for why Qin Pingan was able to warn Pei Qian and Xiaomi not to answer when he saw Wuji City, it was because when he was traveling with Lu Tai in the Tongye continent, Lu Tai inadvertently mentioned a ferry. He even jokingly asked Qin Pingan what was the most difficult thing to deal with in the world. Later, when Qin Pingan went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi again in his spare time, he flipped through the secret files of the Summer Palace and really found a record about the ferry under his feet. It was from when he was studying. At the end of a book called True Pearl Boat, he saw a record about a night boat. Because there was a mountain called True Pearl Mountain in his hometown and Qin Pingan was extremely interested in the miscellaneous content written about the True Pearl Boat, he didn't read it roughly like many books. Instead, he carefully flipped through the book from beginning to end. That was why he could see the sentence, "There is a true pearl boat in front and a night boat behind. There is no end to the sea of knowledge." A small boat, mended and patched, carried people on a night trip between the heavens and the earth. Beside the words, there was another line of crooked words. Qin Pingan knew who wrote it at a glance. F*CKU. I'll smash it with 2 punches. That was why Qin Pingan unintentionally said, "Of all the knowledge in the world, only the night boat is the most difficult to deal with." When Qin Pingan returned to the vast world, he accidentally found the book collection seal that Firen deliberately left with Lu Mao in the Yellow Flower Temple in the Mirage City. When he saw the seal, he knew that the 2 sentences in the book back then were probably a boring comment by the previous hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Xiaochua, to the previous criminal official, Wenhai. As for why this city Lord Xiao went crazy and targeted him, as long as Qin Pingan found a few basic connections of this night boat, he would naturally be able to follow the clues and have a good fight with Xiao Baowan. Pei Qin wasn't worried about that city Lord Xiao Baowan. After all, his master was watching over him. Pei Qin's attention was more focused on that skinny old Taoist. He glanced at the crooked banner that wrote, "If you want to obtain the secret to longevity, you have to pass through this immortal altar first." Then he looked at the array on the ground in front of the stall. Pei Qin took down the basket on his back and placed it on the ground. He let Xiaomi stand in it again. Pei Qin then pointed the mountain walking stick in his hand at the ground and drew a circle around the basket. With a light poke, the mountain walking stick penetrated the ground like a knife cutting through tofu. The mountain walking stick stood on the ground. After Pei Qin let go of it, a few threads entwined around like sword qi. Together with the golden lightning pool, it was like a pocket-sized sword array that protected the basket. Pei Qin shook his sleeve lightly. His right hand quietly grabbed a bamboo yellow paper knife. It was the item that Yu Panshui gave him. Pei Qin reached out his hand again and the paper knife returned to his sleeve. However, an extremely heavy iron rod appeared in his left hand. He bent his body slightly and displayed the white ape backsword technique. He twisted his wrist and drew a circle with the long rod. Finally, the end of the long rod gently knocked on the ground. Ripples appeared on the street as if there were countless water ripples. At the Thunder God Temple in the White Mountain continent, Pei Qin divided a semi-immortal iron spear that was given by the talisman Yu Xian into 3. He broke the tip of the spear that was as sharp as a blade. In the end it became 2 blades and a rod. The curly-bearded man looked at Pei Qin, who used the rod as a sword to draw talismans, and nodded lightly. He didn't hide his admiration at all. What the old Taoist saw was different from the curly-bearded man next door. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Little girl, you don't look old. Let's not talk about some spells, but your hands and feet are very strong. Who did you learn your martial arts from? Could it be that Wang Dingxiu from the Jilu continent or Wu Qiao from the Tongyi continent? I heard that at the foot of the mountain the scenery is very good. There are many martial arts styles and each mountain is higher than the other. It's a pity that a girl took the lead. Do you have any martial arts relationship with that girl?" Pei Qin said, "Old Immortal wants to exchange pointers with my master. Why don't you ask me for a few punches first?" The man who was squatting on the ground smiled. "Lord Feng is indeed Old Immortal. Unfortunately, his martial arts are not very good. If it was Wen Quan, even if he went to Lord Feng's territory, Old Immortal would still lose. Little girl, you are very smart." The old Taoist turned around and scolded, "In the Dianjing city where Lady Kongtong lives, there is a guy who looks at himself in the mirror every day and yells, 'Good head and neck, who wants to chop it off?' Who is he talking to? You still have the nerve to say that I am not good? Are those 100,000 soldiers of yours just for show? Don't forget, I was the one who scattered beans to form soldiers and cut paper to form generals to help you gather more than 10,000 soldiers and horses. Only then did you gather 100,000 soldiers. You heartless thing." The man's red beard was like a dragon. He sat on the ground and smiled. "Didn't I also return you a sea of gates?" Pei Qin immediately said in his mind, "Master, it seems that these people have the means of having a different world. This Lord Feng's territory, bird-lifting mountain, and this kind-hearted bearded man's 100,000 armored soldiers are probably able to form a small world of their own in this Dianmu city." Qin Pingan replied in his heart, "If this lord is really the Taoist of the Green Ox Taoist, and the Taoist venue is indeed that Niao Ju Shan, then the old immortal must be quite old. Let's wait and see." The more the old Taoist priest spoke, the angrier he became. He kicked the bottles and jars on the cotton stall, causing them to sway. "This poor Taoist priest wants you to side with outsiders and help outsiders to bully your fellow countrymen. After this poor Taoist priest closes the stall, I will definitely report you to the mayor." The man tugged at the corner of the cotton cloth and moved as far away from the fortune-telling stall as possible. He said helplessly, "Why are you arguing with me? You found the wrong person, right?" Only then did the Lord Feng remember to look at the green-robed man with a sword on his back again. He asked, "The people on the street are not bald donkeys but Taoists, right? Tell me directly. I only want you to tell me the truth." Qin Pingan smiled. "Perhaps Taoist magic is flawless. Then why are you blaming me for the Taoist priest on the street?" The old Taoist stomped his feet and laughed in annoyance. "Good fellow, now that Confucians are reasonable, they are getting more and more powerful. Xiao Baowan suddenly interrupted. The great Tao is 50, and the heavenly evolution is 49. Then whether it is perfect or incomplete, it is only a matter of mouth but not the heart. Qin Pingan asked, City Lord Xiao, are you done yet? In an instant, Qin Pingan found himself in a picturesque place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. There were no more streets around him. On the mountain road, there was only an old Taoist priest riding a green ox. He carried a traveling bag with a row of bamboo pipes, and the sound of collisions was crisp and pleasant. He was heading towards Qin Pingan on the road. Qin Pingan looked at the green ox and was in a daze for a long time. If he remembered correctly, when Zhao Yao left Lizhu Grotto Heaven, he rode a wooden ox cart. A young man in a green robe was pulled by a green ox. It was said that there was also a wooden-looking driver at that time. Qin Pingan remembered another thing. Previously, the cavalry with a long halberd in Lizhu City said something very unreasonable. You are not allowed to ascend. Could it be that the green ox Taoist priest in front of him could obtain an illusory fake realm in a treacherous posture of a living immortal in a different world? On the street, Xiao Baowan smiled knowingly. There were so many strange things on the ferry. Even if Qin Pingan was cautious by nature, he would still capsize in the gutter here. If not for Xiao Baojuan's cultivation aptitude and talent, he would have been reduced to a living immortal here, not to mention becoming a city lord. There were about 3 people in the world who were the most privileged here. One of them was the North Continent's fire dragon Taoist. The remaining one was very likely to have a mysterious great Tao battle with Xiao Baowan, the Liuxia continent's dream tourist. In Lizhu City it was only a moment later. Qin Pingan seemed to have stepped out of the threshold and his figure reappeared in Lizhu City. However, the long-sword knight wandering on his back was nowhere to be found. At the same time, the fortune-telling stall and the green ox Taoist priest also disappeared into thin air. Pei Qin's expression was calm and he did not even ask anything. Qin Pingan still comforted him softly. It's okay. Xiao Baowan smiled and cupped his fist to bid farewell. Qin Pingan nodded and said, See you again. A young girl walked over and smiled sweetly at Xiao Baowan. City Lord Xiao, are you leaving now? Xiao Baowan smiled and said, The next time I enter the city, I'll pay a visit to your teacher. The scholar took a step forward and ignored the city's restrictions. He left Lizhu City in the blink of an eye. It could be said that he was returning from a rewarding journey. Only then did the girl curtsy at Qin Pingan. My master said that Sword Immortal can scram from Lizhu City after writing an essay on sexual evilness. If you make a single mistake, Sword Immortal, please bear the consequences. Qin Pingan asked with a smile, May I know who your master is? The girl answered with a smile, My master is the current city lord of Lizhu City. In Sword Immortal's homeworld, he was once called Li Shirlang. At the same time, just as Xiao Baowan left, someone rushed over. It was a youth. He bowed to Qin Pingan and said, My city lord is currently forging a seal. The leading seal is Wine Immortal Poetry Buddha, Sword Eternal. There are dozens of other seals that require your help to fill in. Apex 771. The young girl saw that the stranger in green seemed to have moved and was about to follow the young man to another city. She immediately said to the young man angrily, Do you still talk about first come, first served? She didn't expect the young man to have a bad temper. He directly scolded, Qinzido, you slut. How can you talk to me like that? Why don't you quickly slap yourself 3 times? The young girl who was directly called by her name was stunned. She was also scolded in public as a slut. Perhaps she was afraid of the other party's identity. She didn't retort. She just lowered her eyes and was about to cry. She took out an embroidered handkerchief to wipe the corners of her eyes. The young man was proud and continued to persuade Qin Pingan to follow him out of the city. Mr. Qin, women are too greasy and not elegant enough. My master knows that you have never liked these kinds of women, wild bees and butterflies. The fragrance of the wind is like a sword. How improper. Therefore Mr. Qin should leave with me quickly. My master has already set up a banquet to welcome Mr. Qin. He has also prepared an additional gift as a reward for mending the yin molt. Qin Pingan smiled and said, You shouldn't talk about Miss Bu like that. The reason why he didn't immediately agree to the young man's invitation was because Qin Pingan still wanted to walk around this city. He also needed to thank the curly-bearded man. Then there was the man in the weapon shop. When he walked to the door earlier, he seemed to have been paying attention to the night ranger on his back. Also, because of the local delicacies such as Tongling ginger and Tangshen lotus root, Qin Pingan already had some guesses about the identity of the shopkeeper. It was very likely that he was the Mr. Wusong that Bai Yi met when he went to the mountains to visit immortals in his early years. Therefore, Qin Pingan planned to ask this scholar Du for a water buffalo painting. Whether it was successful or not, he would talk about it later. Everything was difficult at the beginning, but as long as a thread was formed in one of the meridians, it would be much easier. When the young man heard Qin Pingan call Qin Zidu Bai Yu and expose her nickname, the young man was obviously a little surprised. He then laughed heartily and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Qin to already know the background of this lowly servant. If that's the case, then Mr. Qin must have read the Crimson Pavilion Exam, Rouge Chronicle, and the erotic book series. Young sword immortals are all sentimental people. No wonder my city lord has a whole new level of respect for you, Mr. Qin." Li Shirlang clearly misjudged Mr. Qin, mistaking Mr. Qin for one of those rigid and pedantic people. Qin Pingan immediately explained with a smile, "You flatter me. I just happened to hear about it from others. I haven't actually read any of the 3 books." When the youth mentioned the last book, Qin Pingan instantly formed a sword seal. At the same time, he used sword qi to disperse the youth's voice so that Pei Qian and Xiaomi wouldn't hear it. Old chef carelessly bought books. He really did a lot of harm. Since the monarch and the fortune-telling stall were gone, and Xiao Baowan had also left, Pei Qian let Xiaomi stay in the basket. He put away the long staff, picked up the mountain walking staff and carried the basket again. He quietly stood beside Qin Pingan. Pei Qian's gaze was mostly on the young girl named Qin Zidu. Before this young girl left, she must have put in a lot of effort. She was wearing a purple dress with a purple flower in her hair bun. There was a small purple sachet on her belt that was embroidered with the words Rouge Divine Residence. The young girl's makeup was especially exquisite. She had a small golden dimple and her sandalwood hair was slightly yellow. Her face was glowing. What was especially rare was that this young girl had actually applied white makeup on both sides of her temples. This caused the young girl's originally slightly round face to immediately become slender. Pei Qian was dumbfounded. If this young girl had such makeup every time she left the house, how much time would she have spent in her house? Didn't she find it troublesome? Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't stop him, nor did he remind the young boy to be careful. Instead, he instantly moved a few steps away from the talkative young boy. He didn't want to be implicated. As expected, the young girl suddenly raised her head and quickly approached. She grabbed the young boy's ear with one hand and pulled with all her strength, causing the young boy to tilt his head in pain. The young girl's other hand fiercely scratched the young boy's face. Her mouth was cursing him for being a lowly servant. The young boy also didn't want to be taken advantage of. He didn't know what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. With a flip of his hand, he grabbed the young girl's hair bun. The two of them looked like a pair of golden boy and jade girl of the same age. Very quickly they hugged each other and tangled together. They even used elbows and knees to hit each other. It was very chaotic. This scene opened Xiaomi's eyes. These locals were all very fierce. Their tempers weren't very good. If there was a disagreement, they would scratch each other's face. Pei Qian glanced at her master. Qin Pingan lightly shook his head, indicating that she didn't need to mediate. The young boy and girl who were wrestling together seemed to have fallen from the sky to the ground. In the end, the young boy kicked the young girl's face. The young girl responded by kicking the young boy's chest and crotch. In the end, both of them slid backwards. Fortunately, both of them didn't seem to know martial arts and didn't make too much of a commotion. The young girl staggered to her feet and patted the dust off her body. The young boy covered his face with one hand and pressed the other to his chest. He grimaced in pain as he shook his back and had no choice but to bend over. Pei Qian saw that the young girl was picking her eyebrows and drawing them. Now that one of her eyebrows had been kicked off by the young boy, her delicate peach blossom makeup had become a complete mess. Her face was covered in smudges. The purple flower on her head had also been crushed by the young boy and scattered on the ground. At this moment, the young girl standing on the street looked somewhat comical. As for the small brocade pouch embroidered with the words Rouge God's Abode, the knot had also been unknotted during the process of twisting. A bronze-green beetle as big as an elm pod ran out. Previously, when the young boy stood up, he had seen the opportunity and quietly stepped on it under his boot. The young girl, whose nickname was Jasper, quickly realized that she had lost a green golden cicada that was used to raise powder and charm people. She anxiously walked in circles and pointed at the young boy and threatened, "Long Bin, give me back my green golden cicada." Qin Pingan sighed. It seemed like a fortuitous encounter had just passed him by. In the Tongyi continent's Taiping Mountain, the Yu dynasty's consecrator, cultivator Dai Yuan, had once given Qin Pingan an apology gift. The ink ingot was called Moonlight Pine Taoist ink. However, it was given to Qin Pingan as a gift. It was said that every time the ink ingot was under the moon, a little Taoist would travel like a fly. He claimed to be the Black Pine Messenger and the ink spirit minister. Later on, when Qin Pingan asked Cui Dongshan, he found out that the little Taoist who had become a spirit from the ancient ink was called Long Bin. The place where he attained Tao was not the ink ingot. He just happened to travel here at that time. Because he liked to use the rare ancient ink ingots in the world as his immortal's ferry, he wandered around and his whereabouts were erratic. If it wasn't for an opportunity, it would be difficult for immortals to find traces of him even if they had the ink. He belonged to the category of the manifestation of the great Tao that was condensed by literary fate. He could be considered to have attained Tao in a similar way to the small incense stick and the grasshopper's silver worm. Every fairy, ink ingot that Long Bin had stopped at had a literary aura. Therefore at that time even Cui Dongshan felt that it was a pity. Naturally, Qin Pingan felt even more heartache because it was obviously best to give this item to Little Warm Tree. On the ferry there were opportunities everywhere. However, there were also traps everywhere. Who cares about this junk? I'll give it to you. The young man sneered and raised his foot. Then he lifted the green cicada with the tip of his foot and kicked it at the girl. The latter caught it with both hands and carefully put it into the brocade pouch and tied the knot. The girl asked, "What did Sword Immortal say? Is he going to write the evil nature chapter without a single mistake and then be sent out of the country, or from today onwards, will he be regarded as an enemy of my city?" Qin Pingan said to her, "I don't want to write anything. I just want to wander around here for a few days. If your city lord wants to drive me away, he can drive me away. Li Shilang is straightforward. It doesn't matter if he sees me as an enemy, but I don't see Lu City as an enemy." The girl frowned and said, "An evil guest has come. He doesn't know what's good for him and is annoying." She suddenly smiled. "He's young and impetuous, but he's a broad-minded sword immortal." If there was an edict, she pricked up her ears and listened. Then she said, "The deputy city lord has just heard that Sword Immortal has arrived and asked me to pass a message to Sword Immortal. You can rest assured and tour Lu City. However, there are only 3 days. After 3 days, if Sword Immortal can't find a way to go to another city, then don't blame us for acting according to the rules." Just as the young man was about to speak, she stomped her foot and said angrily, "Long Bin, this is the decision of my city lord and deputy city lord. I advise you not to meddle. Otherwise, if you cause the 2 cities to become hostile, be careful that you won't even be able to keep your remaining title of Ping Zhangshi." Qin Pingan didn't want to make things difficult for the young man beside him. He smiled and said, "You and I will meet here in 4 days." The young man nodded and agreed to this matter, but the scratches on his face were still clear. The young man was indignant. He sneered at Qin Zidu, who was from the Rouge God Mansion, and said, "Let's wait and see. Sooner or later, I'll gather an army and go straight to your Rouge Cave and Bone Tomb." A woman in heavy makeup rubbing ink with her bare hands was undoubtedly a refined matter. However, for Long Bin, who was an official of the Songyan Protectorate General and the Xuanxiang Prefect, it was indeed a bit of a struggle for the Great Tao. Qin Zidu spat out, "Spouting nonsense, disgracing the ground, shameless thing." The young man was too lazy to be entangled with this long-haired and short-sighted woman. He was about to leave Lu City when Qin Pingan suddenly reached out and grabbed the young man's arm. He smiled and said, "I forgot to ask Lord Ping Zhangshi, which city are you from? If Lord Ping Zhangshi accidentally delays things 4 days later, I can take the initiative to visit." The young man complained incessantly, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. If you want to talk, just talk. Why did Mr. Qin grab me?" Qin Pingan smiled honestly and said, "I'm just trying to be cultured." The young man lowered his head and glanced at his sleeve. Where the Sword Immortal was holding his arm, 5 colors were shining brightly. It was like a river flowing into the sea, gradually condensing. With a long face he said, "I didn't have much left in the first place and Mr. Qin even took a portion of it. My situation is so bleak. Isn't it worse than Wang Shao's New Year?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "When I leave the ferry in the future, I'll naturally reward Lord Ping Zhangshi from afar." The young man's eyes lit up, and he no longer deliberately restrained the magical scene on his sleeve. "Really?" However, before the young man and Qin Pingan could discuss more, the young man staggered back and his figure dissipated, going to another city. He could only hurriedly say a sentence to Qin Pingan like a prophecy: "Roosters crowing in the sky, dogs barking in the clouds. Chicken and Dog City? Wasn't the name too careless? Wouldn't it be better if it was Dao Attainment City? Perhaps the name was too big and not suitable? Chen Pingan shook his sleeve, and a five-colored light condensed on the fingertip of his right hand. It was rich and cultured, like a flower blooming on the fingertip, and finally it was kept by Chen Pingan into his sleeve. Qin Zido didn't care about it. In the city, passers-by relied on their own ability to fight for opportunities. There was nothing strange. However, she looked at Pei Qian with a smooth forehead and a bun, and her eyes were complicated. In the end, she couldn't help but persuade, "Little girl, a gentleman dies for his bosom friend, a woman dresses up for her lover. If you can tidy yourself up properly, you'll also be a woman with good looks. Why are you so careless? Look at this sword immortal. Since he knows my nickname, he's also an expert in the affairs of the boudoir. Why didn't he teach you? You don't blame him?" When Pei Qian went out traveling, she always dressed neatly without any makeup, and her hair was even simpler. At this moment, she said expressionlessly, "There's no need, it's neat, it's not a problem." Qin Zido said bitterly, "It's not a problem? How is it not a problem? Everyone loves beauty, isn't it right and proper for a woman to increase her looks?" Pei Qian looked at the young girl in front of her, who had a miserable face with makeup, and held back her laughter. She shook her head and didn't say anything else. Chen Pingan said with a smile, "The ancients said that the pure and virtuous air of heaven and earth is gathered in a woman's boudoir. When a woman in the world is free, it's indeed suitable for her to put on light makeup. Miss Bu just said that a woman dresses up for her lover. Since heaven and earth is the #1 scholar, then no matter how much makeup a woman puts on, as long as it's appropriate, it'll be the most suitable for him." Half of his words were Chen Pingan's heartfelt words. As long as Pei Qian wanted to deal with rouge and powder, it was naturally fine to put on light makeup. At Pei Qian's age, after all, she was no longer the charcoal little girl from back then. She should indeed dress up properly. Of course, if Pei Qian didn't want to and liked to be barefaced, it wouldn't matter. As for the other half of his words, of course, they were polite words between Chen Pingan and this so-called Empress Qin of the Rouge God's mansion. Qin Zidu was shocked. She no longer had the cold and arrogant attitude she had when they first met. She curtsied to Chen Pingan and changed the way she addressed him for the first time. She smiled and said, "Mr. Chen's words are appropriate and heartfelt. It's easy to forget. In that case, I wish Mr. Chen all the best in the next 3 days." Chen Pingan cupped his fist and thanked her. Qin Zidu asked, "Does Mr. Chen carry any rouge or powder with him?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "No." Obviously he had missed another opportunity. She smiled and nodded, but she was also a little disappointed. Then her body blurred and finally turned into 7 colors. For a moment, the whole street was filled with a fragrant smell. The 7 colors were like the rising of a celestial being. Then, in the blink of an eye, they disappeared in all directions, leaving no trace for Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "After 4 days we will change places. Who knows, we might be able to eat stinky tofu." Pei Qian smiled and was looking forward to it. Makeup was too cumbersome. Pei Qian only felt that it would hinder her from punching, so she was not interested. However, Sister Shiro from the dragon riding alley liked these things very much. She wondered if she would have the chance to bring some back from Xiaomu City in 3 days. Xiaomi was standing in the basket. When she heard about the stinky tofu, she immediately became greedy and quickly wiped her mouth. She did not understand or remember anything. Only the stinky tofu made the black-clothed girl greedy. Chen Pingan moved slightly and came to the side of the cotton cloth stall. He squatted down and looked around, choosing what he liked. Finally, he chose a small bow the size of a palm. He asked the bearded man who had 100,000 armored soldiers, "How much is this bow?" The small golden water jar in the stall had already been taken by Xiao Baoan after answering the question of the green ox Taoist priest. On the cotton cloth, there was still a small bundle of dead plum branches and a small porcelain bowl of daffodils left. There was a small note on the outside of a folded scroll. The words were beautiful, teaching the women of the world how to dress up. A cast iron 3 monkeys fishing the moonflower artifact. An ebony paperweight. Not willing to be blown by the wind, silent and mysterious. The Lord is upright, suppressing the quietness. 2 words were signed, Shuyi. Finally there was the small bow placed in the corner. It was simple and exquisite like a child's toy. The inscriptions were fine and hard to notice, Cloud Dream Pine. The bearded man saw that this person chose this small bow. He had a helpless expression and shook his head, "I will sell it. However, it is not easy for you to buy it. You have to gather a few books, at least 3 books. After I read them, Young master can use one of the books to exchange for it. As for the rest, I will not say much. Qin Pingan nodded and had an idea. He turned to look at the painting scroll and asked, "How much is this painting? Or do you want to barter?" The bearded man nodded and smiled. "Young master is smart. My stall's business does indeed require bartering. However, the items I need are not in the city. Not to mention the long journey, it's also heavily guarded. Young master, you are still unwilling to give up. Go find a place at the north foot of Mount Li. There is a heavenly treasure relic engraved on the cliff. If you can go to that cool world and retrieve a beauty statue beside the green jade pool, you can exchange for the painting scroll. At that time, there will be a blessing that will take the initiative to meet you." Qin Pingan asked, "In that case, this painting scroll and the cool world of the heavenly treasure relic are both illusory things. The next blessing is real?" What he saw and heard in the city today, other than Xiao Baowan and Xin Shaoqin, although they were all living immortals, they were still divided into different levels. It only depended on the degree of self-awareness. For example, the bearded man in front of him, the Taoist priest Green Ox from before, and the scholar Du in the nearby weapons shop who missed his hometown, Tongling Ginger, and Chuzhou's sour plum soup, were clearly more vivid. Their actions were also more straightforward. The bearded man grinned and did not answer the question. "If you are more ruthless and have the ability to visit immortals and explore, you will be able to move all the white jade statues of those concubines and palace maids out of the cool world. Then you will really have good luck with women." Pei Qian suddenly said through telepathy, "Master, I seem to have seen this in a book. If the records are true, the north foot of Mount Li is easy to find, but the heavenly treasure cliff is difficult to find. However, we only need to find a local woodcutter and shepherd boy. He seems to be able to help us lead the way. When someone writes the word summer shelter, the stone door of the grotto heaven will open by itself. It is said that there is a bathing pool inside. The pool water is carved with green jade. It is sparkling like running water. However, the scene of the jade people in the cave is too erotic and charming. When the time comes, master will enter alone. I will bring Xiaomi and wait outside." Qin Pingan was so angry that he laughed. "You even know this? Which book did you read this secret anecdote from?" Pei Qian blinked his eyes. "Sister Zaishi said it. Back then in the Jinjia continent, every time after the war ended, she liked to tell me these strange stories. I just listened casually. At that time, I asked Sister Zaishi how big the pool was and how much money it could be sold for with so many green jades. Sister Zaishi even scolded me for being a money grubber." The bearded man saw that Qin Pingan was staring at the ebony paperweight again and took the initiative to say, "Master, give me a complete zither score in exchange." Qin Pingan understood in his heart that it was the Guangling cessation without a doubt. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your chat with the Lord. This junior will go into the city to look for the book." The bearded man only nodded and said with a smile, "Master has accepted a good disciple." Qin Pingan left the stall with Pei Qian and Xiaomi and went to the weapon shop first. The owner sat behind the counter and was chewing on the tender lotus root and white ginger. Seeing Qin Pingan return, the bearded man was not surprised and did not ask anything. Qin Pingan bowed and said, "Greetings, Mr. Wu Song." The bearded man asked, "Do you have any scholarly achievements?" Qin Pingan stood up and answered respectfully, "I do not have any scholarly achievements in the imperial examinations. However, I have a student who is second in the imperial examinations." The bearded man smiled and took the initiative to ask, "Do you want the fragrant flower post that was completed by City Lord Xiao?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "Mr. Wu Song must have a use for the fragrant flower post. I just want to shamelessly ask Mr. Wu Song for a water buffalo painting." The bearded man was slightly surprised. When making a living on the ferry, rules are rules and there is no exception. Since you know that I am Du Xiucai and you know that I can paint, then the headmaster's literary skills are peerless, and the new works of the 5 pine trees are widely praised. You should know what new writing means. Forget it, this might be a little difficult for you. You just need to casually tell me the title of a poem that I have written in my life. Since I was able to obtain a section of the Tai Bai Immortal Sword tip from Bai Yi, I believe it will not be difficult for me to know this. Qin Pingan was embarrassed. The Tai Bai Immortal Sword's tip was mysteriously obtained at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingan only knew the name of this Mr. Wu Song who was able to repay Bai Yi with a poem. He did not know anything about the poem. In fact, the reason why Qin Pingan knew about Mr. Wu Song was mainly because of elementary scholar Du's identity as a refiner. To put it simply, Qin Pingan remembered the poem written by Bai Yi, but he couldn't remember a single word of what Mr. Wu Song had written. Little Millet, who was helping the good mountain lord to peck the rice in the basket, was even more embarrassed and could only scratch his face. Elementary Scholar Du smiled. Since the long sword was here just now, but it just so happened that it was not with me this time. Let's not talk about fated chances. Don't think too much about the water buffalo painting. The bearded man sighed. The incident of Bai Yi alone in Fuyao continent was indeed sad. Sure enough, after this parting, peach blossoms were deep. Qin Pingan was somewhat regretful. He did not dare to insist on fated chances and could only cup his fists to bid farewell. He thought of something and asked, "Mr. Wu Song, can you drink some wine?" The bearded man smiled and did not speak. Qin Pingan took out 2 jugs of celestial wine and placed them on the counter. He cupped his fists again and smiled brightly. "Outside Mount Wusong, it is my honor to meet you and to be so bold as to give you wine." The bearded man looked at the back of the young man in green as he crossed the threshold. He reached out to take a jug of wine and nodded. He was a young man who could broaden the world, so he shouted, "Kid, if you are not busy, why don't you take the initiative to visit Mr. Xuanhuan?" Qin Pingan immediately turned around and walked quickly back to the shop and took out 2 more jugs of wine. Elementary Scholar Du was stunned. "What are you doing?" Qin Pingan asked softly, "May I ask if the inscription of Monarch Crane of the ancestor of calligraphy, was it written by Mr. Xuanhuan?" Elementary Scholar Du stretched out his hands and pressed down on the 2 jugs of wine. He smiled and did not speak. Qin Pingan had to leave again and visit the various bookstores in the city. In the end he found the Family Language, Delvi Lan, and Yunchi Essays in the subsection bookstore, the Taoist Library and the Bianlu Library. Among them, Qin Pingan followed the scattered memories of the book and went to a scripture bookstore. He asked but to no avail. The shopkeeper only said that there was no such book. He went to a fake bookstore and returned empty-handed. In the end he bought the book at the subsection bookstore. After confirming that there was a record of the Bao in it, he was relieved. It turned out that according to the historical records of the city, the status of this book had been lowered from scripture to subsection. However, it was not regarded as a fake book like the vast world. As for LV Lan, it was not placed in the miscellaneous bookstore for sale. Qin Pingan had made a wasted trip. Only when it was time to settle the bill did Qin Pingan discover that the price of the books in the bookstores in the city was indeed not expensive. However, the immortal money was completely useless. Not to mention the snow, even the Guyu money was meaningless. He had to use the gold, silver and copper coins that were regarded as burdensome by the cultivators on the mountain. Fortunately, Pei Qian and Xiaomi both carried a piggy bank. Xiaomi even volunteered to stop Pei Qian and pay the bill first. The little girl who finally made a miraculous contribution laughed and shook her head happily. She hurriedly took out a large gold ingot from her private stash and handed it to the good mountain lord. She heroically said that there was no need to return it. It was just a small amount of money. Standing in the basket, Pei Qian finally coughed softly and nodded with a smile, indicating that he would record it in the Book of Merit. He only spent less than 2 taels of silver to buy 3 books. It was enough for Qin Pingan to go to the curly-bearded man to exchange for the small bao. Just one of the books could be exchanged for an opportunity. However, Qin Pingan continued to look for other bookstores. Finally he crossed the threshold of a famous bookstore. According to the bookstore rules in the city, if a customer asked if they had any books, they would answer all questions. However, if the bookstore did not have any books, once a customer asked, they would definitely not answer and would even be rolled their eyes. In this famous bookstore, Qin Pingan was unable to buy the book. However, he still spent a sum of money, a total of 3 taels of silver, to buy a few ancient books with fresh ink. Most of them were about the famous scholars' 10 questions and 21 debates. However, some of the records in these books were far more detailed and profound than the vast world. Although these books could not be brought on the ferry during this trip, even if Qin Pingan only flipped through the books and read them, the knowledge in the books was absolutely true. Qin Pingan had paid attention to the famous scholars' debate and the Buddhist Yinming theory since a long time ago. At that time, the shopkeeper of the bookstore was a young man with an elegant appearance. He was solemn and straightforward, and had the aura of an immortal. He first looked at Pei Qian, then turned to Qin Pingan and asked with a smile, "Boy, do you want to establish a city and become the city lord? As long as you give me an item in exchange, I will not break the rules and help you establish a new city. In the future, I will have many advantages and won't lose to that Xiao Baoan." Qin Pingan bowed and apologized, "Sir, I appreciate your kind intentions. However, the Haoyang sword strengthening gourd is a relic left behind by an old friend from my hometown. I really can't do business with you. Otherwise, don't even talk about doing business. As I have received a lot of favors from famous scholars, I could have just directly given it to you. The Haoyang sword immortal me who gave Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan did not accept it at the beginning because he hoped that Miyu, who had left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, could keep it. However, Miyu was unwilling to do so. In the end, Qin Pingan could only give it to Pei Qian and let this first disciple keep it for him. That young shopkeeper looked at Qin Pingan and suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. What's so difficult about the world's knowledge? It's not difficult at all. The only difficult thing is the word, sincerity. Today, after receiving such sincere words from a junior, my heart has been greatly comforted. Therefore I won't take your money. Let me give you a few words. The book you're looking for is actually not a book. It's just a few words. It's not here but in the first bookstore on the street. It's called Records of Classics. It's under the Taoist's entry, Theory of Guarding the White. I remember it's from the records department because it contains more content than the Taoist scripture department. Qin Pingan thanked him and left. As expected, in the first shop after entering the city, he bought the book that recorded Theory of Guarding the White. However, Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment. He still took a lot of unnecessary detours and spent another sum of money to return to the Taoist scripture department and buy another book. On the way, Zhou Mili raised her hand to cover her mouth and whispered to Pei Qian, "A shop can store so many books. Every shopkeeper randomly took out a book and it's all the books we want. It's really strange." Pei Qian smiled. In a small world, it's up to one's will. Zhou Mili suddenly saw the light. I guessed it right. While Qin Pingan was looking around for books, Scholar Du walked out of the shop and came to the side of the bearded man. He sighed. This involves the choice between the 3 schools of thought and the 100 schools of thought in a cultivator's heart. What that brat did was very dangerous. If he didn't come from one of the Confucian schools of thought, it wouldn't have mattered. He could have just made a choice. Anyway, it didn't hurt his Tao heart at all. Even if it was hurt, he could have just read a few more books afterward. It could have been mended all the same. The man nodded and said, "That's why I didn't want to sell this bow to him at first. It would have been too unkind of me to lure him into a deal. It's just that brat's eyes are too sharp and he knows what's good for him." He squatted there and looked around on purpose. In fact, he had his eyes on this bow a long time ago. I couldn't break the rules and take the initiative to tell him that this bow was too hot to handle. Scholar Du smiled and said, "But if this deal really went through, you'd be able to completely remove the shackles. You wouldn't have to rely on the 100,000 armored soldiers to chop off that person's head to escape. In the end, it's a good thing. We've all been drawing a circle and waiting here bitterly for hundreds and thousands of years, repeating the same scene year after year. It's really tiring and I'm sick of it." The man grinned and said, "If I have wine to drink, I promise I won't spit out a single drop." Scholar Du smiled and threw a jug of wine. The bearded man caught the jug and sniffed the fragrance of the wine. His face was intoxicated, but it was followed by sadness. He muttered, "In the past, I used to carry a sword and a bow on my back and ride a donkey in jianghu. I only liked to drink to my heart's content. Now I can't even bear to drink a sip." Over at the famous shop, the young shopkeeper was flipping through a book as if flipping through a book was like looking at mountains and rivers. He had a clear view of Qin Pingan's whereabouts in the city. He nodded with a smile and muttered to himself, "Book Mountain is never empty. There's never a wasted journey. When people descend the mountain, they're never empty-handed. The more detours one takes, the more benefits one will gain in life." Ocean Shaoqin, how can you say that you don't know anything? On a ship sailing at night, what you know is what you know and what you don't know is what you don't know. That's what you know. He was somewhat puzzled. He shook his head and sighed. Does this Mayor Xiao have a grudge against you? Is he sure that you like that bow? So he's determined to make you tear down one of the pillars of the 3 sections. In this way you'll be harming a part of Taoism's fated chance in the future on your path of cultivation. This was because before Qin Pingan came to this famous shop to buy books, Xiao Baoan came here first. He spent money and bought all the books related to that famous story in one go. There were hundreds of books. So Qin Pingan came here to buy books first. It was actually the right choice. It was just that Xiao Baoan, who pretended to leave the city, beat him to it. The shopkeeper thought for a while and still walked out of the shop. He looked up at the sky and smiled. "Fellow Taoist Lu, aren't you being implicated by me? This kid seems to be drifting further and further away from Taoism. I've caused you to suffer another sword for no reason." The young foreigner who had just boarded the ship needed both a rigorous Confucian scholar and a wandering sword immortal. "So, Today there was a big difference between handing over a book from the Confucian Annals or a book from a Taoist scripture shop. Otherwise, if it wasn't for Xiao Baozhuan's interference, it wouldn't have been a big deal to hand over a famous book. However, this young shopkeeper who only asked for the 2 words Hao Yang, and not the blade-strengthening gourd, was now standing outside the shop. Although he was apologizing, there was a smile on his face. Qin Pingan and the others returned to the stall of the bearded man. He squatted down and kept one of the books. He took out the other 4 books and stacked them on top of the cotton cloth stall. He held one in his hand. The 4 books all recorded a story about the gain and loss of the bow. Qin Pingan then gave the last Taoist book with the least number of words to the story to the stall owner. Qin Pingan obviously wanted to choose this Taoist book as an exchange. As for the shopkeeper of the famous bookstore, he wasn't scheming against Qin Pingan. It was more like pushing the boat with the current. It was still up to the boatman to choose where to dock. Moreover, if it wasn't for the shopkeeper's reminder, Qin Pingan estimated that he would have to go through at least half of the city to get the answer. Also, Qin Pingan didn't take out the book from the Confucian Classics department. When Qin Pingan took out the 4 books, the man was relieved at first. However, when Qin Pingan took out the book from the Taoist Classics department, the man glanced at the book title and was stunned. He hesitated and didn't rush to take the book. He asked with a puzzled face, "Young master, have you never been to the famous bookstore?" Qin Pingan smiled, "I have, but I couldn't buy the book." "It doesn't matter. Moreover, I have to thank someone. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to sell a book from the famous bookstore. I might even feel sorry for the shopkeeper who I have admired for a long time." In the weapon store not far away, Scholar Du was leisurely drinking wine behind the counter. He had a strange smile on his face. Which branch of the Confucian temple did he come from? At such a young age he was already so good at talking. At least, the old man Fu Sheng who had visited Chicken and Dog City twice and traveled around the city wouldn't be able to teach such a student. The man nodded and took the book. Even if he was no longer in the jianghu, he still had the morals of the jianghu. The man looked at the other 3 books on the ground and smiled. "Then let me tell you 3 small things that don't break the rules. First, Jing Man was guarding the chariot. Then I obtained the Chu Earth Treasure Bow. Therefore in this city my name is Jing Chu. You can call me Zhang San. The small bow on the ground isn't of low quality. I would like to congratulate young master here." When the man said until here, Pei Qian was in high spirits. In the past, when he was reading those novels with Sister Bao Ping and Li Huai, he had seen this bearded hero with the name Zhang San. Moreover, this Jianghu senior had a donkey to ride on. However, those books were all unofficial histories and Jianghu romances. At that time, Pei Qian and the other 2 thought that this bearded man was a fictional character. Of course, the man didn't know what the little girl was thinking about. He just said, "The lady of Kong Tong from Benmo City, I have a feud with the vice castellan she serves." Lord Feng said that the lady of Kong Tong was from Dianjing City. Of course he purposely lied to you. Lord Feng and Castellan Xiao must have secretly reached an agreement. Qin Pingan smiled. "Previously, I went to Niaoju Mountain to catch up with old immortal Feng. I already knew about this. Castellan Xiao must be afraid that I would immediately rush to Benmo City and ruin his plans. He wouldn't be able to obtain the opportunity from the lady of Kong Tong." In fact, once Qin Pingan found Xiao Baowan, it wouldn't be an opportunity. As for why Xiao Baowan, as a castellan, seemed to be very fearless in Wuji City. Why was he so worried that he would make a move in Benmo City? Qin Pingan didn't know for the time being. He really couldn't guess. Benmo City putting the cart before the horse? Neglecting the essentials? What's more, he only talked about the famous scholar's sleeves and talked about the metaphysical nature. There were also countless analyses of the 2 words Benmo. Qin Pingan was a complete layman to these. The foundation of Benmo City compared to Wuji City, where one would know the truth by just listening to it, and the truth could be verified by a few more glances at the bookstore, was much more bizarre. So what was the explanation? Only God knows. The man continued, "The 12 cities all have another name. For example, Benmo City is also known as the Absurd City. The people and things in the city are even more absurd than the Hanging Arch City where the emperors and monarchs of the past dynasties gathered together." After the 3 things were said, the man actually didn't need to ask Qin Pingan one thing to decide the gain or loss of the bow. Because the book that Qin Pingan handed over was a choice in itself. It was the answer. Beyond the expectations of the bearded man, Qin Pingan took out another book. However, he didn't put it on top of the 3 stacked books on the cotton cloth. Instead he put it on the side alone. That Zhang San looked down at the book and then looked up at the little girl in black standing in the basket. He immediately smiled and said, "Then let's talk about one more thing. If Gongzi really goes to Benmo City, you need to be careful and at ease." Chen Pingan couldn't stop him and had to give up. In fact, he originally wanted to ask which city Xiao Baoan was the castellan of. Otherwise it would be good to ask how to get to Benmo City. That way he could ignore the eviction order of Benmo City's Li Shirlang. Benmo City wanted to drive people away but didn't tell them how to leave the city. This was very disloyal. There was no such way to treat a guest in the world. The man picked up the small bow. Chen Pingan picked up the 4 books on the cotton cloth and put them into his heaven and earth sleeve. Then he took the ancient bow that was recorded in the history book, which was used to shoot a flood dragon in the Cloud Dream Nursery. However, he put it into his sleeve and did not hide anything close to him. The man didn't care about this. Instead, he had a look of appreciation. Walking in Jianghu, how could one not be careful? He squatted down and grabbed the 2 corners of the cotton cloth. He casually wrapped the items and held it in his hand. He then took out a book and handed it to Chen Pingan. He smiled and said, "The wish has been fulfilled. The cage has been broken. These items, Gongzi can rest assured and accept them. Otherwise they will be turned over to the city. What do you say? If you accept them, this book will be useful. It records the clues of the items sold by the stall." Chen Pingan took the book in the package. His movements were very skillful. He wrapped the cotton cloth around his body. The bearded man cupped his fist and saluted, "Farewell." Chen Pingan cupped his fist and returned the salute. Pei Qian and Xiaomi Li, who was standing in the basket, did the same. 772. Chen Pingan found a bustling inn to settle down. He still needed to pay with gold and silver. The 3 of them stayed for 3 days and spent a total of 2 taels and 8 qian of silver. The waiter took out the scale and cut the silver with a small pair of scissors skillfully. When Chen Pingan saw this item, he couldn't help but think of the Yang family's shop in the early years. Other than being used to cut silver, it was also used to weigh some expensive and rare herbs. Therefore, when Chen Pingan was young, every time he saw the shop assistant taking out this item to weigh some herbs, he would carry a large basket on his back and stand under the tall counter. He would purse his lips tightly and grab the rope on his shoulders with both hands. His eyes would be especially bright, and he would only feel that half a day's hard work, wind, sun, rain and so on was nothing. His thoughts were chaotic and he could not control them. Because the scale in front of him was a scale, Chen Pingan thought of the light scale and the measurement of the world today. Naturally, he remembered the group of Qi cultivators that Song Jisin mentioned at the Great Blasphemy Temple. The scales, ebony poles and several small copper weights on the counter of the inn were obviously ordinary items at the foot of the mountain. Therefore, after Chen Pingan glanced at them, he realized that they were the same as the books in Entry City. They were not real objects, so he didn't think too much about it. Pei Qian had a set of scales herself. 2 of the weights were engraved with "Never lose money" and "Only earn money for her." Therefore, at this moment, it was as if they were related, like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Pei Qian paid more attention than Chen Pingan and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, she whispered to Chen Pingan, "Master, this set of scales uses a curled horn pole. Ordinary people can't afford to use it." Chen Pingan laughed in his heart. Most likely, it is an item from a wealthy family that has fallen into the hands of the common people. Unfortunately, no matter how expensive the material is, it is an illusion. We can't take it away. Pei Qian nodded. She thought for a while and asked, "There is a small line of words on the scale. Xuanhuan is generous, the palace treasury is respectful. Master, is there a saying here?" Chen Pingan shook his head. "I don't know, but since it is made by the palace treasury, it must be an item of the palace. I just don't know the specific dynasty." Pei Qian asked, "Master, after we settle down in the inn, I will go to the bookstore alone to find out what is Xuanhuan is generous." Chen laughed. But Pei Qian was willing to explore. Chen. He nodded. Chen Pingan asked for 2 rooms from the inn, 1 for himself. After taking a seat in the room, he opened the cotton package and placed it on the table. Pei Qian Lai bade farewell to his master and left the inn alone. He ran to the bookstore in Entry City to examine the origin of the strange inscription, "Generosity of the Mountain Sun." Xiaomi ran into the house and placed her beloved green bamboo cane on the table. She was at Chen Pingan's side, standing on the bench and accompanying the good mountain chieftain to look at the treasures he had picked up. The little girl was a little envious and asked if she could play with them. Chen Pingan was flipping through the booklet given by the bearded man. He smiled and nodded. She wasn't interested in the scrolls or paperweights at all. In the end, she began to admire the Narcissus basin that she had taken a liking to long ago. She raised both of her hands up high and exclaimed in admiration. She even used her face to rub against the slightly cool porcelain basin. It was really cool. Qin Pingan opened a page of the booklet and smiled. If you like it, I will give it to you. But let me say it first. The basin is fake. You can't take it away. You can only stay on the ferry for a few days. Don't be sad. This porcelain basin had a good origin. In the booklet given by the bearded man, it was known as a Narcissus cultivation cave. The bottom number was 800 water descendants. It was a bit like a relative of the small gilded water tank. It could be regarded as a natural water residence. It was similar to the water hall and dragon boat that Lu Zhongruan secretly salvaged with the help of Zhu Lian in his early years on Pearl Island. Unfortunately, the Narcissus basin was also a kind of illusion refined by the immortal master. Xiaomi held the Narcissus basin and shook her head hard. I just like it, so I want to take a few more glances. Even if the basin is real, I don't want it. Otherwise, if I take it to Luapa Mountain, I will be worried about thieves every day. It will delay my patrol. Qin Pingan repeatedly flipped through the booklet. There was not much content and he had nothing to do. According to the booklet, there were many detailed records of these objects. Not only the Narcissus basin, but also the bundle of dead plum blossom branches, the ebony paperweight of Shu Yi, as well as the strangely shaped moonfishing vessel and the dressing and dressing scroll. They were all just one of the links in the clues of opportunity. They were only used as a bridge to connect the other two things. In the bag shop of the bearded man, Qin Pingan actually only had one cloud dream pine ancient bough. It was a genuine object and had already been obtained by Qin Pingan. However, its rank was still hard to determine. Moreover, Qin Pingan felt that this bough was a bit troublesome. As for the small gilded water jar that was used as the gate sea in the palace, it was given to Xiao Baoan by the Taoist priest Green Ox for some reason to not break the rules. After that, it was a real opportunity. In the Chui Gong city where the emperors and monarchs gathered, Xiao Baoan could ask for a title, in a sense to turn the water jar into a real thing. The depth of the water in the water jar depended on Xiao Baojuan's ability to ask for a title with a certain emperor in the Chui Gong city. On the booklet, it said that this object could complement the Dragon King basket. The Dragon King basket could suppress all the dragons in the world. However, the Gate Sea could use the dragon's breath as bait to raise all the aquatic creatures in the world. Raising them in the water jar was a kind of half-water on the mountain. One catch and one raise, it was seamless. Qin Pingan smiled. When we go back to the Mute Lake in the North Continent, we can stay there for a few more days. Are you happy? Xiaomi smiled from ear to ear but said, It's just so. I'm happy that the mouth of the bowl is big. She placed the daffodil bowl on the table, leaned on the table and added, When we go back to Luopa Mountain, it'll be as big as the table. Qin Pingan joked, That senior brother Zhua of mine has a bad temper, especially towards strangers. It's hard to talk to him. Even with me, his senior brother Zhua has never smiled. That's why I have a whole new level of respect for you. Xiaomi rested her chin on her arm and asked softly, Good Mountain Lord, do you miss the Mountain Lord's wife? Qin Pingan couldn't help but smile. He nodded and said, Of course I miss her. Xiaomi's eyes curved as she said, I don't think so. Qin Pingan put down the booklet, picked up the ebony paperweight and played with it in his hand. He said as if he was joking, You have to make yourself not think that way so that you won't think that way. Do you think you'll miss her? Xiaomi frowned and said cheekily, If Mountain Lord says so, then so be it. Qin Pingan looked at the booklet. Actually, it was as if he had inherited dragon-bearded guest's bag shop. He could also set up a stall on the ferry to welcome customers. Standing up and putting down the ebony paperweight, Qin Pingan took out a lantern-raising talisman. It floated in the air and slowly burned. Then he walked to the window. Previously, there was a talisman in the booklet. When dragon-bearded guest received the booklet, he was well aware of it. However, he still covered it up and didn't return it to Qin Pingan. This meant that Qin Pingan's actions didn't break the rules of the night ferry. After dragon-bearded guest rode his donkey out of the city, the talisman in the booklet disappeared without a trace. If you don't hit a wall, you won't know where the boundaries of the rules are. After Qin Pingan boarded the night ferry, he still did as the Romans did. Generally speaking, he followed the rules. However, there were still some small things that he had to try. Actually, this was similar to fishing. One needed to set up a nest to lure the fish. One also needed to know the depth of the fish. Moreover, there was a lot of knowledge in fishing and there was a lot of skill in fishing. At first, Qin Pingan's goal was very simple. It was to rescue all the cultivators on the ferry in the North Continent within a month, leave the night ferry and return to Howran together. However, on this city Xiao Baowan had set up traps time and time again. Then there was Li Shilang who treated his guests coldly. Qin Pingan really didn't believe in evil. Then he arm wrestled and gave it a try. Qin Pingan counted silently in his heart. When he turned around, a lantern-raising talisman had just burned out. It was exactly the same as when he entered the city. There wasn't the slightest difference. Previously, on the path where the Taoist was conferred the title of monarch, the two of them met on a narrow path. Perhaps it was because Qin Pingan had always been very respectful towards the elder and had accumulated a lot of illusory luck. After a few rounds of back and forth, the two of them did not exchange any sword techniques or Dao techniques. After a round of friendly talk, Qin Pingan instead used a temporary hand-drawn drawing of the true shape of the 5 great mountains to make a deal with the Green Ox Taoist. The 5 mountains painting that Qin Pingan drew was extremely ancient in shape and style. It was quite different from all the 5 mountains paintings in the future. The true form of the 5 mountains painting was first obtained by the master of planting in the lotus flower blessed land. Later it was handed over to Chao Qinglang for safekeeping. It was then placed in the lotus flower blessed land of the Luapa mountain. Of course, Qin Pingan wasn't unfamiliar with this. The Lord finally got what he wanted and was greatly gratified. The skinny old Taoist had a whole new level of respect for Qin Pingan, this young man who was like a lucky star. In exchange, Qin Pingan knew that the Lord was only traveling to another city, so he asked the old Taoist to help bring the long sword, night traveling, to another city. Not only that, the old Taoist who was in a good mood took the initiative to do a few small deals with Qin Pingan. Both sides had questions and answers. The Lord told Qin Pingan a few secrets about the ferry. Of course, the Lord only said some things that could be said, such as the way to leave the boat, the way to leave the city, how Xiao Baowan became the lord of the city, and what benefits there were to become the lord of the city. The old immortal smiled and said nothing. The long sword, night traveling, that was no longer with him had always been connected to Qin Pingan's heart. It was like a flickering light in the dark of the night. In the dark of the night, Qin Pingan could clearly see the passerby. As long as Qin Pingan was ruthless, he could slash the world of the ferry with his sword. Qin Pingan was confident that he could let Pei Qian and Xiaomi leave the ferry first. At the same time, he could also go to the city where the Lord was and continue to wander around the night ferry. When the time came, he would let Pei Qian return to the ferry of the Draped Hemp sect and directly send a flying sword message to the Taihui sword sect in Crouching Ground Peak. In the North Continent, Qin Pingan knew many friends and respected seniors. Xiaomi stood on the long bench and thought of something. She was overjoyed. She covered her mouth with her 2 small hands and laughed. "Good mountain master, we are going to travel the Jianghu together again. This time, let's go meet the mountain deities in that immortal mansion. Don't get chased out because you don't know how to recite poems." Qin Pingan said seriously, "How is that possible? These years, my ability to compose poems has improved tremendously. I'm not afraid of anyone. Xiaomi, I am not bragging to you. In the past, at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I met an old cultivator who thought he was a scholar. He was at the 14th level. I think he used the alias Lu Fian. Anyway, he admired my reputation for poetry and took the initiative to find me at the top of the city wall. He said that my poems were in tune with the rhythm and were shockingly flat. He was very impressed and admitted defeat. That is why whenever he saw me he would be worried." When Xiaomi heard this, she was shocked. She quickly clapped her hands and was in high spirits. "Amazing, amazing." Sigh, it was a pity that all her martial arts skills were useless. Because of this trip to Mute Lake, Xiaomi had secretly asked Old Chef for a few poems and wrote them all in a book. Old Chef was still the most meticulous. At that time he had asked Xiaomi if she was the one who came up with the poems, right? At that time Xiaomi had a confused look on her face and was confused. Was it a hammer? How would she know what it was? Julien asked her to copy it down on a piece of paper. Otherwise she would give herself away. Xiaomi was enlightened. When she was copying the poems one by one, Old Chef was at the side eating melon seeds. He patiently answered Xiaomi's questions about the words in the poems, how to read them, and what they meant. Xiaomi asked Old Chef, "Did you copy all these from books?" Old Chef said no, they were all ideas he came up with on the spot. He was in a hurry and it was a side branch of learning. At that time Xiaomi was anxious. She said don't implicate the good mountain lord and her and get looked down by others. Old Chef said no, he didn't. He even said that when he was in his hometown, many people said that his poems were fished out from the moon in the water, plucked from the willow at the ferry and picked up from the wine jar. Therefore they were still a little heavy. He was able to do as he pleased, but it was a divine language that many famous poets yearned for. Xiaomi was skeptical, but in the end she still believed old chef's words. That night, under the light on the table, the little girl was copying the words while swinging her legs. Old chef was eating melon seeds while talking endlessly. That was why Luopa Mountain was so popular with Zhou Mili. Even though the good mountain lord was often not at home, there was still Pei Qian, old chef, sister Nuanshu, and Jing Qing. To this cave-dwelling realm right guardian of Luopa Mountain, the Great Wall of Sword Qi was also a very good place. In Zhou Mili's heart, it was the third best place in the world after Luopa Mountain and Mute Lake. One was a hometown where she had many friends, the other was a small hometown in the Jianghu, and the other was a place where she, the Mute Lake water monster, accidentally became famous in both worlds. Qin Pingan stretched out his hand and gestured to Xiaomi, who was standing on the stool. When we go out and walk the Jianghu, we have to be steady and reserved. Xiaomi sat down on the bench and leaned on the table again. She was a little worried. She frowned and said softly, "Good mountain lord, I don't seem to be able to help at all." Outside Luopa Mountain. At this point, the black-clothed little girl scratched her head and refused to continue. She was just a little embarrassed. Some people said that she was just a cave-dwelling realm cultivator with an unknown background. It was simply a big joke for a little monster to become the mountain protector of Luopa Mountain. In fact, she was quite sad for many years because those rumors were true. She was just afraid that Sister Nuanshu and the others would be worried, so she pretended that nothing happened. Qin Pingan smiled and reached out to rub Xiaomi's head. He guessed roughly and asked tentatively, "Did someone say that your realm was not high so they laughed at you and talked behind your back?" After returning to Luopa Mountain, no one really told Qin Pingan about this matter. It was such a big matter and no one had said anything. He had to remember this. From Cui Dongshan to Pei Qian to Old Chef and Qin Lingjun, none of them could escape. Only little Nuanshu, he could forget about it. Xiaomi nodded and said carefully, "Good mountain lord, it's not that I'm afraid of carrying the burden. I carry the golden carrying pole every day to secretly remind myself that the responsibility is big. It's just that it's such a big official, why don't we change it to someone else? I think Jing Qing is not bad. He also likes to be an official. I think it's quite suitable for him to be the mountain protector. It'll sound better if word gets out. After all, Jing Qing is in the nascent soul realm." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Let him be the mountain protector of Luopa Mountain? No matter how bold our master Qin is, he wouldn't dare to have such an idea. Moreover, Lingjun is even more unwilling to compete with you for this official title." Even if Qin Lingjun dared to be the sect master of a lesser sect, in front of a large group of people who were either chopped to death with a sword or punched to death with a few fists during the meeting in the Hall of Patriarchs, this guy could still put on a posture of, "Who else but me?" But he did not dare to be the sect protector. There was one good thing about Qin Lingjun, which was that he valued loyalty the most. He dared to compete for anything, such as the lord of a lower sect. He was willing to give anything. When Luopa Mountain was most short of money, Qin Lingjun actually came up with a lot of ways to take out his family's wealth. According to Zhu Lian, Master Qin was really struggling to make ends meet during those years. He was so poor that he couldn't even straighten his back when he was with Wei Shanjun. However, Qin Lingjun wouldn't snatch anything that already belonged to others. Not to mention Xiaomi's mountain protector of Luopa Mountain, Qin Lingjun wouldn't even touch the small benefits and advantages. In short, Qin Lingjun was an experienced jianghu person who would rather suffer than lose face. Perhaps even Qin Lingjun himself didn't know that whether it was Shanjun Wei Pai's side, whom he had recorded countless times, or Master Zhongqiu's side, whom he didn't have much contact with, they actually had a very high opinion of him. Moreover, in the depths of Qin Pingan's heart, the seat of the left protector of Luopa Mountain, which had always been empty, was long prepared for Qin Lingjun. In the secret letter sent to Chao Qinglang, this matter was mentioned. After this guy succeeded in profaning, if Luopa Mountain confirmed that he couldn't return to his hometown, this matter would be settled. However, later on, when Qin Pingan returned to Haoran World and arrived at Luopa Mountain, he saw that Qin Lingjun was indeed a little too arrogant when he walked, so he deliberately didn't mention this matter. Anyway, good things weren't afraid of being late. He would just leave Master Qin, who had friends all over the world, hanging out for a few more days. Qin Pingan comforted, "On Luopa Mountain, who has the highest position? Whose words are the most trustworthy?" Xiaomi grinned and said, "Of course it's the good mountain lord." Qin Pingan smiled and said, On Luopa Mountain, whether the position is high or low doesn't depend on the level, only the fame. Then tell me who can be the guardian of the mountain to convince the masses. Xiaomi was in high spirits, but she deliberately sighed heavily, crossed her arms, and raised her small head high. This is a little worrying. It's impossible not to be an official. Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. Yes. Pei Qian returned to the inn, knocked on the door and entered. Qin Pingan happened to be casually asking Xiaomi why she wanted to go to Red Candle Town to play. Logically speaking, Red Candle Town was very close to Luopa Mountain. The water god of the Chongdan River, Li Jin, who had opened a shop in the town to sell books, also had quite a lot of ties with Luopa Mountain. Chestun Mountain was also where Wei Pai, the mountain lord of the North Peak, had made his fortune. As for the water god of the Embroidery River, due to her connection with the ghost in wedding clothes, she was no stranger to the Gu family of Mud Bottle Alley and Qin Pingan, so there should be no accidents. Coupled with the water god of the Iron Talisman River, Xianghua, she also had some very complicated grievances with Qin Pingan. It was possible to say that the little person who came to Luopa Mountain regularly for roll call even originated from the Xinhuan pavilion of the province. As a result, only the Jade Nectar River remained in the vast territory of the Dragon Province. The other mountain and river organizations all had extremely complicated ties with Luopa Mountain. Pei Qian immediately became embarrassed. Qin Pingan, who had not thought too much about it in the beginning, immediately thought about it a little more. Glancing at his first disciple, Pei Qian's eyes darted around. It was exactly the same as when she got caught by Qin Pingan when she caused trouble when she was young. Xiaomi was confused in a hurry. Afterwards she played dumb. Why do we want to go to Red Candle Town together? Is there any other reason? Yep, that's a question the size of a melon seed. Haha, didn't I give you the answer earlier? The good mountain lord has a rather bad memory. Actually, it's just that I don't have a lot of money in my pocket, so I can't afford melon seeds. At this point, the little girl couldn't make up any more stories. She could only bitterly turn to look at Pei Qian. Pei Qian had no choice but to use voice transmission to tell his master about the Jade Liquid River incident. He talked about how Chen Lingjun brought out the Dragon King basket, how old chef punched the water god, and how little senior brother visited the underwater residence. Of course, the water god did take the initiative to apologize in the end. However, Pei Qian couldn't help but talk about the scene of Xiaomi strolling alone on the mountain. Xiaomi was really heartless. While walking on the mountain path, she casually grabbed a handful of green leaves and stuffed them into her mouth. Looking left and right, she didn't see anyone. Then she chewed on the leaves to disperse the stains. From beginning to end, Pei Qian didn't deliberately hide anything. She also didn't exaggerate. Everything was just the truth. After Qin Pingan heard it, he nodded and said, "Got it." He pretended not to hear Pei Qian's explanation and rubbed Xiaomi's head. He smiled and said, "In the future, when we return to our hometown, we can go to Red Candle Town together. We can also visit the ancestral temple or the underwater residence." Xiaomi smiled and continued to play with the daffodil bowl. Pei Qian took out several books. Each book had a foldable page. He said, "Master, I found the root of the problem. It's that Lu Qinggui. He's from Shanyang. There are many records of official history and government records. There are records of this person under famous officials, literary circles, water conservancy, and many other entries. However, the length of the records isn't very long. According to the records, it seems that this person was the first to enter the money into the Li when it came to the matter of the imperial concubine. He made this kind of measuring instrument more accurate." Qin Pingan began to flip through the books. Because Pei Qian had a foldable page, he flipped through the pages very quickly. It seemed that this scholar Zhu Lian and the Yellow Flower Monastery's third prince Lu Mao were all people of the same path. They were proficient in all kinds of calculations and regulations. When Qin Pingan saw the entry of the monastery, he found that this person had been appointed by the imperial decree to build the Jade Clear Zhaoying Palace and served as the deputy. Other than that, the emperor also sent Lu Qinggui to supervise the transportation of resources. This person had once opened up a waterway. Qin Pingan understood in his heart. He instantly understood why he met the imperial concubine at the inn and why he almost missed the opportunity. Qin Pingan's affinity with water and the few calculation books in his possession could be one of the clues. However, the Taoist book that was given out in the city today was most likely the reason why he didn't recognize the imperial concubine. If Pei Qian didn't insist on reading the book, Qin Pingan definitely wouldn't have cared about the imperial concubine. He wouldn't have seen any inscriptions on the scales. Pei Qian had a complete set of imperial concubine, which was another karma and opportunity that belonged to her. Therefore she could see the inscriptions. That Yunming Changsong Bao was indeed a hot potato. Could it be said that many of the karma veins that were illusory and dispensable in the vast world would be greatly highlighted on the night boat? For example, the green ox Taoist priest, Zhao Qing, who rode an ox cart out of Lizhu Cave, the old master of Donghai Taoist Temple, and the Five Mountains true form painting of the lotus flower blessed land. Pei Qian had read about the jianghu story of the bearded man and the lame donkey in the romance. When Pei Qian was young, she longed to have a donkey to travel the jianghu with. Mr. Wusong of the weapon shop, Bai Ye's celestial sword, Tai Bai sword, night traveling sword. Pei Qian looked at her master, who was deep in thought, and asked softly, "Is there trouble?" Qin Pingan came back to his senses and shook his head with a smile. "On the contrary, it has solved a big doubt in your heart. There are already some clues about the way this fairy operates." Originally, Qin Pingan had already been overwhelmed by the mess in Entry City, overshadowing some of his previous ideas. Now he was more and more certain that the key to this night boat was the scholar who was talking loudly in the night, especially the monk who was traveling on the same boat and stretched his legs out in the boat, and the boatman who no one would think too much about. Qin Pingan flipped open the booklet given to him by the bearded man and slowly pondered. There were a total of 12 cities on the night boat. Among them there were 4 upper cities. Then there should be 4 middle cities and 4 lower cities. Other than the city master Li Shirlang, there was also a deputy city master. The other cities should be more or less the same, with a main and a deputy city. In a city with countless kings, there was the cool summer resort at the north foot of Mount Li, which hid the next opportunity related to the scroll. The chicken and dog city where the Pine Mist Protectorate General Long Bin was at hid clues about the Guangling rest stop chart. In the famous shop, the young shopkeeper who had a debate with the third chief of the Beko Kekyung building, Lu Qin, actually proposed to use a Haoyang blade strengthening gourd to help Qin Pingan open up a new city. This meant that the number of cities on the ferry was most likely not a fixed number. Otherwise, the possibility of 1 for 1 was too small, because it would deviate from the fundamental purpose of this night boat to collect the knowledge of the world. In addition, Xiao Baozhuan's words, especially the fate with the monk and the old woman who sold biscuits, revealed some rules of the Great Way. Most of the living immortals on the ferry seemed to repeat their words and actions. Among the local people on the ferry, only a small group of people were left. For example, the lord of this city, the bearded man, and Mr. Wusong of the weapon shop were exceptions. But in this way, this small group of people seemed to be even more trapped in the prison of the words of mountains and rivers. Year after year, 100 or 1,000 years, it was like they had been reading the same book, waiting for foreigners to board the ferry. Only then would they be able to add and delete some words from time to time. For these old immortals and seniors who had lived for a long time, wouldn't it be even more troublesome? Qin Pingan took out a piece of white paper from the objects in front of him and wrote down the people he saw, the places he knew, and the key words, as well as the origin and direction of all the clues. When Pei Qian first entered the city, she saw 3 mystical people: the palace maid who hung the lantern, the lady with a fan in the mansion of the small mountain, and a young man with a pair of silver eyes standing on a corridor bridge between the colorful buildings. Most of them were important people in the big cities outside of the city. They were either the deputy city lord or close servants of the city lord like Long Bin and Qin Zidu. Pei Qian watched her master write densely on a piece of white paper. Then, her master folded his hands in his sleeves and stared at the paper in silence. Pei Qian said softly, "Master, the mountain certificate that Li Shirlang handed over." This was a question, but it wasn't a question. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "It means that we already have a place to stay in the city, just like the mansion on Osmanthus Island. Because the mountain certificate was changed from a mountain certificate to a mountain certificate, it was equivalent to a land deed inspected by the government at the foot of the mountain. It's just that I don't plan to stay there. If there's a chance, I'll still sell it back to Li Shirlang. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for the city lord to not see it and not feel annoyed. In the end, it'll hurt the harmony between us." Pei Qian frowned and sensed something strange. She immediately took out the mountain certificate made of green paper from her sleeve and saw the words, "Stop Pavilion," on the back. At the same time, a voice resounded in the room, "Sword Immortal Qin, if you don't buy QOZ now, it'll be too late again." Qin Pingan smiled and asked, "City Lord Li, see no evil, hear no evil, am I right?" Li Shirlang smiled and replied, "Can't I see all the knowledge in the world? Is it a good thing that everyone treasures their own knowledge? As for hearing no evil, you and I know it very well. There's no need to beat around the bush. You deliberately mention me first and I'll help you verify this matter. For the next 3 days you're on your own." Pei Qian looked at Qin Pingan, wanting to ask his master if the words of this city lord could be trusted. After all, Li Shirlang was brainless and didn't seem to like his master from the beginning. Instead, it was the city where Long Bin was located that seemed to know his master's identity as a hidden official. Furthermore, he specially came to the city and took the initiative to ask for a complete seal mold. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "It's better to have no books than to believe in books." Pei Qian asked, "Master, what did Quozi say?" In fact, Pei Qian didn't understand why Li Shirlang only wanted to talk about this. His master said that this item was an illusory item. What was the meaning of gain and loss? But to say that a city lord deliberately cheated them of their money, it didn't seem to make sense. That was too boring and despicable. Qin Pingan explained, "The value of the mace doesn't lie in the actual mace itself, but in the scale that Lu Qinggue painstakingly engraved, as well as the scales of various sizes. If you meet someone who knows what's what, it will become valuable, very valuable. Even if you can't take it away, Quozi will be fine. Master can also help you to accurately draw the scale spacing according to the original standards, and then sew and restore those slightly worn scales. That's why Li Shirlang reminded you like this." Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment and said to Pei Qian seriously, "But this is your opportunity to earn money. Whether you fight for it or not, it's fine." Pei Qian said without hesitation, "Then forget it, I'm too lazy to make another trip." Zhou Mili immediately said, Pei Qian, I still have a lot of gold ingots and silver ingots in my pocket. Heroes are just waiting for my order to go out and show off their skills. Don't worry about not having enough money." Pei Qian pinched Mili's cheeks. "That's not the case." Qin Pingan asked Pei Qian to stay in the room and walked out alone. At the inn's counter he saw a group of people. He was a little surprised because, like him, they were obviously foreigners who had just boarded the ship not long ago. A young Confucian scholar with a bookcase on his back was calm. He had a scholar's jade pendant on his waist. Qin Pingan was no stranger to it. Zhong Kuei and the gentleman from the Great Wall of Sword Qi also had it. The style was the same, but the seal characters were different. The Confucian scholar was discussing with the shop assistant how to buy and sell Quozi. In addition, there was a young Taoist priest with a peachwood sword on his back. Beside him stood a young monk, carrying a Buddhist shrine covered with cloth. It was the accompanying Buddha. The young Taoist priest looked particularly handsome and elegant. He was laughing softly with his companion, the little monk, and said, "I heard that there is a guy in the city on this ferry who claims to be the reincarnation of some Buddha. He must be a heretic without a doubt. Should we leave the bookworm aside and slay the demon?" The young monk was silent. When the three of them saw Qin Pingan, they were not surprised. Qin Pingan's attention was more on an old man with a sword standing not far away from the inn. He was undoubtedly a sword immortal and could even be an immortal. The young Taoist priest with the peachwood sword had already retracted his hand into his sleeve. He pinched his fingers and did a mental calculation. Then he immediately shuddered. His fingers felt as if they touched burning charcoal. He smiled bitterly and took the initiative to apologize to Qin Pingan. "I'm sorry for my rudeness. This place is really too strange. Everyone is strange. I'm trembling all the way. Please don't let me pass." It was indeed strange. Although they had special identities and duties so they could pass unimpeded on this ferry, but if they wanted to change cities, they still needed to solve a riddle and pass through layers upon layers of checkpoints. There was no shortcut. Fortunately, this fellow Xuanhuan seemed to know everything, so he was able to break through like a hot knife through butter. In the end, he was able to peel away the silk from the cocoon and follow the network that was constantly becoming clearer, all the way to this entry city that was the most difficult for outsiders to enter. Otherwise, this noble from Mount Longhu's celestial master residence felt that even if he had a life-saving talisman, he wouldn't be able to leave for at least 70 to 80 years if he were to travel alone on this ferry. He would obediently wander around like a ghost going around a wall. At most, he would go on a sightseeing tour. Those few cities were actually as big as the mountains and rivers of a dynasty. On the way, someone would hold a lantern with the words, "Three Great Emperors" written on it. It was red and black and hung above the door. Could be used to resolve misfortune. Some people used small incense sticks to offer candles. They prayed with every step they took until they reached the top of the mountain. There was a long-faced man who sold wine. Once he drank too much, he went crazy with the bookkeeper of the wine shop. He said that he would exterminate 10 generations of his family. There was a crazy man named Bujuan. He held a bunch of burnt bamboo slips in his hand. He asked everyone he met if they could fill in the words. They would definitely reward him handsomely. There were courier riders who set off from the capital. They whipped their horses and whipped their horses. They posted imperial edicts on the snow-white walls of the courier stations and roadside pavilions. It complemented each other with poems inscribed on the walls by the traveling officials. There were also sedan bearers who were drenched in sweat during the day. They gambled in the middle of the night and did not know what fatigue was. This made the officials who were reading at night in the side rooms shake their heads. Especially in the Benmo city in front of the city of entries, the young Taoist priest was at the edge of a large river with rolling yellow sand. He saw with his own eyes a large group of officials who came from a clear background being thrown into the rolling river by armored warriors like dumplings. However, there was a scholar standing in the distance with a happy smile. Qin Pingan nodded in greeting and smiled. "It's fine. We're just watching the fun and not joining in." Magnanimous. The young celestial master of Mount Longhu praised the green-clothed man. Then he gently tapped the young monk's shoulder with his elbow. "You guys are chatting so well. Why don't you say a few words?" The young monk continued to practice silent meditation. However, he glanced at Qin Pingan. The young monk put his palms together. Qin Pingan returned the greeting. The Confucian scholar spent a few taels of silver to buy the steward from the inn. The young Taoist priest asked, "How is it?" The Confucian scholar shook his head. "It's not much. It's better than nothing." The three of them walked out of the inn. The old sword immortal on the street silently followed the three young people to the city gate. However, this time they were different from the monk carrying the load and the donkey-riding bearded man. They were escorted by the patrolling cavalry. Qin Pingan stood at the door with his hands folded in his sleeves. As he said, he was just watching the fun. He watched the four of them leave from afar. Clearly, the three of them left the city directly to leave the night boat. In the city, outside a small pavilion, Li Shirlang looked at the signboard and stopped. He sighed. There were more than a dozen maids beside him. Qin Zidu was only one of them. Apart from them, there was only a white-haired old scholar in green. He smiled and asked, "City Lord, since you are so distressed and the young sword immortal said that he is willing to sell, then you should buy it. If you are not good at business, who is? Why, for the first time you can't swallow your pride to earn money. This is not like your usual style." Li Shirlang said, "This young man's body is full of pedantic air that assails the nostrils, all rules and regulations, all inflexible rules and regulations, making people feel uncomfortable just by looking at him. Doing business with him is indeed difficult. The Confucian scholar later is much better." The white-haired scholar laughed heartily. "Don't talk nonsense. It's obvious that the young sword immortal is too shrewd in doing business. He has some kind of competition with you, causing you to be worried and hurt. If you are not careful, the position of City Lord of Taimu City might fall into someone else's hands. Otherwise, why would Li Shirlang hurriedly throw out an eviction order? How about letting a young junior look down on your magnanimity? Pinching your nose and handing over the mountain pass and being mocked and ridiculed by others, is this good? Selling literature to earn money, if one did not talk about the amount of money earned, just the style of doing things, this Li Shirlang beside him could be said to be unique in the world. Otherwise he would not have said those shocking words. How can I endure it when I farm and the other eats? I vow to fight to the death." Li Shirlang laughed angrily. "From your tone, you really want to change the City Lord of Taimu City?" The white-haired scholar said, "I just want to give up my position and not be the deputy city lord anymore. Learn from Zhang San and leave." In the unseen world, the two city lords of Taimu City, and perhaps Scholar Du and the others, all thought that the bearded man already knew that when he left the city, it would be the time when the last bit of spiritual light dissipated. The bearded man carried a long sword, rode a lame donkey, drank wine, and left, silently bidding farewell to the world. His heroic spirit made people envious, but there was no pity. However, on the ferry, more people were still thinking of ways to struggle at death's door and muddle through. For example, Li Shirlang never hid his joy on the ferry. Therefore, Li Shirlang did not speak at the moment. This old friend was different from him. The old friend beside him only used wine and women to avoid etiquette in his heart. Moreover, as the deputy city lord, there were more restrictions than the bearded man who set up a stall, and it was more difficult to leave the city. There were countless books in Taimu City. Astronomy, geography, the 3 religions and 9 schools, and 100 schools of thought. Human relations, military politics, alchemists, magic and regulations. Ghosts and monsters, rare treasures, plants and flowers. From the beginning, there were only 4,000 entries on the night boat, and now there were more than 4 million entries. Li Shirlang suddenly said, "If you really don't want to be the deputy city lord, the young woman beside him may be an opportunity, maybe your only chance." The white-haired old scholar shook his head and said with a smile, "The taboo of the wine table is to persuade people to drink. Wouldn't that spoil the mood?" Li Shirlang said angrily, "This kind of unromantic young man, it would be strange if he could find an immortal companion. No wonder they are separated by the heavens, serves him right." The old scholar said with a smile, "The scene in that travel book of mountains and rivers is not an ordinary scene under the moon." Li Shirlang said, "It would be good if that was the case. With such a temperamental person in the book, I would give him a mountain certificate for free. Not to mention a pavilion, I would even give him a mustard seed garden." The old scholar said, "That mountain certificate from before was not given by Li Shirlang for free. He earned it with his own ability. Friendship is friendship and the truth is the truth." Li Shirlang was helpless. He looked at the small pavilion and said with a sigh, "What a pity about this pavilion." In Chicken and Dog City, beside a large river, a laurel man was walking slowly. Not far from the shore there was an academy. There was also a stone tablet on the shore with the words, "Place of Inquiry," inscribed on it. In the middle of the billowing river, there was a large rock that was the heart of the water. Long Bin asked softly, "City Lord, when that white-robed monk traveled on the ferry, he only left this thing on the boat, saying that he was waiting for a fated person. Could it be that Chinpingan? A sword immortal and a scholar, it doesn't seem to be related." The laurel man said with a smile, "I can't say. If I say it, it won't be true." Long Bin glanced at a male retainer who was following them from afar and asked carefully, "Could it be that you want to ask for a sword?" The laurel man said, "We'll talk about it later." In the White Eye City, also known as the Useless City in a rural area, the lord who left the useless city rode on an ox with a long sword hanging from its horn. The old Taoist sang loudly as he held a watermelon in his arms. He said that the green ox Taoist could prolong the life of someone who was about to die. Taoist Master White Deer was already a withered skeleton. In the end he was hit by a bunch of naughty children in the countryside with mud. He chased after him and beat him up, forcing the shameless thief to leave the watermelon behind. It was noisy and dusty on the road. The old Taoist rode on the ox's back, swaying. He stroked his beard and smiled. There was no other way. He had received the favor of others and was working for them. Suffering a little was nothing. In the White Eye City, there was a scholar standing on a bridge in the middle of the night. There was only one star in the sky like the moon. The scholar sighed slightly. He did not know when someone would be able to help the White Eye City break the Useless City. In the inn of the Useless City, the three of them sat at a table. Pei Qian was copying books while Xiaomi was eating melon seeds with the good person Mountain Lord. Qin Pingan tapped the table lightly with 2 fingers and suddenly said, "That Qin something girl from before, Pei Qian finished writing a sentence and stopped writing. He looked up and blinked. "I don't know her name. Maybe I've never seen her before. Anyway, I can't remember." Qin Pingan nodded. Xiaomi said, "She's called Jasper." "I know. And those 2 books. I remember them. Wait, let me think. Don't be impatient." Xiaomi stopped eating melon seeds. She crossed her arms and frowned. She started to think seriously about the titles of the 2 books. Qin Pingan threw a glance at Pei Qian. Pei Qian immediately smiled at Xiaomi. "Why are you thinking about this? It's not like that." Xiaomi was at a loss. Pei Qian raised his pen and made a gesture. Xiaomi looked at Pei Qian and then at the good person Mountain Lord. She sighed. All right. I can't remember." Pei Qian continued to copy books while Xiaomi continued to eat melon seeds. Only Qin Pingan walked to the window and looked at the night sky with his back facing them. No one knew what he was thinking. Xiaomi was about to say something when Pei Qian raised his head and continued to copy books. However, his eyes signaled Xiaomi not to speak. Xiaomi could only continue eating melon seeds. The 12 cities on the night boat. How could it be compared to the Ascension City? Qin Pingan suddenly raised his head and muttered, "Am I dreaming?" The vast world was split open by a sword. Someone wielded a sword and ascended to this place. The Ascension Realm Sword Cultivator followed the guidance of the sword tip. The lady's aura was like a rainbow. She rode her sword straight to the vast ocean between the North Continent and the Aquarius Continent. Then she casually cut open the restriction. In an instant she landed at the boundary of the White Eye City. Even the city lords of the 12 cities on the night boat sensed this shocking phenomenon. However, without exception, no one took the initiative to provoke the aggressive lady. The Green Ox Taoist was the most pitiful because he was the closest to the Lady Sword Immortal. The skinny and short old Taoist was stunned. He looked at the young lady in front of him. Ascension Realm Sword Immortal? The old Taoist forced a smile and pretended to be calm. He asked, "Who are you?" The lady reached out and grabbed the sword that was hanging on the oxhorn mountain. She squinted her eyes and asked the Lord, "Where's Qin Pingon?" 773. It turned out that she was looking for that brat who was good at doing business. It was a waste of talent if he didn't become a disciple of a merchant. The ox Taoist heaved a sigh of relief. It was just stealing a watermelon, there was no need to be struck by lightning. The old Taoist threw away the watermelon in his hand like a dog gnawing at a watermelon. His expression changed from calmness to realization and then to joy. It was natural and smooth without any pretense. "Miss, are you talking about that fellow Taoist Qin? He's a close friend of mine. Despite the difference in age, our friendship is solid. Although we met by chance, we're very close. Otherwise, fellow Taoist Chen wouldn't have handed this sword to me for safekeeping and traveled to this useless city together to open up a path for him." On this small path in this White Eye City village, the Ascendant Realm sword cultivator who cut open the night boat's restriction was carrying a sword case with 2 swords in it. A woman was traveling at night with a long sword in her hand. She was Ning Yao, who ascended from the 5th world to Hauran. First, she broke through the realm and killed an ancient deity with her sword, accumulating a lot of merit. Then she opened the sky with her sword and ascended to Hauran. Following the clue of one of the 4 immortal swords tied by sword point, she finally found this strange fairy. However, she didn't expect to not see that guy, but an old Taoist riding an ox with a sword hanging on his horn. Subconsciously, Ning Yao thought that he was trapped on the ferry. However, she thought about it again. Even the Great Wall of Sword Aura and the Savage World couldn't trap him. How could he be detained by a pretentious fairy? Why couldn't that guy be like a fish in water? However, she was still worried because she didn't see him with her own eyes. Ning Yao frowned. This is the useless city? Then where is he? If that guy was traveling on this ferry, who did he meet? What kind of tricky situation did he have to hand over his sword to someone else? Or did he return to his old business, being a burden dealer while scheming against someone? In the Ascendant Realm's Quan Mansion, they were only missing a portrait of their ancestor. The old Taoist's expression changed again. Without any hesitation, he said righteously, "You little girl, I don't care who you are, what background you have, what backing you have. Why, do you want to seek revenge against Taoist Chen and ask for a sword fight? Then don't blame me for relying on my age to help fellow Taoist Chen take on this matter." He didn't mention anything about Sword Immortal or Ascendant Realm. He could only assume that his eyesight was lacking and that he couldn't tell at all. Ning Yao smiled and asked, "Senior, are you sure you can handle this?" That fellow had clearly returned to the vast heavens. If he was still in his hometown in the Aquarius continent, it would have been fine. But now it seemed that he had gone to the North continent. Why was he so free? The old Taoist's expression changed again. He didn't need to judge the situation and change the topic again. He sighed with emotion and said, "I'm an outsider after all, so it's not good for me to get involved in the affairs of you young people. Allow me to take advantage of my seniority and give you a piece of advice. If you really have some misunderstanding with my little fellow Taoist Qin, it will be fine as long as both sides talk it out. Don't let a good marriage in this world be delayed by not talking about it." Ning Yao smiled. Sure enough, he was a kindred spirit of that fellow. The old Taoist priest's eyes were shrewd and ruthless. He immediately felt relieved. As expected, they were the Taoist companions of the young couple on the mountain. Little fellow Taoist Qin is lucky. On the ferry, these cultivators who were able to open up a different world, the so-called ascension and leaving as one's heart, could be real or fake. In the end, it was still a matter of borrowing. Moreover, if there was borrowing, there would be repayment. Both parties were willing. The rules were strict and business was fair. However, they were most afraid of using a sword to break 10,000 laws, especially sword cultivators who could break the restrictions of heaven and earth. Previously, the female immortal, Song Mi, almost fell into a trap on the ferry. If she didn't have an immortal realm sword cultivator by her side to protect her, who used his sword to open a path and forcefully left, Song Mi would have most likely capsized in a ditch. Generally speaking, immortal realm sword cultivators could come and go freely on the nighttime ferry. However, if they wanted to behave atrociously on the ferry, they still couldn't do it. This was because there was still an immortal realm sword cultivator on the ferry. His ending wasn't good. Now he was still working as a waiter in Bento City. Fortunately, the sword cultivator's heart wasn't ordinary. After living under someone else's roof for more than 1,000 years, he didn't lose his mind. Moreover, this fairy indeed didn't welcome the most simple-minded sword cultivator in the world. In addition to his abundant sword chi and fierce swordsmanship, which made people afraid, his knowledge was often shallow, which was of little benefit to the fairy. He might even be inferior to a cultivator of the lower 5 realms from the 100 schools of thought. Little fellow Daoist Qin is now in Medusa City. The old Daoist stroked his beard and said with a smile, "It's just that this little girl, I'm not bluffing. With your swordsmanship, it's not difficult to board and disembark. However, it's really not easy to go through the doors between the many cities on the ferry. It's extremely difficult. You're like facing an immortal realm array master. You can only fall into a situation where you're in a disadvantageous position. Instead of opening a path with a sword and bumping around everywhere, it's better to let little fellow Daoist Qin take the initiative to find you." As long as that kid came to White Eye City, it was equivalent to him taking back the long sword. This transaction would be considered even. What's more, this female immortal realm cultivator in front of him looked travel-worn and somewhat difficult to hide her tiredness from the previous journey. It was just that her pair of eyes still made people not dare to look directly at her. She was indeed the most difficult sword cultivator on the mountain. Her aura was sharp. On the contrary, little fellow Daoist Chen was pleasant when talking to others. When looking at others, his eyes were gentle, as if he was the opposite of this female sword cultivator. Probably because of this immortal realm sword cultivator's contrast, the old Daoist felt more and more that getting along with little fellow Daoist Chen was like a spring breeze. They had just parted, but it made people miss him very much. Ning Yao looked around. "I'll wait for him here. If he didn't come in half an hour, she would go to find him." It was not that she didn't have the confidence to find him. It was just that she didn't feel tired after crossing countless mountains and rivers between 2 worlds. However, when she was really close to him, Ning Yao wanted to stop instead. It was just that the first sentence after meeting him, what should she say? Ning Yao frowned unconsciously. The old Daoist, who didn't know whether to leave or not, rode on the back of the ox. He seemed calm and composed, but in fact he was very flustered. Especially when this woman frowned, he was even more uneasy. The old Daoist glanced at the blooming watermelon on the ground and felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have thrown it away. At this moment he could have eaten it to relieve his boredom. It wasn't that Daoist Green Ox was cowardly. Thinking back to the past, in the vast world, this lord who loved to wander the world and play with the world was also an expert who had accomplished many magnificent feats in immortals. Interacting with an ascendant realm sword cultivator really made one's scalp go numb. How many sword cultivators in the world really had a good temper? One by one, after learning a little swordsmanship, they were either slashing people with their swords or walking on the path of slashing people with their swords. For example, wasn't Pei Min the same in the past? Otherwise, why would he flee to this night boat just to avoid the sharp edge? None of these sword cultivators with high swordsmanship were easy to talk to. Entry City in the inn. Qin Pingan smiled at Pei Qian and said, "That mountain certificate, I'll lend it to Master first." Pei Qian handed over the immortal certificate made of green paper and said, "Master, just go and pick up Mistress. I will protect Xiaomi." Qin Pingan nodded with a smile. He put away the mountain certificate and put it in his sleeve. With one hand on the windowsill, he turned over and left the house. Then he rose from the ground and went straight to the sky. Looking down, Qin Pingan had a panoramic view of the land of Entry City. Sure enough, it was not as simple as a city, but mountains and rivers that stretched as far as the eye could see. The scenery was magnificent. As his figure rose, the world under his feet was like a chessboard. At some places where the vertical and horizontal lines intersected, there were cities where people gathered or towering mountains stood like chess pieces on the chessboard. When Qin Pingan just rode the wind, the patrolling cavalry general of Entry City threw out the big halberd in his hand. It was as fast as thunder, as if a sword immortal had summoned a flying sword. The long halberd turned into a bright rainbow light, cutting through the sky. The sound of thunder was loud, and it went straight to the foreigner who dared to violate the rules. Qin Pingan slightly changed the trajectory of his flight. With a tap of his toes, he stepped on the tip of the big halberd. Then his body suddenly leaned back and shrank the mountains and rivers. He was dozens of miles away. He put 2 fingers together and silently chanted the word, slash, and slashed down. It was as if a secret barrier of mountains and rivers had encountered the world's most effective barrier-breaking talisman, and the latter had forcibly opened a door in this small world. The sword cultivators of the world broke all laws with their swords. Qin Pingan stepped forward and waved his sleeve at the same time, knocking the long halberd that followed him back to the mortal world. His figure disappeared at the door. Qin Pingan didn't care as he followed the light that the long sword left on the ferry at night. He just went straight in a straight line. After Qin Pingan flipped out of the house, Xiaomi quickly jumped off the stool and ran to the window. She seemed to have realized that she was too short, so she had no choice but to return to the table and move a stool over. Standing on the stool, she stretched her neck and looked with all her might. Pei Qian walked to the window. Xiaomi asked softly, "Is the Hill Master's wife here?" Pei Qian leaned on the windowsill and nodded with a smile. "It must be Master's wife." Xiaomi whispered in Pei Qian's ear, "When I see the Hill Master's wife later, how many kowtow should I kowtow? Is 100 enough?" After Pei Qian returned home from his first trip to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Pei Qian was still not very tall. He was about the same height as Sister Nuanshu. But every time he talked to Zhou Mili about the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Pei Qian would be extremely happy. He would tell her all sorts of strange things as well as Pei Qian's great achievements in the pugilistic world. He even told her about a little girl called Guizhuzhou. She was very tanned, even darker than charcoal. Moreover, she was much shorter than Xiaomi, but she was an extremely skilled bootlicker. When she kowtowed, she would kowtow to Pei Qian every time. However, that little girl nicknamed Lu Duan was a little silly. Her words were even more uncouth than Qin Lingjuan's, but she was actually quite a good person. She could be considered Master's disciple. After a while, Xiaomi remembered that little girl who was Pei Qian's junior apprentice sister. She also remembered that little girl's favorite habit of kowtowing. When Pei Qian heard Xiaomi's question, he immediately knew that something was wrong. If Master knew how he had talked about Guizhuzhou behind his back when he was young, he would probably be in deep trouble. Those little account books of Master's were never written down. They were only in Master's heart. No one could flip through them or see them. Thus, Pei Qian first told Xiaomi that there was no need to kowtow. When she met Master's wife, she just had to remember to shout, "Mountain Lord's wife," a few times. He also reminded Xiaomi that she did not recognize Guizhuzhou. Xiaomi scratched her face and said, "If I shout with all my might, my voice will be very loud. If I'm not careful, it will sound like thunder. What if I scare Mountain Lord's wife?" Pei Qian smiled and rubbed Xiaomi's head. "Master's wife is very powerful. She won't be scared by you." Xiaomi thought for a moment, how powerful? Pei Qian was silent for a moment. He looked at the twilight outside the window and gave an answer that did not seem to answer the question. "Without Master's wife, I wouldn't have met Master." Xiaomi suddenly stretched out her hand and patted Pei Qian's arm lightly. Because for some reason the black-clothed young lady felt that Pei Qian seemed a little sad at this moment. It was neither too sad nor too sad, just a little. After Pei Qian grew up, she would often be like this. She would accompany her and Sister Nuanshu on Luapa Mountain. No matter if it was on the second floor of the bamboo house, at the stone table by the cliff, or at the railing at the peak of the mountain, as they sat and chatted, Pei Qian would suddenly stop talking. She would think about something and purse her lips. Moreover, she would straighten her back as if she was looking at a place very, very far away. During those years when they were on the mountain, Pei Qian would occasionally raise her head and look at a very, very high place. However, her mood seemed to be in a very, very low place. Even if Xiaomi wanted to help, she couldn't pick it up and move it. Pei Qian would no longer roll up her sleeves and walk backward step by step along the green bricks on the ground before jumping off the cliff. She would no longer strut around the mountain with him. Pei Qian would no longer jump under a tree, grab onto a branch with both hands, and let him grab her feet to swing with her. There were many branches that Pei Qian would need to jump to grab in the past. Now Pei Qian could grab onto them by tiptoeing. It had been many years since they had a battle of wits and courage with the hornet's nest on Chiduan Mountain. Many of the interesting things that happened when Pei Qian was short were like melon seeds in her pocket, gone the moment she ate them. Xiaomi gently patted Pei Qian's arm. Pei Qian turned her head, then lowered it slightly and asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" Xiaomi seemed to have picked up a melon seed from Pei Qian's sleeve with 2 fingers and tossed it into her mouth. "It's just a little worry, gone the moment I eat it." Pei Qian laughed and Xiaomi laughed as well. At first she was still a little reserved, but when she saw that Pei Qian was happy, Xiaomi immediately grinned from ear to ear. Pei Qian smacked her head and quickly walked to the table. She put away the scroll with the colorful note stuck on it. Xiaomi jumped off the stool and leaned on the table, laughing out loud. "I know. I've never seen it before. How can it be like this?" Pei Qian started munching on the melon seeds. Xiaomi leaned on the table and hesitated for a long time. Suddenly she said softly, "Pei Qian, can you cultivate?" Pei Qian was puzzled. "Why are you asking this?" Xiaomi grinned and rested her round chin on the back of her hand. "I'm just asking." In fact, she was afraid that the next time she went on a long journey, she would only return home after many years. She was afraid that Pei Qian would not grow taller but have white hair. Pei Qian smiled. I've always been practicing the sword. It doesn't seem particularly difficult. Pei Qian hurriedly added, You can't say such words to my master, can you? Xiaomi was elated. Do you know? Qin Pingan left the city where Li Shilang was overseeing and came to an unfamiliar city. Qin Pingan, who had traveled far, actually fell head first into the river. With a punch, the river was cut off and the water boiled. Soon after, he entered the third city. There was a towering mountain blocking his way. Qin Pingan changed his sword technique and learned from Ding Ying and Pei Min. He used his finger sword technique, and the sword light burst out, splitting the mountain apart. In the next city, Qin Pingan rode the wind to a bridge in the clouds. On the bridge, there was a slender woman with a beautiful face who looked slightly bitter. When she saw Qin Pingan, who had crossed the boundary without permission, she became even more displeased. This woman's aura was astonishing. Countless pocket-sized scenes lingered around her like a little bird. There was a jade pendant by the lotus pond, an orchid boat ferry, and a flock of geese heading south. There was a temple with incense burning and a plaque with the words Lotus God Temple. There was a lush grass in front of the door, and the stars in the sky were rotating. There was a Rue Brain golden beast in the house with green smoke rising in spirals. The wind rolled up the curtains, and a maidservant stood on tiptoe to look at the bananas and cherries in the courtyard outside the window. She was whispering to a haggard woman. On the muddy road, more than 10 carriages were moving slowly. A woman with a miserable expression lifted the curtains, and she was deeply worried. Beside her stood a young man with his sleeves hanging down. He had a handsome appearance, silver eyes and antlers on his head. The young man with antlers raised his hand and reached out his sleeve. A thunder technique condensed in his palm. It was as small as a mustard seed, but its power was as great as a heavenly tribulation. Qin Pingan continued to ride the wind. He raised his hand and condensed the thunder technique in his palm. In the end, the woman gently shook her head. The young man with antlers with a lonely gaze retracted his hand back into his sleeve. Qin Pingan had just crossed the bridge in the clouds that hung high in the sky when he realized that he had appeared in a palace. In front of him was a huge mirror that was as tall as a person. It could actually reflect one's internal organs. After Qin Pingan appeared, his sharp sword qi and vigorous gang qi stirred up ripples on the surface of the mirror, causing the liver, gallbladder and internal organs to be reflected in the mirror. In an instant, there were 2 realm protectors in the main hall. One of them slashed down with a knife, while the other summoned a flying sword. Qin Pingan walked straight forward. He held the blade with one hand and casually pushed it away. He used 2 fingers to catch the flying sword and gently threw it back. He was dressed in a green robe, and his sleeves swayed as he walked into the mirror. He strolled leisurely and turned his head with a smile. Sorry for the offense. How many mountains and rivers had he traveled to the Great Wall of Sword Qi twice? A night boat was no more than 12 cities. This distance was nothing. Above the sea, a group of 4 people hovered in the wind. The sea beneath their feet was turbulent, and huge waves that were dozens of feet high were stirred up by the sword qi of the female sword deity. In the distant sea, there were 8 winds and thunder, and 5 colored clouds were gathering and dispersing. Not long after they left the night boat, the woman seemed to be right next to them. She slashed out with her sword and cut the restriction, opening the door to the small world of the fairy. Her figure flashed and she entered the fairy. The rules of heaven and earth and the fairy laws were all useless. The dangers on the mountain and the treacherous secret realms were all false. Anyway, she had leveled them with one strike. The yellow-purple noble of the celestial master residence of Mount Longhu was shocked. He patted his chest and did not hide his fear. I have never seen such a domineering woman who exudes the aura of a sword deity in my life. For the 4 cultivators on the mountain, the distance of dozens of miles was just a hair's breadth away from where the sword landed. Yuan Yin said, "If I'm not wrong, it's Ning Yao from the Ascension City." The young Taoist had a playful look in his eyes. Did the 2 of them know each other? Yuan Yin could only explain with a smile. She left the Ascension City this time with a jade token from the One Temple. The young Taoist asked tentatively, did Ning Yao rely on accumulating merits to return to the vast world like Zhao Yao of the One Saint's lineage? The old sword deity, who had always been taciturn, suddenly said, "She's already an Ascension Realm sword deity." The old man had unsheathed his sword and stood in front of the 3 young people to protect them. His main purpose was to protect the young celestial master and the young monk from the celestial master residence. As for Xuanhuan, the old sword deity, did not need to worry too much. The young Taoist was shocked. How old is Ning Yao? She should be in her 40s at most. How can she be in the Ascension realm? It was not strange for Ning Yao to become the first Jade Pure Realm cultivator in the history of the Fifth World. Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple in the Aquarius continent entered the Jade Pure Realm in his 40s. It was not strange for Ning Yao to become the first Immortal Realm cultivator in the brand new world. It could be said that she was well prepared and blessed by the heavens. It was time for her to become the leader of the Sword Dao in the world. However, it would be strange if it was not strange for her to reach the Ascension realm just like that. The young Taoist shook his head vigorously. He would never believe that Ning Yao was already in the Ascension realm. The old sword deity said, Ning Yao's cultivation talent is too good. She has an immortal sword and the luck in the Fifth World. It's not too difficult for her to reach the Ascension realm. It's just that it's unexpected that she broke through so quickly. There were many discussions about whether Ning Yao could reach the Ascension realm and reach the peak of the vast world. They all felt that it was not difficult. The only debate was how long it would take for Ning Yao to break through the bottleneck of the immortal realm. For example, the old sword deity from the central divine continent guessed that it would take about 80 years, which was not far from the estimation of the abacus plate. Only Fatty Yu, who was the banker and invited everyone to bet, was the most exaggerated, saying that it would take at most 30 years. Well, this time Yu Panshui really killed him and made a lot of money. The 10 young people of the heavens and the 10 substitutes made a total of 22 people. Ascension City's Ning Yao, the Confucian scholar of the quasi-saint lineage, and the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chen, as well as one of the substitutes, dream tourist of the Liuxia continent, the city lord of Appearance City, whose alias was Xiao Baowan. If it wasn't for the fact that Yuan Zhen had just left, there would have been 4 people on a night boat. And this Yuan Zhen was the Confucian scholar who won the debate against Li Baoping. The young Taoist turned to look at the old man and said with a smile, Senior? The old sword deity knew what this kid wanted to ask and said indifferently, I can't beat him, but I can barely escape. Sword cultivators of the same realm fought in pairs. The sword cultivators of the vast world were far inferior to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This was common sense and they had to admit it even if they didn't want to. Qi Tingji, who had already established a sect in the South Swirl continent, had confirmed this truth. Cutting down a Jade Realm cultivator was really like playing around. Not to mention that Ning Yao was now in the Ascension realm. The young Taoist sighed. Scary, really scary. Such a woman who can become her Tao companion in the future. This really makes me very curious. The old sword deity smiled for the first time. Since Ning Yao isn't going to the wilderness to slay great demons, but is rushing to the ferry, why is she in such a hurry? The young Taoist laughed loudly and said, as expected of an experienced jianghu veteran. Unique views and sharp eyes. The old sword deity laughed it off. Cultivating in the mountains was a long time. As long as one was an old man who was still single, which old man didn't have a bit of romance? After all, it wasn't the left and right who seemed to have water in his head. If there really was a matchmaker in the world who flipped through the marriage book, Yu Lao would definitely be annoyed by alliance and afraid of the left and right. One of them would cry and beg Yu Lao, wishing that she could wrap her hands and feet with red strings. One of them was Yu Lao. If he dared to get close, he would be asking the left and right. Yuan Zhen said, let's continue on our way. The group rode the wind towards the central divine continent. There were now a total of 6 teams like them in the vast world. As the young Taoist rode the wind, he couldn't help but think of the smiling and good-tempered green-robed guest in Luogong City. Could it be that guy who attracted Ning Yao? That guy's breadth of mind and bearing were naturally excellent, but his appearance seemed to be inferior to his own. Xiao Baowan had returned from Taimu City. He went to a famous shop and bought all the books that recorded that story. After that, he immediately used his identity as the city lord of Luogong City and crushed a talisman that was similar to a customs document. He set off for the extremely absurd Benmo City. In the corridor of a palace that was like a paradise, Xiao Baowan saw 2 beautiful women. One was wearing a palace dress and had a graceful bearing. The other was wearing a loose dress and was charming. The former was the Lady of Kongtong. She was now the leader of the female officials in the West Court of the Water Dragon Hall. She was in charge of drawing eyebrows and holding the lantern. She was also the secretary of the West Court and could be considered half the mistress of the 16th Court of Longlin Canal. At this moment she was kneeling on a bamboo mat. She turned her head and greeted Xiao Baowan with a smile. She didn't get up to greet him. The Lady of Kongtong only wore one embroidered shoe all year round. The woman beside her had taken off her shoes and was lying on the bamboo mat. She leaned against a porcelain pillow and was drinking wine. She was naturally charming. She raised her head and finished the cup of wine in her hand. The lady of Kongtong poured her another cup. This woman's posture was as heroic as a man's. She was slightly drunk and her cheeks were flushed. She looked like a peach blossom maiden. However, she wasn't from Benmo City. Her real name was Zhu Su. In Li Shilong's Luogong City, she changed her name to Zhu Shu. When she was alive, she was a famous courtesan in Beihao. She liked to drink wine, but she had a rule. If she didn't meet someone who understood her, she wouldn't touch a drop of wine. Zhu Su was Li Shilong's maid in Taima City. As for why she often came here to drink with the lady of Kongtong, it was probably because she met someone who empathized with her. There were also some erotic rumors that were widely spread in the two cities. Xiao Baowan wasn't in the mood to investigate whether they were true or false. Xiao Baowan bowed and said with a smile, "Greetings, Lady Wu, Miss Zhu." Zhu Su's lapel opened slightly, revealing a faintly discernible snow-white skin. She narrowed her peach blossom eyes and asked with a smile, "City Lord Xiao, could it be that you've already gathered the 3 items?" Xiao Baowan took out 3 items. A bag of green, a piece of string, and an embroidered shoe that he had prepared beforehand. He took a few steps forward and bent down to place it on the edge of the bamboo mat. Zhu Su suddenly stretched out her foot and stepped on the embroidered shoe. She smiled charmingly, "Oh, you've really gathered them for City Lord Xiao. This isn't an easy thing. Why don't I make a deal with you? The 3 items belong to me and I'll get Baowan. As for whether it's a night of spring or a few nights of spring, we can discuss it." Xiao Baowan said helplessly, "Miss Zhu, you must be joking." Wu Jiangxian sat up with a faint look in her eyes. She put away the conch and the string. Then she picked up the embroidered shoe and changed her sitting position. She turned sideways, lowered her head, and bent down to put it on her feet. Xiao Baowan had already retracted his gaze and looked forward, not looking at this charming scene. In fact, Xiao Baowan was most afraid of coming to Absurd Tang City among the 11 cities outside of Appearance City. Because here the cultivators' realm was the most useful and the least useful. For outsiders like them, according to the rules of this world, they were considered passers-by. Therefore, a Jade Pure Realm cultivator would have a realm of cultivation in this city. A cultivator who had just stepped on the path of cultivation might have the cultivation of an earth immortal here, and even have the Jade Pure Realm spells and supernatural powers. Only cultivators around the Dragon Gate realm would have a cultivation that was roughly equivalent to their real realm in the city. The little cave-dwelling realm water monster in the basket on Qin Pingan's back could, of course, climb a few realms after entering the city. But Qin Pingan's sudden drop in realms was an opportunity for Xiao Baowan. Therefore, Xiao Baowan had to make another trip to Absurd Tang City to set up an ambush for the hidden official. On Du Xiaocai's side, he first gave the white ginger and other items in exchange for the narrow knife and small eyebrows. It was true that he obtained the opportunity, but it was more to get close to Qin Pingan without leaving a trace. He then added the content of the flower-smoked calligraphy to help the descendant of the Fu family fulfill his wish. In the end, he exchanged a bag of green and a piece of string from the old man. Exchanging a real opportunity with the lady of Kongtong was a lie, but asking her for something was real. The lady of Kongtong stood up and asked, "Mayor Xiao, if you have any requests, please state them. As long as it is within my ability, I will not refuse. Even if you want me to ask for the 400 scrolls of Changzhou Jade Mirror from Yanmen County Duke, or the set of regional universe illustrated records compiled by Cui Zielv and supplemented by Yunashi, it is not a problem. I believe that Li Shilong's side in Absurd Tang City has been waiting for many years. However, I am unable to move the excerpts of Dongdu's Xuanhuan Palace Hall. I hope that Mayor Xiao will not force me." The West Garden Longlin Canal and Dongdu's Xuanhuan Palace Hall in Absurd Tang City had a very rich collection of books, totaling more than 400,000 scrolls. However, the most precious books were never exchanged with Taima City. Li Shilong could not do anything about it. Xiao Baowan glanced at Zhu Su. The lady of Kongtong turned her head and smiled, "I won't keep you." Zhu Su's eyes were filled with hidden bitterness. She put down the wine cup, covered her collar with one hand and picked up her shoes with the other. She slowly stood up and whispered affectionately, "Wouldn't it be better if you count me in?" The lady of Kongtong turned a deaf ear. After Zhu Su's figure disappeared, Xiao Baowan opened his mouth and said, "I am not asking Lady Wu for these precious books. I only have one request. I hope that Lady Wu can at some point open the city's restrictions so that someone will not be bound by the great Tao of Benmo City and be able to wield his sword once. It will be enough to wield his sword 3 times against a passerby on the ferry. The Lady of Kongtong frowned slightly. The person you want to kill is the green-robed sword immortal beside that young woman? Xiao Baowan nodded. That's him. The Lady of Kongtong walked beside the white jade railing. She habitually stretched out a slender finger and gently touched her eyebrows. For a moment, it was difficult to make a choice. The young woman who held the mountain walking staff was actually able to look at her from a distance in absurd Tang City. This already surprised the Lady of Kongtong. As for the person Xiao Baowan mentioned, it was the immortal realm sword cultivator who was detained by the night boat for 1,000 years. His surname was Wan Kun, and he was a jade craftsman. At this moment he was still serving tea and water in a wine shop. The style of the xianxia money in the vast world had been revised several times. In the end they chose the casting standard of this jade craftsman. Moreover, among the 3 kinds of immortal money on the mountain, only the xianxia money chose seal characters. It was started by Wan Kun, this recognized infatuated type. The reason why this famous jade craftsman who eventually became a sword immortal took the initiative to find the night boat and became an errand boy in Benmo City was, of course, to make the Lady of Kongtong change her mind and continue their previous relationship. While the Lady of Kongtong was hesitating, she and Xiao Baowan looked up at the sky almost at the same time. The sword light was like a rainbow, shining in all directions. In the end, the female sword immortal landed in the White Eye City. The Lady of Kongtong was in a daze and murmured, "What an outstanding woman." Xiao Baowan was a little scared, because he guessed the identity of the female sword immortal. Ning Yao, the leader of the 100 sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, was now the #1 person on the peak of the 5th world. The night boat itself was a wonderful immortal weapon. The cultivation base of the person overseeing the ferry was equivalent to an ascendant realm. The female immortal of Liuxia continent, Songo, and the sword immortal who found the ferry with her did not land on the boat with a sword. Like Qin Pingan, they first took the ferry and then docked on the night boat. However, Songo saw that the situation was not good. The sword immortal beside her had to open up a path with a sword. The night boat did not deliberately obstruct them. Xiao Baowan, as one of the 12 city lords, did not dare to say that he had seen the depth of the ferry under his feet. Xiao Baozhuan's figure suddenly flashed, and he left Bento City involuntarily. The Lady of Kongtong immediately bowed as a salute to someone from afar. The will of heaven was unpredictable. In Chicken and Dog City, on the bank of the river that Qin Pingan had passed by, the man Laurel brought Long Bin with him to the barrier's city gate. The city lord of Chicken and Dog City, with a slight thought, spread out a snow-white scroll like paper on the surface of the water. 70 to 80 seal sloughs of different sizes appeared one by one, with red and white seal scripts. The first seal slough was the Wine Immortal Poetry Buddha, the sword is eternal. It was used by the city lord of Chicken and Dog City, one of the upper 4 cities, to take the opportunity to tease city lord Huang of White Eye City. Didn't the latter say that the immortals and Buddhas were vast and boundless? The man's waist hung in ancient jade with the seal script of Fulling Marquis. This was self-deprecating. The young man beside the city lord could not help but grin and laugh. This Mr. Qin is both elegant and vulgar. He can open a shop in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, sell wine to make money, and have the mind to carve so many seals. No foreign sword cultivator can do such a thing. The man Laurel laughed. I heard that after the 100 Sword Immortal Seal Manual, there is also the Phantom Sword Immortal Seal Manual. Now, not even 100 seals have been collected. There is still a long way to go. Long Bin said, if we can get 2 seals directly, we won't have to be so troublesome. The man shook his head and asked, looking at these seals, do you find any knowledge? Long Bin glanced at the seals on the river and said, in the Golden Stone Seal Manual, there are dozens of types of characters. But this Qin Pingan only uses a few seal scripts, adhering to the rules and regulations everywhere. No wonder Li Shirlang thinks he is pedantic. And even the relatively rare folded seal script and bird bug script are rarely used. Is he worried that the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi will not recognize them? Can't he sell the seals? And even the side of the seals are not written in cursive. It's as if he has never learned and does not know how to write at all. The man laughed. There are only 3 folded seal scripts. Beautiful idea prolongs life, worried heart, and half-knowing ghost hits the wall. These are all meant to borrow the meaning of the words. They purposely took the complexity of the words to match the seals. Other than that, all the seals are easy to recognize. What? Of course, it is because of this young hidden official state of mind. He is pursuing a realm of knowledge that is just and right. He can stand firm anywhere. There is no threshold, so there is no need to pay attention to things like, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. It is like saying something casually to people. People on the mountain will understand it, scholars will understand it, and people who have never studied will understand it. Long been bowed and praised, the city lord is wise. The man continued, but the reason why I value the Ing Sword Fairy Manual so much is not only because of the contents of the seals, but also because there is a hidden tug of war. It is too interesting. The man lifted his sleeves and made a gesture of writing with both hands. He poked lightly and smiled. Scholars are unable to study and write books. Even the children in the village know how to write. What's so strange about that? However, this Qin Pingan's handwriting resembled a person. It was already very similar, but he still had to work so hard for nothing. From beginning to end, he was chasing after another person. Therefore, it was extremely interesting. I can even imagine a young man in a shabby alley practicing calligraphy. The further he goes, the more competitive he will be, as if his eyes are about to kill someone. The young man looked at the shedding water scroll on the water and said in surprise, "There are so many ways." The laurel man put his hands behind his back and suddenly smiled. He said to himself, "What an interesting person. There are the most number of single seals. There is the room of yearning. The heart is attached to the beauty thinking of her. The regret of not being able to travel far, the sword hangs a long rainbow. Clear and bright. The young man dreams and the wind and rain. A lifetime of bowing to the sword immortal. Behind the north, beautiful eyes look forward. The deer cry, the oriole flies, reluctant to part. The sword aura here is the longest in the world. The temple, the Taoist temple, the Taoist temple. The flowers and the moon are united, the immortal couple. The beauty of a woman in the world shames the three lanterns in the sky. There are no mountains or rivers, but it is the highest city in the world. The children are playing, the sword immortal is drinking. There are 300 oranges in the frost. I am not moved by the wind, the banner is not moved, the heart is not moved. The golden wind and dew, the spring grass and green hills, the two are compatible. The white egret stands in the snow during the day, the inkstone has no light at night. Who is at the top of the city? There are the most clouds in the world. The wild goose hits the wall. The fish turns into a dragon. Asked to be drunk, don't be drunk. The flowers and grass are lush. Climbing the city is like visiting a tomb, the sword is like offering wine. Resting in the big dragon cave of Yendang Mountain, in the dream of the third watch, the sky is full of stars, unable to sleep, barefoot jumping into the grass. The reincarnation of the Dingguang Buddha, the mortal of the Saha world. Hot pot and wine, I have the world. Winter bamboo shoots fried with meat. The wanderer, the person in the painting, the sweetheart. The fox talks nonsense. The books are not expensive, but they are hard to buy. The narrow path, everyone is wild. I will let you have one move. It is just a heavenly tribulation. The meaning is clear. It is just walking with an umbrella. Repenting is better than not doing wrong. Not knowing enough. I don't dare to climb the city with a sword, for fear of driving back the 3 moons. Why should I learn the sword? The sword supports the moon mountain. Which street does not have sword immortals? Those without flying swords are also sword cultivators. The great wall of sword energy can be arrogant. There were also pairs of imprint molts. Inseparable. 2 hearts are connected. Bowing to the sky. The Tao illuminates the world. Generosity goes. Boundless returns. Pour a cup of wine for you. The sun and moon are in the middle of the cup. Past and present. They are all sword cultivators. Sword immortals were once young. Sword immortals were once young girls. The wine sold by the second shopkeeper is excellent. Drink if you don't believe it. It is indeed delicious. There are even imprints with marginal content. Marginal content. The road is muddy, the people are exhausted, heroes are not recorded in the books. The real famous person is not romantic, the big stone is upright in the sky. Imprint, so you are a gentleman. 1,000 credits are not as good as $800. Sincerity is hard to beat evil. Imprint, earning money is not easy, cultivation is very difficult. There are no accidents in the world, fighting for fame and profit is endless. Let me roll my eyes at you. Imprint, let's drink. Since ancient times, poets can't wait to kill the word love. Only I hate that love does not come and drink his mother's wine. Anger comes from the guts, smashing the book with a stick, smashing the graceful poem. Imprint, I am a lonely man. Without money, sword immortals have no wine to get drunk. The graceful beauty suddenly has autumn fat. Imprint, what should I do? The old friend is even more beautiful, generous and strange. The young man has a peak in his heart, suddenly stolen by the cloud. Imprint, careless. Hanging Arch City. Outside the main hall where the ancient mirror was placed, there was a lazy man sitting on the steps. His sword was across his knees, his body was leaning back and his elbows were on the ground. Languid, he was looking into the distance. Under his feet was a white snake as thick as the mouth of a bowl. The white snake twisted its body and spoke human language, cursing, "Come and chop me, you bastard. You are so shameless. With your swordsmanship, how dare you draw your sword and chop me? You can chop me to death? Why don't you let people write in the books that you killed all the flood dragons?" The man raised his hand and picked his nose. He nodded and said, "Yes, yes, 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 yes." Only then did the white snake calm down. It swayed its tail gently and said, "These old and young are so annoying. It has been so many years and they still haven't stopped. Just the old street, they can't afford white cranes, so they want to steal their neighbors' white geese every day. Why don't they do something about it? And that rake ear, he squats at the door and watches Miss Lou every day. Every time his wife sees him, she rushes out with a kitchen knife, wanting to chop off the arms and legs of the women passing by. Is this reasonable? That guy called Xuanhuan, if he doesn't gather people to gamble, he spends money to buy people's hearts, forming cliques, and fighting with those old enemies in the nearby streets. He really has nothing better to do. He fights all day long. If you want a F***king fight, you should at least get a few weapons that can chop blood out. What's with the carrying poles and benches? Before the fight, you have to arrange the troops, and after the fight, you have to reward them according to their contributions and give them drumsticks. Are you messing with me? The more the white snake talked, the angrier it got. It opened its mouth and bit the lazy man's calf. The man felt a burst of pain. He pulled for a long time but couldn't pull it off. Damn it, you haven't bathed for a few days. What's that smell? The white snake finally loosened its mouth and even spat on the ground. I don't even care to talk about those fellows in Wui Alley. And that Li guy, he has no grudges with your family's descendants for no reason. Both sides have been separated for so many years, and they have nothing to do with each other. He gave up on making money as a bodyguard and chose not to take the righteous path. He just had to find a way to arrange a battle. Two groups of paupers, together with those 30 or so horses, charged through the enemy's formation? Who are they trying to show off to? Are they crazy? Damn it, there are also some old bachelors and lechers. Look at how poor they are. Every day they can drink a bowl of wine for half a day. They still have to spit on the side of the road and brag. They are competing to see who has slept with the most women. Besides, that guy named Ordinary, do you think he has a problem in his head? He only eats one meal a day and then when he has nothing to do, he runs a few streets away to block people's doors. He insists that the guy he forced to commit suicide by swallowing gold return his gold to him. The man endured the white snake's incessant chatter and listened for a full 15 minutes. Finally he couldn't take it anymore. He yawned, sat up and said helplessly, "What else can I do if I don't make a ruckus like this? I have to find something to do." Each and every one of them, regardless of whether they were wise or incapable emperors, whether they were the founding emperors or the fallen emperors, were all people whose names would go down in history. In fact, the Hanging Arch City was mostly a quarrel between the emperor and his subjects. It was estimated that as long as the night ships were still there, the two sides would continue to quarrel. As for the fathers scolding their sons behind closed doors, and the ancestors scolding their unfilial descendants, there was no need to talk about it. Every family had its own difficulties to recite. The white snake raised its head and said angrily, "You have no eyesight at all. Hurry up and give me a pot of wine to drink. If you don't have good wine, cut your own thigh with a sword and let me deal with it." The man laughed, "When that immortal couple comes to our place as guests, I'll help you ask them for a few pots of genuine immortal wine." The white snake was silent, then muttered in a low voice, "You can't drink decapitation wine. When the time comes, don't just call him brother and treat him to some snake stew. The water is the rippling of the eyes, the mountain is the gathering of the eyebrows. If you want to ask where to go, go to the eyebrows and eyes." The man took a deep breath and pressed his hands on the scabbard. He laughed, "Being young and still alive really makes one envious." The white snake coiled up and asked, "You ignorant and incompetent person, when did you learn to talk about literature?" The man stretched and said, "Should we go see if there are any new nursery rhymes or go stroll around the pavilion of eternal peace?" The white snake sneered, "If you have the ability, go to the pavilion of Wu River." The man raised his sword and stood up. If you have the guts, then you don't have the ability. He played with his sword and accidentally dropped it on the ground. The white snake swung its tail and swept the sword dozens of feet away. It remembered something and reminded, Ji Sijuan, that debt collector is asking you for the reward for the law side chapter, again. He's complaining to your auntie that he really can't eat these days. It can't be helped. It's not that he's spouting nonsense. Every now and then he'll treat a sema to good wine. When he's drunk he'll get a sema to drink his fill. After all, the money for the wine and medicine are all real expenses. You can't blame the old man for coming here to complain about being poor. However, the old man deliberately wore that pair of worn-out boots that are about to wear through the soles. It's a little too much. The white snake suddenly said angrily, "Why are you staring at me with your eyes wide open? How much money can you get by selling me? You're crazy." The man retracted his gaze and walked down the stairs step by step. He asked, "That woman, is she really in the ascendant realm?" The white snake slid down the stairs and said, "She has to be. And I don't know why, seeing that woman and seeing that young sword immortal just now, I feel like my eyelids are twitching, my legs are unstable, and my heart is trembling." The man bent down to pick up the sword and put it on his shoulder. He looked down. "I didn't hear you clearly, can you say that again?" The white snake flew into a rage out of humiliation and was about to bite the man's calf, treating it as a drink. In the end, the man kicked it up high and used the scabbard to slap it away. The man hugged the sword and stood with a satisfied face. He nodded and said, "This is very kingly." The man quickly became worried. He thought about his auntie and then thought about the young sword immortal's immortal companion. Comparisons were odious. But no matter what, he still liked her. The lazy man who walked slowly with his sword tapped on his shoulder felt that when he was 35 years old, she was only 20 years old. She was very beautiful at that time. Xiao Baoan came to a mountain peak that did not belong to the 12 fairy cities. It was surrounded by clouds and mist. On the top of the mountain, there was only a middle-aged scholar with a thin appearance and a monk who was sleeping soundly on a futon. Around this lonely mountain, there was a vast sea of clouds. Cities could be vaguely seen, like duckweed that was undulating with the water. Suddenly the scenery changed. It was as if he was in the outer space. The stars were as small as mustard seeds, but they were all in the panoramic view as bright as the Milky Way. In the blink of an eye the scenery changed again. It was as if pedestrians were walking on the ancient road like tall gods, and the lonely mountain was just a speck of dust on the road. Xiao Baoan bowed to the scholar first and then smiled bitterly. "Ship owner, why do you want me to target Qin Pingan like this?" If he did not agree to this, not only would he not be able to keep his position as the city lord of Appearance City, but he would also not be able to leave the dreamland. Although it was only a piece of divine sense, it would sink into the world of the fairy. But for Xiao Baoan, who was a traveler in the dreamland as one of the 10 young candidates of several worlds, his ambition was to reach the peak of the Great Tao. This involved the entire future of the Great Tao, which was equivalent to his life. As long as a piece of his mind could not escape, when he broke through the bottleneck of nascent soul, he would not be disturbed by any inner demons. The next barrier on the Great Tao, in Buddhist words, was as big as Mount Meru lying across the road. As for Xiao Baoan, he had studied the Buddhist school, the least of the various schools of thought. Otherwise, he would not have missed out on the opportunities of the Buddhist sect so many times and still not been able to obtain them. The middle-aged scholar asked, "Guess, after he entered the city, including you, how many words did he say to the locals of the fairy?" Xiao Baoan shook his head and smiled bitterly. How could he guess? The middle-aged scholar slowly walked to the edge of the mountain peak. "He is a foreigner and you are half a foreigner, so it is just right. Others are not suitable for this." Whether or not Xiao Baojuan's 3 schemes succeeded or not was not important at all. The fairy did not expect that the city lord Xiao, who was one of the 10 young candidates, would be able to keep the hidden official, Qin Shi. It was not only the gap between the two sides, but also their temperament. What the middle-aged scholar needed was to use Xiao Baojuan's appearance in the city to pester him endlessly. He wanted the young hidden official to chat with people on the night boat, visit immortals, and fish for opportunities. The more the better. The more Qin Pingan spoke on the night boat, the more words he involved, the more weight he had on the fairy. Every word was a nail, every sentence was a chain, and every opportunity was a small cage of thorns. In the end, when the young man thought about it, his heart would feel like it was being cut by a knife. This was the hospitality of the fairy. Ordinary people did not receive such treatment, and even immortals were not worthy. Therefore, there was a reason for making an exception to let Qin Pingan and the other two directly enter the city. The middle-aged scholar looked at the village path of the White Eye City and smiled. Man proposes, God disposes? This is a bit troublesome. He smiled at Xiao Baoan. You have already found a way out, what are you afraid of? Long Bin of the Chicken and Dog City kept calling him Mr. Qin and helped Marquis Fulling to ask for the seal slew, so you deliberately took the risk to expose Qin Pingan's identity as a hidden official. It is actually very wise and it can dispel the other party's last hope. Besides, in the end, if you are really forced to confront him, you can pour all the dirty water on me. Here, take it as a promise so there is no need to feel burdened. Xiao Baoan was silent. The owner of the ferry, Mr. Zhang, had the cultivation of the Ascendant Realm. This ferry was an immortal supreme treasure that ceaselessly rose in quality by relying on sewing and mending. Presently, it was already an immortal artifact. Moreover, on the night boat, the newest 4 cities would be opened in the near future. This was also one of the reasons why Xiao Baoan had been so tirelessly running around recently. Moreover, Xiao Baojuan's biggest reliance was not the identity of the city lord of Beauty City. It was that every time he slept and woke up, he could leave his real body in the place of cultivation in the Liuxia continent, sleepwalk on the night boat, and change a certain mind time and time again. By repeatedly entering the dream, he added knowledge to the various cities on the ferry. Through this shortcut, he accumulated enough merit at an extremely fast speed to win the position of the city lord of Beauty City, one of the lower 4 cities. It was just that Xiao Baoan was still unable to determine whether Mr. Zhang was alive or dead, his true realm, his foundation of Tao, and his trump card. Everything was too illusory and too mysterious. On a night boat, there was an old saying that there was a house of gold and a book, 1,000 grains of rice and a jade like beauty. Moreover, everyone's knowledge could be used to exchange for money, which could allow the living immortals to extend their lives, piece together their souls, and refine the real into the illusory, so that a little bit of spiritual light would not dissipate. The middle-aged scholar looked at the distant sea of clouds. Xiao Baoan followed his gaze and found that it was the heaviest of the 12 cities on the night boat, Goose Feather City, also known as Question and Answer City. And this so-called heaviness was the kind of weight that could be bought for a price. The 12 cities on the ferry had always been divided into different sizes and weights. Even though Xiao Baoan was the city lord, he could not enter Goose Feather City. He only had some scattered rumors. It was completely different from the city that strictly adhered to the principles of seeking the truth in all matters, and Ning Ke does not write. Goose Feather City, as its name suggested, recorded countless trivial matters, both big and small. But because they were all old records outside the ferry, immortals would not be able to overturn them, so they were as light as a feather and insignificant. The files in the city were piled up like mountains. They recorded everything up and down the mountain, the court, the officialdom, the streets of Jianghu, and countless things. Some things had both a cause and an effect, but Goose Feather City never cared whether the effect was true or false. They never deliberately sought the truth. For example, an official document from the Yamen, a verdict from the local ancestral hall, or a fair statement from a famous jianghu figure to settle a dispute would all be recorded. And some things, no matter how big or small, had no effect in the world, so only the word, no effect, was written at the end of the entry because it had no effect. The middle-aged scholar said, "Go about your business." Xiao Baoan respectfully bowed and bade farewell to the ship owner. The monk sitting on the futon finally opened his eyes. The middle-aged scholar smiled and said, "Do you think Qin Pingan has noticed?" The monk began to nap again. The middle-aged scholar interlocked his fingers and tapped his thumbs lightly. He said slowly, "North Continent, the assassin of Deer Mountain, escaped with his left hand." The memory is still fresh. The warning of the first disciple, the Mountain River Prison, the reflection of the words, the clear name of the night boat, the Karma Line, the Taoist network of East Sea Temple. On the path of growth, I began to believe that every knowledge and every principle had power, but at the same time, it was a burden. It does seem a little troublesome. Is a young man so hard to deal with? Every dynasty had its own rules and regulations, every place had its own customs, and every person had their own way of living. He thought of a few things from the past. Among the important guests in the history of the ferry, there was Lu Qin, who had not yet ascended to the Qingming world, and the boatman called Gu Qingsong, who was by Lu Chen's side. There was also Haoran Jiasheng, who later became Wen Haizhou, who was invited to board the night boat on the way to Inverted Hanging Mountain. There was also embroidered tiger Chui Dong, who returned from the Central Plains to his hometown, Aquarius Continent, and later Dali Imperial Tutor. The middle-aged scholar could not help but laugh. One is the first disciple of the one lineage, the other is the last disciple. Embroidered tiger, open the door and you close the door? Are you really so powerful? In the night, Taoist green ox sensed something strange and immediately flipped off the ox's back. The old Taoist picked up a watermelon and squatted by the side of the road, his back facing the ascendant realm woman who seemed to be uneasy. The old Taoist took a deep breath and shouted softly. His chi sank into his dantian, and he split the watermelon with his palm. He placed half of it by his feet, and then lowered his head to eat the other half. Soon a green robe staggered out and appeared beside Ning Yao. It was a small country road and the ground was filled with moonlight. Qin Pingan appeared on the road. Ning Yao had been waiting at the same place and finally this guy appeared. He looked at her and she looked at him. Once, at the entrance of the Great Wall of Sword Qi after they met after a long separation, he said, "Great World." Qin Pingan came to see Ning Yao. They met again. But this time both of them were in a foreign land. Their earliest hometown, the small town, was still there, but the Pearl Grotto heaven was gone. The two city walls were still there and the Great Wall of Sword Qi was gone. But she was still her and Ning Yao would always be that Ning Yao. Qin Pingan smiled brightly, but his face gradually wrinkled and he pursed his lips. Then his eyes lit up and he curled his lips, holding back his laughter. His eyes were gentle. He said nothing, but it seemed like he had said everything. Ning Yao, I've missed you for so many years. It's been tough, but it's nothing. Meeting you today is the best. She was in high spirits and she lifted her head slightly, her eyebrows flying. She said to the guy, Ning Yao of Ascension City is here to see Qin Pingan. 774. The old Taoist who was squatting by the side of the road had just finished eating half of the watermelon in his hand. It was half-cooked and tasted average. He was about to pick up the other half when he heard the names. One of them bent down and the other stretched out his arm. The back of his hand touched the ground and held the watermelon in his palm. He looked like an immortal holding a mountain. The old Taoist stroked his beard and smiled. The watermelon was neither ripe nor sweet. His Taoist spells were not bad at all. However, the two names had nothing to do with little Taoist Qin, whom he was close to. They were from Ascension City and Ning Yao. The old Taoist had seen too many sword immortals. However, the number one person in the entire world was much more important than the watermelon in Taoist Green Ox's hand. What was Brother Sun from Deshiendu Temple's ranking in the world? 5th place? Talisman Yu Xian. Our brother Yu's sleeves were filled with talisman. What was his ranking in Howran? It seemed that no one knew what his ranking was. In any case, his ranking was still very low. If Ning Yao was only at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it would be fine. The so-called Great Tao was just a matter of the future. However, Ning Yao was already in Ascension City. Ning Yao was already in the Ascension Realm. It was a matter of fact. Since she had successfully ascended to the Ascension Realm in the 5th world, it meant that in the future, as long as Ning Yao did not go to the Confucian Temple or ask the sword in the Beko Keikyung building, nothing would happen to her. Therefore, Ning Yao was now traveling far away with her sword. She was leaving her hometown with the Great Tao of the world. What was a dragon crossing the river? This was it. The old Taoist could not help but turn his head. He did not care if he would hold a grudge against little Taoist Qin. He still could not help but glance at the girl who was traveling far away with a sword case on her back. It was worth it to look at her. What was the meaning of being experienced in jianghu? It meant that one had met someone in life, drank with someone, called someone friends, sparred with someone, and exchanged Taoist spells. The heavens were vast and the earth was vast. If a cultivator had won against someone, it might not be a big deal. But if he had lost to someone, it might be a matter of pride. Bang. That little fellow Taoist Qin is so bold that he even dares to attack Fairy Ning? Fairy Ning, you can take out your sword and chop off his dog paws. If this kind of thing were to spread out, wouldn't it be a joke to outsiders? Wait a moment, who could spread out what happened tonight? That little fellow Taoist Qin wouldn't fall out with Fairy Ning and whisper some pillow talk to her, would he? Forget it. A pair of celestial companions that no other celestial couple in the world was like a match made in heaven. Under the moon and flowers, they were whispering sweet nothings to each other, shaming the bright moon. It was the perfect time. I'm redundant. It was better to just eat the melon. Qin Pingan gently hugged Ning Yao but quickly let go of her and took a step back. Why are you here? Her sideburns and ears were a little red. She didn't need any makeup, eyebrows, or makeup. Ning Yao returned the sword to Qin Pingan and said, Aren't you being too careless? You dare to give your sword to someone else? Qin Pingan took the Night Ranger and put it behind his back. He smiled and said, Old immortal Feng Jun is a magnanimous and upright person. I'm relieved that you gave me the Night Ranger. It's not worse than carrying the sword myself. Ning Yao was a little confused. Feng Jun? Chen Pingan turned his back to the grass-eating green ox and the melon-eating old Taoist. He blinked at Ning Yao and reminded her, "It's the Taoist green ox that you mentioned at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In fact, it's also this old immortal who first proposed the idea of using external talisman to refine elixirs inside. It's a pity that this old Taoist standards are too high and he suffered too many losses. That's why he wasn't able to become famous. Most people don't deserve their position and reputation. Old immortal Feng Jun is the opposite. He's someone who can fight for justice." Ning Yao said, "I was wondering who it was. So it's one of the 4 Taoist seniors that you mentioned before." The old Taoist who was squatting far away had been listening attentively. His eyes lit up and his shoulders trembled. The melon in his hand had a rich aftertaste. It was really sweet. "Which 4? That stinky ox nose from the Eastern Sea Monastery, Sun Huaizhong from the Dashuan Monastery, the talisman Yu Xian, the great heavenly master from Mount Longhu, and venerable fire dragon. There were already 5 of them. No matter which one I managed to squeeze out, it would be a wonderful thing. It's fine even if all 4 of them were at the bottom. Why didn't little Taoist Chen mention this when he was chatting with me at Niaoji Mountain? That's not sincere enough. Since you already have such respect in your heart, why hide it? Young people can't be too thick-skinned. It's even worse if they're too thin-skinned." At that time, a dagger slipped out of his sleeve and spun around. It looked quite scary and almost made me think that I met Chao Mo. Then, I gathered the 5 thunders Dharma in my palm and played around with it. It was nothing more than the word, authentic. What? It was a little noble from the Taoist master's residence who forgot to bring the peachwood sword home. I didn't expect it to be a misunderstanding. For example, the cloud goose grass worm disturbed my dreams and the iron horse ice river entered my dreams. Such misunderstandings weren't bad. The old Taoist who was refreshed immediately threw away the melon in his hand. He shook his sleeves and coughed softly as a reminder. Then he slowly got up and faced the young couple. The old Taoist didn't forget to kick the remaining melon on the ground with his heel. The old Taoist stroked his beard and smiled. After seeing the woman's ascendant realm, he thought for a while and didn't feel guilty at all. He cupped his hands and said loudly, "I'm a lord. My Taoist name is Green Bull." Chen Pingan made an exception and cupped his hands. Ning Yao cupped her hands and said, "Junior Ning Yao, nice to meet you." The old Taoist laughed heartily. This trip to Baiyan City was so tiring that he could see the 2 celestial couples with his own eyes. Finally, the lovers got married. It was worth it. Chen Pingan took out the green paper mountain voucher from his sleeve. The old Taoist's eyes were sharp. He saw that the word sell changed to buy, and the 3 words stop pavilion appeared on the back. The old Taoist shuddered. Li Shirlang, who was the god of Entry City, was flirtatious, but he wasn't a person who was easy to negotiate with. Especially when it came to business, he was extremely shrewd. How could Chen Pingan get this thing from him? Among the 12 cities sailing at night, except for Xiao Baowan of the Beauty City who was still a fledgling, the other 11 old city lords each had their own temperament and each had their own great Tao supernatural power. However, none of them were easy to deal with. Chen Pingan took out another talisman and handed it to the old Taoist. "Change the sword to the talisman. The business is still the same." The old Taoist was speechless. He took the cheap talisman and could only nod his head in agreement. He continued to help this brat inquire about that information. Chen Pingan brought Ning Yao to a pavilion in Entry City. There was a horizontal board and a stop pavilion. On the night path in Baiyan City, the old Taoist sighed. He had nothing to do, so he picked up the talisman and looked at it. He immediately held his breath and rolled up the big sleeve of his Taoist robe. In an instant, he kept the talisman in his sleeve. He then reached out and grabbed something with his arms. He walked towards the mount. The green ox lay on the ground. The old Taoist sat on its back. The green ox stood up and walked slowly. The old Taoist held a melon in one hand and tapped it a few times with the other. He tilted his ear to listen and muttered to himself, "The heaven and earth are dense, all things mellow. The great sound is beautiful, the great medium is pure. It's definitely sweet." Li Shirlang's maid, who came from the Yenji God office, stood at the bottom of the steps outside the pavilion. Qin Zidu, Chen Pingan and Ning Yao curtsied. Then she took out a piece of wudong leaf and said with a smile, "In the future Mr. Chen can use this item to travel between the city gate and the pavilion. However, you still have to use it carefully. Once the strokes are used up, the city lord will take back the pavilion according to the rules. Chen Pingan indeed found that on the back of the paper to buy mountain vouchers, there were originally 3 words, "Stop Pavilion." The words were missing a vertical stroke and the whole word had disappeared. Chen Pingan and Qin Zido smiled and nodded. He reached out and grabbed the item from her hand. He took the wudong leaf from her hand. The front and back of the wudong leaf were engraved with Fu Qi Xing and Ji Nong. The word Fu was missing a little. It was probably the same rule as buying mountain vouchers. Every time it was used, 1 stroke would be missing. As for why the word stop was missing, it must be because he violated the rules and went to useless city, night sailing ship and entry city. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Qin." Qin Zido smiled sweetly and said, "Mr. Qin can just call me Bu." Qin Pingan smiled and didn't say anything. He wanted to say, "We are not familiar with each other, you can just call me Sword Immortal Chen." Ning Yao put her hands behind her back and looked up at the signboard and couplets of the pavilion. Qin Pingan thought for a moment. He was not in a hurry to leave this place. He took out the mountain voucher again and asked, "How many answers can I exchange for this thing?" "For the 2 words by mountain voucher, I have to trouble Miss Qin to answer my question for every stroke that is missing. How about it?" Because there was an Ascendant Realm Sword cultivator here, the city lord definitely couldn't pry into this place casually. Therefore, Qin Zido was silent for a moment. She thought for a moment and seemed to have gotten City Lord Li Shilong's permission. She nodded and shook her head, saying, "It can be bought and sold, but the rules have to be changed. There are still 2 words left on by mountain voucher. Mr. Qin can only ask 2 questions. As for the stroke that is missing, the city lord said that it will be a meeting gift for City Lord Ning." Qin Pingan thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Qin Pingan didn't want to occupy this pavilion for a long time from the beginning. This night boat was not a place to stay for a long time. In an instant, Qin Zido subconsciously turned sideways and had to reach out to block her eyes. She didn't dare to look at the sword light. It turned out that the silent female sword immortal drew her sword out of the sheath without warning. She cut open the heaven and earth enchantment of the city and followed Qin Zido's thought to find the city lord, Li Shilong. The young man in green with a sword on his back continued to stay in the same place as if nothing had happened. He smiled and asked, "May I ask Miss Qin, what are the small cities on the night boat?" Qin Zido, who was ruthlessly schemed against, was annoyed and said angrily, "You too, did you make an appointment in advance?" Qin Pingan shook his head. "Not really. On the way here he just casually told Ning Yao about his experience in Lu City." Qin Zido glared at the man and said in a deep voice, "The upper 4 cities, Feather City, Lu City, Chicken and Dog City, and the City of Rules." Qin Pingan interrupted her words, "May I trouble Miss Qin to add the other names of the 4 cities?" Qin Zido didn't speak. Qin Pingan walked to the steps of the pavilion and sat down. His hands were tucked into his sleeves and his body was slightly bent forward. However, compared to when he had just entered the city, his expression was much more relaxed. His entire person appeared very relaxed and lazy. Qin Zido said, "The other names of the 4 cities are Lu City, Wuxia City, Dao Attainment City, and Mountain City." Qin Pingan nodded, a little absent-minded. When he passed by earlier, he saw the Laurel Man, Long Bin, and a swordsman retainer who almost drew his sword in the distance. It was Chicken and Dog City. But he didn't know why the big stone in the heart of the water imprisoned the snow-white hart ape. So even if the city lord didn't invite him, he had to go to this Dao Attainment City. The middle 4 cities are Baiyan City, Consonant City, Chuegong City, and Peaceful City. Also known as Useless City, First City, Family Tree City, and Jiazi City. Qin Pingan had already strolled through Chuegong City. At that time, there was a lazy man sitting on the steps outside the main hall. He only turned his head to look inside the hall and didn't have any intention of stopping him. When the wind passed by the covered bridge in the sky, there was the poor woman and the deer-horned young man standing side by side. It was most likely Consonant City, also known as the First City. It meant that there was no number 1 outside the ship, but there was one on the ship at night? Qin Zido said the last 4 cities. The lower 4 cities are Benmo City, Rumor City, Miscellaneous City, and Appearance City. Also known as Tang City, One-Word City, Struggle City, and Color City. Qin Pingan asked, "How do I go to the other city gates?" "I only said that in my entry city I can find a bookstore and use a certain entry that has been inspected to exchange for a customs clearance document. Then I can tell the store owner which city I want to go to. Then I can pass without any obstruction." Qin Pingan's fingers suddenly pinched the last word, pavilion, on the mountain coupon, forcibly stopping the word from fading away. He said with a smile, Miss Qin only mentioned the method of leaving the entry city. This transaction isn't fair. What about the other 11 cities' customs clearance documents? Qin Pingan opened his palm and shook it. Then he raised the mountain coupon in his other hand. Goose Feather City, Chicken Dog City, Baiyan City, Rules City, Chuegong City, Consonant City. Forget it. I'll change this city to Appearance City and give a discount. A total of 6 cities. Qin Zido hesitated for a moment before extending his palm and bending 2 fingers. At most 3 cities. Furthermore, it has to be Chicken Dog City, Baiyan City, and Benmo City. There's no room for discussion. I don't believe that Sword Immortal Chen can hold on to this mountain coupon all the time. Chicken Dog City and Baiyan City had a good relationship with Entry City. Furthermore, Chicken Dog City's City Lord Lu had the intention of letting this person go there as a guest. As for Benmo City, which was preposterous and treasured everything, it had always had the worst relationship with Entry City. Let this unruly troublemaker go and stir up trouble over there. Qin Pingan retracted his hands and changed his words for no reason. Then let's pretend this transaction didn't happen. I'll change a small question with Miss Qin. Which city's city lord is Xiao Baowan? Qin Zido heaved a sigh of relief and said, it's one of the lower 4 cities, Appearance City. Qin Pingan looked at his expression and asked with a smile, is it because with Entry City's customs clearance document, you might not be able to go to Appearance City now? Qin Zido nodded. Xiao Baowan was a city lord. Of course he could close the door and refuse guests. Qin Pingan released the mountain coupon on his fingertips. The words on both sides disappeared from the world. However, the genuine green talisman remained in Qin Pingan's hands. Qin Zido said hatefully, if Sword Immortal Chen is really the kind of pedantic and inflexible person that City Lord thinks, then it's good. What she meant was, of course, that this shrewd and scheming Mr. Chen was too outrageous to be a sword immortal instead of a merchant. Qin Pingan smiled and said, it's precisely because I'm not that I can walk here step by step, sit on the steps of this pavilion, and talk politely with Miss Qin, doing business that makes money amicably. Qin Zido was puzzled but did not think too much about it. She just thought that this young sword immortal was talking nonsense. Qin Pingan got up and walked down the steps. He turned to look at the plaque and said softly, what a good name. Life stops at a pavilion, there's no hurry. Qin Zido sneered. Since he liked it so much, why did he still do that business and return this pavilion to Entry City? If a passerby could take root here, it was equivalent to having an extra life-saving talisman. Scholar Du, Taoist Green Ox, and the like, all of them had worked hard to save up their own property. Moreover, compared to this pavilion, which was a land of mountains and rivers that was close to a physical object, what other paradise? It only sounded mysterious and fancy, but it was still far inferior to this pavilion. Now he only had the one-leaf parasol tree in his hands. In the future he could come here, but this pavilion had already been returned to its original owner. However, Qin Zido vaguely remembered that when this person heard that his city lord was Li Shirlang on the streets of Entry City, there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. However, the young man's expression quickly became awkward. Perhaps it was because his cultivation in this life had been smooth, and he had never been treated so coldly in public? There was also a hint of sadness in his eyes, but it was fleeting as if it had never happened. At that time, Qin Zido was tired of the ink ingot of Chicken and Dog City, and he was really curious about this passerby sword immortal of Entry City, so he saw these imperceptible details clearly. Qin Zido remembered another matter for no reason. It seemed that when the city lord went to see the green-shirt sword immortal twice, the young outsider and Li Shirlang walked side by side. There were several times when the young outsider wanted to say something but stopped. The corner of his eyes kept secretly sizing them up. When the city lord took out the mountain certificate, the young sword immortal's expression returned to normal and he began to do business. Before the city lord appeared on the streets, the deputy city lord had joked that the young man's temperament was very calm. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be so impatient. It seemed that he had been angered by Li Shirlang's words of evil nature, and get out of Entry City. The courtyard was less than 3 acres and there was only one hill, so it was called Mustard Seed. Ningyao took a step forward with her sword and came to the entrance of the small garden. Her eyes were unusually sharp and unreasonable. She had nothing to do with Entry City or Li Shirlang. But Qin Pingan did. Once on the city wall of her hometown, under the 3 bright moons, Ningyao sat next to that person. When he was free he would often pick up some of the treasured books beside him. Most of them were literary manuscripts accumulated in the early years. Among them there was a painting score. Of course, Qin Pingan didn't tell her about the green ox Taoist priest, but when he was lying on the city wall, he often took out the painting score to bask in the moonlight. Occasionally he would raise his head and swear to Ning Yao that this Li Shirlang was really an immortal. Except for one thing that couldn't be learned, his other knowledge was really fascinating. He was really too powerful. So on his bamboo slip, he engraved the proverb to make friends word for word. Don't mention the matter of being conferred the title of Marquis, let's drink together in the narrow alley, was also beautifully written. Li Shirlang's explanation of the difference between scholarly articles and legendary plays was even better. Turns out it was about the same as reasoning with people. Especially Li Shirlang's business, it was even better. It was just that when it came to the matter of other booksellers engraving books, he wasn't so magnanimous. It was a pity that she couldn't meet this Mr. Li. Otherwise she really wanted to ask this Li Shirlang if he was really so poor and destitute. Did he really have a detestable life? Also, when Mr. Li was born, did he really meet an immortal to help him read his fortune? Did the stars really come to this place? Was the ancestral home too small, and the immortal was only born after moving to the ancestral hall of the family? If Li Shirlang was easy to talk to, she would have to ask again if Mr. Li had repaired the ancestral hall after he made his fortune and brought glory to the family. Perhaps in the 2 plaques of the ancestral hall, the immortal incense could be born. Ning Yao couldn't understand. How could she let such a Li Shirlang talk endlessly on the city wall back then? Was it necessary? So what if she really met Li Shirlang in this time of city? Did she still want to ask Mr. Li about the doubts in her heart in the past? Li Shirlang and the old scholar who was the deputy city lord walked out of the mustard seed garden in the painting. Li Shirlang frowned and asked, "Is something the matter?" Ning Yao nodded and said, "Yes." Li Shirlang smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" Ning Yao turned to look at the white-haired old man and said, "It has nothing to do with old Mr. Senior, please step aside." The old scholar smiled and said, Okay. It's only right." Li Shirlang immediately reached out and grabbed his old friend's sleeve. The old scholar waved his sleeve vigorously and left. In an instant, the world was filled with sword light. As a result, a huge hole was opened in the entire night boat by a sword light. The scholar on the mountain peak sighed. With a slight thought, he mended the hole in the ferry. Fortunately, the existence of this ferry was similar to the Great Wall of Swordchi in the past. This was also one of the foundations of the Great Tao of the night boat. And the ferry knowledge that Qin Pingan had comprehended in the word interaction was also one of them. The monk on the praying mat also opened his eyes. He stretched and was about to get up. The middle-aged scholar smiled and said, "There's no need for now." The white-haired old man returned to his original spot and couldn't help but laugh. He saw the city lord Li Shirlang holding a tattered picture book in his hand. Fragments of the book kept gathering from all directions. The old scholar clicked his tongue in wonder and joked, "Being questioned by the number 1 person in the world can be considered a beautiful story in our entry city. Thinking of this, I'm not willing to resign from my position as the deputy city lord. I'll just be a few hundred more years." And at the pavilion, Ning Yao took a step forward and returned to the place. She put her sword back into the box and said, "I've seen the mustard seed garden. There's nothing good about it." Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. He rubbed his cheeks with both hands and inevitably felt a little regretful. "I see." Then Qin Pingan picked up the parasol leaf and took Ning Yao to the inn in the city. He only hoped that Xiaomi wouldn't follow Pei Qian's example and kowtow when they met. Ning Yao suddenly said, "Aren't you going to say goodbye to Miss Biu?" Qin Pingan was speechless. Qin Zidu squeezed out a smile and said with a trembling voice, "There's no need." The parasol leaf in Qin Pingan's hand flashed and he arrived at the city gate with Ning Yao. They walked to the inn in the city. There was no night ban in Entry City, but compared to the bustling streets during the day, it was still slightly deserted. There were no more stalls on the streets and all the shops were closed. There were only a few restaurants and there were still lights and noise. Ning Yao was silent for a moment and said, "I shouldn't have drawn my sword." Qin Pingan held her hand. "There's no such thing as should, or should." Ning Yao looked at the streets on both sides. "Is this the entry city where knowledge can be sold for money?" Qin Pingan nodded and smiled. "Very good. As expected of Li Shirlang." At the entrance of the inn, Pei Qian and Xiaomi were waiting at the door. Little Millet, who had been pretending to be calm all this while, suddenly became anxious. Because she had been trying so hard for too long, she was smiling too hard. She foolishly looked at the woman beside the good person mountain chieftain. She tugged on Pei Qian's sleeve with all her might and stomped her feet. Her smile didn't change in the slightest as she hurriedly coaxed, Pei Qian, why don't I kowtow? Pei Qian tiptoed and waved at his master and mistress from afar. He said softly, there's really no need. Xiaomi couldn't maintain her smile and said bitterly, there's really no need? Pei Qian rubbed the head of the black-clothed girl and said gently, there's really no need. In the future, when Chao Qinglang and Jing Qing are by your side, you can kowtow when you see mistress. The little girl scratched her face and remembered. Ning Yao shook her wrist and Qin Pingan had to let go. At the inn, Ning Yao nodded to Pei Qian. Pei Qian smiled and called her mistress. Ning Yao bent down and rubbed Xiaomi's head. She smiled and said, in my hometown, everyone knows that the mute lake wine can make many sword immortals speechless. They can only continue to drink. Xiaomi nodded and took a step back. She quickly reached into her sleeve and took out a big handful of melon seeds. She raised it high above her head and offered it with both hands. She said loudly, mistress, please have some melon seeds. Ning Yao was a little surprised. Qin Pingan held back his laughter. In the Xuanhuan Mountains, there was a 14th level cultivator and an ascendant state cultivator at the peak of the mountain. In the end, there was only a thatched cottage. It was probably just the old blind man's place of residence. It was probably also the place of cultivation. Now that he had taken in a disciple who only recognized half of his master, he had to have a place to stay. It was not that Li Huai was not used to a hard life. It was just that he had been in Jianghu for a long time, especially when he was with Pei Qian. He had heard of all kinds of tricks in Jianghu. He had also seen how difficult it was to make a living as a martial artist at the foot of the mountain. No matter how he looked at it, he felt like he had fallen into a den of Jianghu swindlers. He saw the old man in yellow running around and chopping firewood in order to build a new thatched cottage. It was said that he was an ascendant state cultivator. Who would believe that? Anyway, Li Huai did not believe it. At that time, Li Huai felt sympathy for him. He could not help but feel sorry for the old senior Duke Longshan's diligence, and he did not have a fixed residence. Li Huai said to build 2 rooms for the new thatched cottage so that they could live together. He could also help and build a residence together. Anyway, it was fine as long as it could shelter them from the wind and rain. As a result, when the old man in yellow heard that Li Huai wanted to help, it was almost like a battle of the great Tao. The old man spoke righteously and refused to let go. He said that the young master's body was priceless. How could his hands touch such lowly work? He also said that he did not dare to live with the young master. He would only disturb the young master's study. Besides, it was actually quite cool on the other side of the fence. Therefore, when the old man was busy, Li Huai squatted at the side and chatted with him. Only then did he know that this ascendant state senior, whose Taoist name was Duke Longshan and temporary name was Kaflu, had actually wandered in the vast world for more than 10 years just to talk to him. Li Huai could not help but ask the senior what he was after. The old man almost drank 10 pounds of bitter tears on the spot. He lowered his head and chopped firewood. His expression was as lonely as a lonely mountain. It turned out that this old man in yellow, although his Taoist name was Duke Longshan, in fact, in the wilderness earlier he had countless incarnations and many aliases including Taoting, Crane Lord, Gungyun, and now this Kaflu. They all sounded very elegant. It was just that every time Li Huai did not know what the old senior said wrong, a series of inexplicable firecrackers would be inexplicably heard. Then he would be forced to reveal his original form and roll on the ground. Otherwise, he would be kicked off the top of the mountain by the old blind man who was half a master. In this bumpy way, when the hut was finally built, it was really only Li Huai's residence. Because the hut opposite had become Li Huai's study, Li Huai caught a glimpse of those headache-inducing books. In the end, the old man asked him what books he lacked and could help him find them. No matter how rare a book was, as long as it was in the wilderness, it would not be a problem. At that time, Li Huai felt that there was a reason why this old senior could not mix in the jianghu. Do I, Li Huai, look like a scholar? Today in the study room, the old man in yellow, who had given himself the pseudonym Wu Fengshi, moved a chair and sat at the door today. He did not dare to disturb his young master's study. After a long silence, he saw Li Huai put down the book in his hand and rubbed between his eyebrows. The old man sincerely admired him and said, "Young master is young, but your state of mind is very stable. You are naturally born, unlike me. I have lived for thousands of years, but I have really lived like a dog." As for why he gave himself the name Wu Fengshi, of course, it was to seek an auspicious omen. He hoped that with the addition of Uncle Li Huai, he would be able to bask in some of the light and follow the change of fortune. Li Huai put down the book and said honestly, "What accepting a disciple? What acknowledging a master?" I did not take it seriously. No matter why the old blind senior was willing to accept me as a disciple, I am still me. If I disappoint him, I am sorry, but what can I do? I did not disappoint him, so of course I am happy. Old blind man who is half a master, you don't have to thank me anyway. We are half a master and disciple, so there is no need to be so polite. The word blind made the old man in yellow tremble with fear. This old man Li Huai was most likely fine, but he himself was not. The old man felt that he had to do something. He hurriedly stood up, shook his sleeves and threw out a pile of objects on the table. The cluster of osmanthus in Xuanhuan mountain was cut into strips. The essence of fire was picked and refined into a brush holder. There was an open book of cursive calligraphy with a poem on it. There was a drawing of a coral brush holder in the middle. The old man pinched the coral brush holder with 2 fingers and actually twisted it out. He then gently placed it on the table. There was also an old dragon lying across the swamp ink stone. The inscription was not small: raising jade bones, 1,000-year object. When the owner uses it, the light is strange. There was also a jasper lotus pond pen washing pen with the inscription, Young Taoist. The brush was gentle and delicate. Li Huai was puzzled. Old senior, what are you doing? Li Huai could roughly tell the quality of the things on the table. However, in this way, Li Huai complained incessantly in his heart. Is there an end to this? I came here to sightsee. It's fine if I have to pretend to flip through books every day because of you, old senior, but don't tell me I have to pretend to be refined and practice calligraphy and painting? The old man in yellow even said with a flattering face, "Young master is a rare scholar. This little gift is not enough to show my respect, not enough to show my respect." It was hard to imagine that this was a famous ascendant realm great demon in the world of desolation. Among the great demons on the throne there was Fei Fei, that old woman, Xuanhuan, who had once been his brother, and Old Deaf. He was very familiar with all of them. The little girl in Golden Jade City had a story with him. Even Old Dong of the Great Wall of Sword Chi was chased and bitten by him when he was traveling the world of desolation. As for Alliance, there was no need to mention him. Every time this son of AB** passed by 100,000 mountains, Old Blind would let him do whatever he wanted. Therefore his most famous alias was Tao Ting. Tao Ting in the world of desolation, Gu Qingsong in the world of desolation. These 2 people were slightly famous everywhere in the world. Old Blind walked into the thatched cottage with his hands behind his back. He stood at the door and glanced at the items on the table. He frowned at the watchdog and said, "Fancy things carrying bones home on the street. Are you courting death?" Hearing this, the old man in yellow's eyelids trembled. His sincerity and kindness to take credit did not work. Instead, his loyalty and hot-blooded heart were drenched in cold water. Li Huai stood up and helped the old senior out of the predicament. He asked with a smile, "I don't have a name. I can't really call you Old Blind every day, right?" Old Blind smiled and said, "Old Blind is not bad. Just call me that." Li Huai gave him a thumbs up and said, "It's more and more to my taste. You're half a master now." The old man in yellow glanced at Old Blind, who was smiling so much that flowers were about to bloom on his old face. He then looked at Li Huai, who had repeatedly courted death but did not die. Finally, he thought about his own miserable situation and felt that there was no way he could continue living like this. On this day there was a rare bit of smoke and fire on the mountain peak. Finally, a large pot of stewed meat was placed on the table. It was steaming hot and fragrant. At first, Li Huai felt apologetic and did not dare to eat. However, when he saw Old Blind take the lead and the old man in yellow did not hesitate at all, Li Huai did not hold back. Old Blind glanced at him and the old man in yellow immediately took the bowl and left the table. Li Huai stepped on the bench and picked up a large piece of dog meat with his chopsticks. He slammed the table and said angrily, "Damn it, Old Blind, do you still have the slightest bit of loyalty?" Li Huai smiled at the old senior and helped support him. "Don't get up. Let's sit down and eat. Don't worry about Old Blind. We're all family. Who are you trying to show off your power to every day?" After all, his mouth was soft after eating food. Of course, it was not some dog meat that was cut off from the old man in yellow's body. In the 100,000 mountains there were still some mountain delicacies. Otherwise, Li Huai really did not dare to eat half of it. It was too scary. The old man in yellow thought for a while and felt that it would be safer for him to take the bowl outside and not be an eyesore. In any case, he could eat a full bowl. Unexpectedly, Old Blind sneered and said, "There's meat on the table and you don't want to eat it. Are you going to dig up dirt and eat shit outside? The old man in yellow was both sad and happy at the same time. He could only lower his head and eat the meat silently. The taste was not bad. What a good salty taste. Li Huai, this little bastard's cooking was really good. Old Blind did not eat much. He chewed slowly and suddenly said, "You will follow Li Huai back to his hometown this time. Weigh the pros and cons yourself. If you do well, we will settle old scores." As for what would happen if he did not do well, Old Blind was too lazy to say. The old man in yellow nodded vigorously. When he saw Li Huai take a piece of meat for Old Blind, he followed suit and quickly took a large piece of meat for Uncle Li. He suddenly realized that it was not bad to follow Uncle Li. Wasn't he on the same level as Old Blind to eat a pot of meat? However, the old man in yellow, who had good eyesight, realized that every time Li Huai took a piece of meat for Old Blind, it was as if he was giving it to another old man. The young man was smiling and talking nonsense. However, he was still not experienced enough because his eyes did not hide his words. In the sky of the Central Plains, a figure the size of a mustard seed suddenly appeared and fell straight to the ground. While falling, the man spread out his hands and spun non-stop. He floated to the ground and lowered his head. He put 2 fingers together and pressed them against his forehead, while the other hand stretched out behind him. It was hard to say whether this posture would look cool or not in the eyes of others. In any case, he had thought for a long time to come up with this way of appearing. However, this was the square of the Central Plains Confucian Temple. A sage of the Confucian Temple only glanced at him and chose to ignore him. He even told the gentleman nearby to ignore him and not try to get close to him. Only an old scholar left the forest of merits and virtue and appeared here. He was very supportive. He turned his head and covered his face with one hand. He waved his hand and said, "Where did this handsome young man come from? Quickly, keep your dignified appearance and walk like a dragon or a tiger." The man looked wronged and shouted, "Old scholar." The 2 of them quickly walked over and shook hands. The old scholar sighed and shook his hand vigorously. "When I became friends with He Fin Fin, they said that there was only one person who could be together." The man sighed and said, "A handshake in the midst of thousands of people made my sleeves fragrant for 3 years. Poetry competition?" The old scholar did not learn from his mistakes. He had found the wrong opponent. The old scholar's eyes lit up. He lowered his voice and said, "I've never heard of it before. Where did you copy it from? Can you lend it to me?" The man blushed and said, "It's my humble work. I came up with it on the spur of the moment." Take it, take it. There's no need to be so polite between brothers." No matter who borrowed it, they would be scolded together. The 2 of them hugged each other. They almost looked like a pair of brothers who were about to cry on each other's shoulders. The old scholar hammered the guy's back with all his strength and clicked his tongue in wonder. "Brother Liang, your muscles are even stronger than before." The sloppy man with stubble on his face wailed, old scholar, I've missed you so much. Not only did I almost die, but I also finally got rid of that tortoise shell with great difficulty. These years have been really hard. Just mentioning this makes me want to cry." The old scholar hit the man's back harder and said, "It's been hard on both of us. It's not easy. Good brothers don't have it easy." Alliance coughed and asked, "Old scholar, why do you look like you've lost weight? Is it because you have a big chest and your heart cares about the world?" The old scholar let go of his hand and complained, "You always say such embarrassing truths." Alliance spat and ran his fingers through his hair. He didn't have much hair and it took him a lot of effort to tie it into a small bun. It was no wonder that he didn't like to come here. There were no girls. As a worthy descendant of one of the 4 great families, the number of times he took the initiative to come here could be counted on one's fingers. In addition, every time he was called here to confront and reason with someone, he was called here to apologize. Only the old scholar was an idol. He would always be the first to jump out and deliberately stand on the side of the other party. It was as if everyone had been wronged. The old scholar's voice was the loudest and fiercest. He would always fan the flames. He would either speak up for the other party or say something ruthless, saying that he should just kill this guy. How could being imprisoned in the forest of merits for a few years be enough? In any case, Alliance had gotten used to it. As long as the old scholar was present, he would lower his head and apologize with a sincere expression. He would get angry with whoever tried to stop him. However, in the years before the old scholar became a sacrificial sage, Alliance wasn't so easy to talk to. He would even ignore the invitations from the Confucian temple. Even if the quasi-sage personally brought him to the Confucian temple to question him, he wouldn't say anything and just do whatever he wanted. Today, Alliance didn't need to apologize to anyone. The old scholar didn't seem to be used to having nothing to do. He sighed and asked in confusion, "Why are you so late? Didn't you return to Hauran long time ago? Why are you strolling around Liuxia continent?" Alliance pointed at the top of his head and said helplessly, "At least I've grown some hair. Otherwise, if I dare to go anywhere, I'll only make the girls feel sorry for me. When I arrived at Liuxia continent, I wanted to look for big sister Tsongnyo to talk about old times. However, I didn't expect her to not be at home. I heard that she went to the old site of the Rain Dragon sect and hasn't returned home for many years. I asked big sister Tsongnyo's disciple to help me send a message on a flying sword. I received a reply very quickly. It was concise and comprehensive. It only had 2 words, wait. Old scholar listened to it. Isn't it very sincere? The old scholar stomped his foot and lamented on Alliance's behalf. Then you should wait. Alliance chuckled and said, I'll wait. I'm afraid that once we meet, big sister Tsongnyo won't be able to hold herself back. The old scholar also chuckled. Alliance suddenly became silent and looked at the thin old man who had never been tall. The old scholar couldn't go anywhere at this time. It was different from when he imprisoned himself in the meritorious forest. The 2 of them walked toward the steps in front of the Confucian temple and sat down together. Alliance told him some interesting stories on the way here. He said that in a certain restaurant in Liuxia continent, he learned from the old scholar and ate and drank without paying. Since he couldn't write an IOU, he shouted angrily and took out a brush. He wanted to leave behind a piece of calligraphy to help inscribe the plaque. After the brush and ink were served, he wrote the words with great vigor. He put in more effort than the words carved on the city wall. However, the shopkeeper didn't know what was good for him and asked for the money for the food, wine, and paper. Thus he could only owe them for now. He also said that in a place where colorful dresses fluttered and embroidered shoes were everywhere, he happened to hear a group of people talking about him. He felt a little embarrassed, especially the 2 young ladies. Their beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with the words Alliance and Big Brother, making people drunk as if they had drunk fine wine. As for him, he was the kind of person who couldn't stand others praising him. Thus, he straightened his clothes and went over with an empty bowl of wine. He told them the truth, saying that a 14th realm sword cultivator wasn't that great and didn't mean much. In the end, he praised him for being bald and even asked why he didn't just say that his second brother wasn't really invincible. Since he had already told them the truth, he could only sit there for a while and listen to the customers chat for a while. Both sides were having a good time. He was busy calling them brothers and getting some food to go with the wine. In the end, he couldn't stand the admiring gazes of the young ladies and was worried that he would attract unnecessary love debts. Thus he put down the bowl of wine and left the restaurant. He stopped in his tracks and looked up at the setting sun. Then he took an even more learned step and walked alone on the street. He could only leave behind a lonely back view that would break the hearts of women, and the debt of wine that he had accidentally forgotten. The old scholar gently patted the knee of the man beside him and praised, "Not bad, not bad. You're still as elegant as ever. You didn't even give anyone a discount." Alliance laughed loudly. The sloppy man with not much hair told the old scholar many interesting stories about his travels. He said that he had made a trip to the heavens and met old Manu, who was working hard to integrate with the way of the Milky Way. He didn't talk about the 14th realm so as to avoid old Manu, who was older and had an average aptitude for cultivation. He only said that he had always been jealous of all the friends around him. Why did they have such a handsome and elegant friend but he, Alliance, didn't? After old Manu heard this, he didn't speak for a long time. It was probably because he felt guilty and ashamed of his own inferiority. However, old Manu said something in the end that sounded like a scholar. He said that what an old man would think of was his hometown, his childhood, and his youth. The only place Alliance didn't mention was the last place he stopped at in the Liuxia continent. It was a mass grave in the wilderness. There wasn't even the slightest bit of evil aura, let alone the lingqi of heaven and earth. The man sat cross-legged, his hands clenched into fists and lightly pressed against his knees. He didn't speak and didn't drink. He just sat there and dozed off until dawn. The sun rose from the east and the world was bright. Only then did he open his eyes as if it was a new day. It didn't matter what Alliance said. The old scholar sat at the side and listened carefully. It seemed that he had always been like this. As long as someone else spoke, regardless of whether it was reasonable or not, whether it was big or small, interesting or not, the old scholar would always be like this. His expression was serious and extremely patient. He would wait for the others to finish speaking before continuing his own words. Perhaps only this kind of old man could teach such a disciple. The first disciple Cui Dong, the left and right disciples Qi Jingchun Jun Qian, and the last disciple Qin Pingan. Alliance asked softly, the left and right idiot, hasn't he returned from outer space yet? The old scholar made a sound of acknowledgement. In the outer space where fists, legs and swords could be used at will. Around the two people who were facing each other in the air, there were specks of light. They were all distant stars. A little girl with a ponytail was holding half of her wrist in one hand. As she fiddled with the wound, she glared at the other person and said, "Is that enough? Do you have to stop me from going to the wilderness? Do you believe that if you piss me off, I will crash into the South Swirl continent or the Tongya continent and completely destroy your pitiful teacher?" Dressed in a green robe and expressionless, she held a sword in one hand. Her sword aura was no longer restrained. "I beg you to go." It wasn't easy for her to temporarily borrow that slender wrist. Xiao Chua shook her arm and smiled brightly. "Then I won't trouble your teacher. I'll go somewhere else. I'll go to the Luapa mountain in the Aquarius continent and pay a visit to our hidden official." The left and right sword thrust out. At a ferry in the wilderness, the Mahis Ju Zi, who guarded the South Swirl continent with the mellow scholar Xuanhuan, was here alone. One was building a city while the other was guarding it. Neither was delayed. A burly man with a little demon by his side traveled from the ultimate ruins on the sea to the wilderness. Along the way he deliberately avoided the forces on the mountains and only looked at the mountains and rivers. Lu Shirlu looked up at the strange city that grew on its own. The little demon, who called himself the Whirlwind King, had the appearance of a child and carried a big bag. It wasn't that his master asked for it. The bag was full of the little demon's belongings that he couldn't bear to throw away. At this moment, he stood at the edge of the ferry and said in a small voice, "Master, the books say that it's better to avoid trouble. It seems like we have to take a detour." The little demon couldn't help but complain, "Let's go, master. When will it end?" Lu Shirlu smiled and said, "I wanted to bring you to see your little martial uncle. Now I can't. It seems like we have to walk a long way." The little demon sighed and said, "Annoying, annoying. It would be great if I could see little martial uncle sooner." Lu Shirlu smiled and nodded. "After passing the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Master can find a ferry and it will be easier." The little demon said, "Master, I don't have any divine money." Lu Shirlu rubbed the little guy's head. "You're the same as your little martial uncle. You're not careless when it comes to important matters, but you're stingy when it comes to small matters." The little demon suddenly felt a little nervous and whispered, "Master, I'm a little demon. Little martial uncle is the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Will he despise me?" Lu Shirlu smiled and said, "No. He's your little martial uncle." The little demon hesitated for a moment. "Where's eldest martial uncle? Where's eldest martial uncle Qi? I really can't see him?" Lu Shirlu nodded. "There's nothing we can do." (775) Pei Qian felt a little helpless as he looked at Xiao Meili, who was trying her best to laugh foolishly. "Fortunately, it was you, the right guardian of Luopa Mountain. Otherwise, not to mention Chen Lingjun, even a proud student like Chao Qinglang would be in trouble tomorrow." Zhou Meili bade farewell and ran to her room. When she came back, she brought a big bag of melon seeds and a small bag of dried brook fish. Qin Pingan stood by the window and looked at the sky. Then he took out a lantern lighting talisman and burned it slowly. It was no different from the previous two talismans. Then, he made a sword sign with 2 fingers and silently chanted the word "Rise." A golden sword aura swam like a dragon and finally connected head to tail, drawing a big golden circle in the room. It created a forbidden area with a golden lightning pool. The talisman array's atmosphere was almost like a small world. Compared to Pei Qian's previous imitation of the iron rod on the street, Qin Pingan's array was obviously more flexible and conformed to the meaning of Tao. A saying immediately popped up in Pei Qian's mind. The heavenly Tao was mysterious. When he was learning martial arts in the bamboo house, the old man who taught him martial arts often said that Pei Qian's aptitude was too poor. He was not even as good as his master. He was not interesting at all. Even when Pei Qian became the famous Zheng Qian and returned to Luopa Mountain, there was one time when he sparred with old chef. After Zhu Lian withdrew his fist, he happened to say something similar. Compared to the mountain master, he was still a little lacking. Ning Yao chewed on melon seeds and asked, "This is a sword array?" Obviously, Ning Yao also felt that this sword art that was integrated with the array was not simple. Qin Pingan nodded and said, "I learned it from someone. I just added some of my own sword art and fist intent." This nameless array formation originated from his student, Cui Dongshan. The latter liked to use a sword immortal relic, golden tassel, to draw a circle that isolated the world. It was extremely profound. Later, at Luapa Mountain, Qin Pingan pulled Lu Jinglong and Cui Dongshan together. Qin Pingan took out a secret record that was copied from the Summer Palace. It was somewhat related to the Thunder Pool in the inverted hanging mountain, but the written record was more ancestral. It was related to the sword cleansing pool in the Doshu courtyard of the Thunder Department. Qin Pingan let the two of them flip through the records. In the end, Lu Jinglong and Cui Dongshan worked together to perfect the formation. However, Qin Pingan was still used to adding some of his own fist intent and the 18 stops of sword chi that Alliance had taught him. Since he was on the ferry, he was still living under someone else's roof. It was not appropriate for him to talk about Ascension City and Luapa Mountain. Previously, Li Shilang's observation of the mountains and rivers had been exposed by Qin Pingan. Hence, both sides opened the window and spoke frankly. Since it was the city lord spying on the inn, it was also a kind of reminder. It meant that in this city, especially on this night boat, as long as the heavens of this world were willing, there was nothing that was unknown. At that moment, the group was already in the array formation. Qin Pingan looked at Pei Qian. Pei Qian immediately understood and reported a number. Before Qin Pingan ascended and left the city, Qin Pingan used his voice to speak to Pei Qian in riddles. From the moment Qin Pingan left the inn to look for Ning Yao, Pei Qian had already been counting. He only gave the number when his master asked. Ning Yao was a little puzzled. Qin Pingan smiled and explained, "I'm afraid of being schemed against and being kept in the dark without realizing it. If I'm not careful, I'll delay my trip to the North Continent too much." Qin Pingan put two of his fingers together and gently shook his wrist. From the flying sword cage in the small world of his body, he actually took out a half-burnt lamp-raising talisman. This was the same as the Taoist priest Green Ox and the curly-bearded man. It could be considered a completely different world on the ferry. After lighting up a lamp, the difference between the small world and the lamp-raising talisman hovering at the window was not small. Finally, Qin Pingan discovered a rather deeply hidden truth. He sneered, "On this side of the ferry, there really is someone secretly controlling the speed of the long river of time. If they want to do it without anyone noticing, they can do it in the mountains for 60 years and in the world for 1,000 years. It's definitely not Li Shilong from Entry City. It's very likely that it's the ship's owner." Cui Dongshan's heaven and earth in the sleeve could make a cultivator in a cage pass a day like a year. Naturally, it could also let the person in the trap experience what it meant to pass by in a flash. Pei Qian's scalp went numb when he heard this. Imagine being on the ferry at night for 10 days to half a month, leisurely strolling through the 12 cities. However, when they left the ferry, they realized that months or even years had passed in the vast world. Qin Pingan walked to the windowsill and said in a clear voice, "I'll have to trouble Li Shilong to tell the ship's owner that it doesn't matter if the ferry is now close to the entrance of the ultimate or directly going to the wasteland. However, since I've already noticed that it's changing the river of time, can it be avoided?" Previously, on the street and in the inn, Qin Pingan had lit two lamp-raising talismans to help the ferry. They mistakenly thought that Qin Pingan was full of himself. He thought that his Tao was high enough and his spells were invincible in the continent. He became the ancestor of other sections. He thought that he was far-sighted and that all the opportunities were in his bag. He relied on a longevity lamp from the ancestral hall to luckily climb the mountain and walk the path of cultivation. Qin Pingan stood at the window for a moment before turning to look at Ning Yao. Ning Yao shook her head and said, "Either the ship's owner didn't pay attention to this side, or the other party's Tao is high enough that I can't detect any clues." Qin Pingan nodded and returned to his seat. He asked softly, "How long can we stay in the vast world this time?" Ning Yao plucked 3 melon seeds from the mountain of melon seeds with her fingers. Qin Pingan slammed the table with a deafening sound. He cursed angrily, "Only 3 months. Has the person in charge of the Confucian temple lost his mind? Or is there something wrong with his brain? Don't worry about it. I'll scold anyone who dares to rush you." Ning Yao shook her head gently. Qin Pingan said in shock, "Only 3 days?" Ning Yao remained silent. Qin Pingan frowned and rubbed his chin. He narrowed his eyes and began to think carefully. Zhou Mili hurriedly plucked another pile of melon seeds for the hillmaster's wife to eat more. In an instant, Ning Yao's sword left its scabbard. She held the sword in one hand and suddenly slashed the air in the room. Ning Yao instantly swam away with her sword. Ning Yao didn't need to say anything. Ning Yao and Qin Pingan didn't have any telepathic communication. However, they didn't even need to look at each other. Qin Pingan had already followed Ning Yao and disappeared in a flash. They arrived at a mountain peak. It was where Xiao Baoan stood when he met the ship's owner. However, the middle-aged scholar and the sleeping monk were nowhere to be seen. At this moment, the mountain peak was empty except for a cattail hassock. Qin Pingan reached behind him and gently placed his hand on the scabbard on his back. Night Ranger, which had been unsheathed by an inch, returned to its scabbard. He looked around and praised, "The grotto heaven in a flask is such a beautiful place. It's hard for anyone to return the favor when the owner treats his guests so well." Qin Pingan squatted down and carefully looked at the cattail hassock. It seemed that the ship's owner had deliberately left it as a reward for solving the mystery. Ning Yao leaned on the immortal sword, naivety, with both hands. She looked down at the golden palace in the sea of clouds and said, "It's still difficult to catch the ship's owner with just you and me. Guests have their manners. Risking one's life has its own way of fighting." Qin Pingan left the cattail hassock behind and stood up. He smiled at Ning Yao and said, "Let's go back." Ning Yao extended her sword. Over at the inn in Entry City, Ning Yao and Qin Pingan returned together. Pei Qian had already sat down on the long bench beside Zhou Meili. Little Meili had remained in her previous posture of munching on melon seeds, like a wooden puppet. Only when the good mountain chieftain and his wife returned did little Meili continue munching on melon seeds. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "It's nothing. We went to an interesting place just now and almost met Teacher Zhang. Let's chat more casually." Qin Pingan took out 4 pots of wine, 2 pots of osmanthus wine, and 1 pot of glutinous rice wine from his hometown. He then took out 4 wine bowls and placed them on the table. They were all from his wine shop at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He handed the pot of glutinous rice wine to Pei Qian and said that he and Xiaomi could drink some today. Just don't drink too much. He poured a bowl of osmanthus wine for himself and Ning Yao and asked tentatively, "Is it really only 3 days?" "It's 3 years. But I won't stay for too long." Ning Yao said, "Before I came here I killed an ancient remnant, the one-eyed man. He seemed to be one of the 12 high-level gods. I earned a lot of merits from the Confucian temple. Being able to kill the one-eyed man has something to do with me breaking through the bottleneck and ascending to the ascendant realm. It's not just the difference of one realm and the difference in swordsmanship. It's just that the time and place are not on my opponent's side. So compared to the first time it's much easier. Breaking through the realm and ascending. 2 rounds of swordsmanship, time and place, one-eyed man, high-level god." When she said this, Ning Yao's tone was calm and her expression was normal. It was not that she deliberately made it sound shocking, but for Ning Yao, there was nothing much to say about all the troubles in the past. But today Ning Yao added, "If you were here it would be easier." It was just that Ning Yao didn't say whether Ascension City would be more relaxed with the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi or if she would be more relaxed with Qin Pingan by her side. Maybe it was both. Maybe it was the same. Ning Yao had nothing to be embarrassed about because what she said was the truth. Even the entire Ascension City would not deny this fact, especially the swordsmen of the hidden official's lineage, the martial arts lineage of the criminal official, and the young swordsmen of the lineage of the Quan Mansion. They especially missed the young hidden official who had left behind too many interesting deeds and countless stories. Even if it was for various reasons, those swordsmen who did not have a good impression of the wine shop's second shopkeeper and half a foreigner, when they were drinking together, they would often talk about this person, whether it was from afar, he's Alliance, from close up, he's the hidden official, or he knocked down the second shopkeeper with 1 punch, or he went to the battlefield in a fancy way. They were all topics of conversation and excellent side dishes. For example, even among the 9 sword fairy embryos that Qin Pingan brought back to the vast world, there would be children who did not like the young hidden official, and there was more than one of them. However, no one could deny that when facing the enemy on their side, there was always a hidden official by their side. When sheathing his sword, he would help to give advice and suggestions, find loopholes and fill in the gaps. When he attacked with his sword, he would also be in danger and risk his life. The difference between the two was indeed not small. Hearing this, Qin Pingan felt a little guilty. He raised his wine bowl, took a sip of wine, and picked up a dried fish from the creek of his family's Luapa mountain as a side dish. Ning Yao said, "In that new world where opportunities are everywhere, if anyone can kill an ancient god, even if it's not one of the 12 high positions, as long as they are lucky, they can obtain a supernatural power." Taoist Shan Qing, Lady Guan Huangting of Tongya Continent, and Heatstroke of Liuxia Continent. According to the intelligence of the Ascension City, They all have their own opportunities. What Ning Yao meant was, of course, that if Qin Pingan was also in the fifth world, even if it was the Ascension City or the hidden official's lineage, he would definitely be very busy every day. He would be a heaven-grade burden house. Qin Pingan told her about the ruins of Taiping Mountain. He hoped that Huang Ting would not be too worried. As long as she returned to the vast world, she could immediately rebuild her sect. Ning Yao nodded and said, "When I return, I will go and tell the Lady Guan." Seeing that Qin Pingan was staring at her, Ning Yao asked, "Do you need me to pass on a message? Are you not in a hurry?" Qin Pingan said firmly, "No." Ning Yao took a sip of wine. Xiaomi felt that she could finally speak. Turning her head, she asked softly, Pei Qian, is she the female Taoist elder sister who taught you the sword-carrying technique and the knife-dragging technique? You even said that she's very pretty, but she has a bad eye for people?" The master and disciple at the table had a headache. Pei Qian said awkwardly, "Did I say that?" Zhou looked at Pei Qian, then looked at the good mountain master and his wife. She hesitated and said, "You didn't, right?" She felt that she probably said something wrong. She quickly drank a big mouthful of glutinous rice wine and said with a laugh, "My alcohol tolerance is not good. I was drunk." Ning Yao smiled. It seemed that she needed to talk more with Xiaomi. When it came to the affinity of the elders on Luopa Mountain, other than Sister Nuanshu, no one dared to say that they were second. Qin Pingan's two senior brothers, Zuiyu and Jun Qian, although they did not stay on Luopa Mountain for long, without exception they chatted with Xiaomi the most. They really liked to chat with Zhou Mili because this little water monster of the mute lake was the most innocent. Head butler Zhu Lian was too watertight, mountain master Wei Pai was too reserved, Nuanshu was too busy every day, and Qin Lingjun would avoid them. Only Xiaomi, who liked to patrol the mountain, liked to ask all kinds of questions and would answer all of them. Qin Pingan immediately changed the topic. After chatting for a while, Pei Qian learned that his master had long admired Li Shirlang of Luopa City. Pei Qian felt a little strange. It was hard to imagine that his master would admire someone so much. Zhou Mili scratched her face. It was quite awkward. It was not worse than being chased out of the poetry competition back then. Qin Pingan did not think that Li Shirlang would disappoint people when he saw a real, living immortal, outside of the books. He smiled at Pei Qian and said, "Do you still remember when you were young, when you were rushing at night in Tongye Continent? I taught you those jingles to boost your courage?" Qin Pingan took a sip of wine and tapped the table with 2 fingers. He smiled and said, "Door to door, street to street. Day to day, home to a foreign land. Xianxia Palace on the ground, Xuanhuan Palace in the sky. Master the talisman of the 5 mountains, hanging the sword of the 7 stars." Pei Qian grinned. "Cook early garlic, cut spring celery, locust tree to willow, cypress to regular. Yellow dog to Xuanhuan lake to cliff. 2 white jade chopsticks at the foot of the mountain, immortal 9-turn purple gold pill." Qin Pingan nodded. "Actually, these are the rhymes that I compiled according to Li Shirlang. I chose and cut them out before teaching you. When Master first went out to travel, he often carried this. These beautiful words had once accompanied the straw sandals youth through thousands of mountains and rivers. Whenever he was homesick, the youth would think of the streets of his hometown, the locust tree in the small town, and the regular tree in the mountains. Whenever his stomach was rumbling, he would think of the fragrance of scrambled eggs with leeks and dried celery. It would make an ignorant youth unable to help but think about the cloud guard envoy, the snow-clothed lady, the white jade chopsticks, and the purple gold pill. He said in the book that there is no secret to the poor's pleasure. There is only the method of taking a step back. When I read this, I felt that this senior was right. It seemed to be like this. There are a lot of things that cannot be avoided. It is impossible to avoid. What else can be done? Really can't be done." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "But I didn't expect that Li Shirlang gave another example at the end of the book. It was about the summer season. There were a lot of mosquitoes in the tent. The traveler was staying at the post house and couldn't bear the disturbance. Then the village head said something. The reason that Li Shirlang wanted to use was that there is no need to lead others to take a step back. Because the reason is very simple. In this life, who hasn't faced adversity? Therefore, comparing the past to the present, I don't know the pain, but I feel happy. Therefore, every time after I practice my boxing or when I come across something, I feel more and more that Li Shirlang's words seem to have made a certain reason clear, leaving no room for discussion. But he himself said that his intention was to advise and punish, but he won't say it clearly. Isn't that strange?" Pei Qian opened his eyes wide. "Shifu said that when you are your enemy, You don't need to be anxious to compare yourself with others. If you want me today to be better than me yesterday, tomorrow I will be better than me today. Is this the reason? Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. That's right. Otherwise, do you think that Shifu's reason is to catch me when I fall from the sky? Qin Pingan raised his wine bowl and turned his head to look out the window. Then he suddenly drained it in one gulp. It could be considered a distant toast to Li Shirlang to express his heartfelt gratitude. In a garden in Lishang City, the white-haired old scholar stood shoulder to shoulder with Li Shirlang. Looking at the ripples in the pond, he smiled and said, "This flattery, this kind of intention, do you accept it or not?" Li Shirlang snorted coldly and said, "So what if this kid admires me? There are more than millions of people in the world who admire my talent and knowledge. This kid is incomparably slippery. Could it be that he thinks I am that stupid person who uses a stick in a date? I dare say that kid is very clear that you and I are listening at the side right now. Because he already knows that if he calls Li Shirlang by name, I will be able to sense it." The old scholar clicked his tongue. Li Shirlang's expression immediately relaxed. He stroked his beard and smiled. It's just that these heartfelt words can't be grasped at the last moment. Sincerity can be seen at a glance. The old scholar nodded in agreement. He is indeed the hidden official of the Great Wall of Swordchi. He even dared to scheme against the ship owner. To be able to be schemed against by him, to be able to make such a shrewd junior admire him, Li Shirlang can be considered to have gained a lot of face this time. Li Shirlang nodded and said, "That Taoist green ox only knows how to eat melons." In one of the 4 cities under the ship that night, the middle-aged scholar concealed his figure and came to a banquet. The banquet was filled with red strings and jade-green sleeves. The candlelight was uneven. Those who looked at it would suspect that it was an immortal. A woman was playing the zither. On the main seat was the handsome man who took the initiative to give the position of city lord to Xiao Baowan. His nickname was Beautiful Zhou. The middle-aged scholar took another step and silently came to another place. He smiled and asked a man with a blurry figure, "You and Qin Pingan were once colleagues in the Great Wall of Swordchi, right? Why did you let Xiao Baowan attack him? Was it because you had some agreement with the previous criminal official, Zhou, that you had no choice but to do so?" The man whose face even the ship owner could not see clearly was the criminal official in the prison of the Great Wall of Swordchi. There he took in a young sword cultivator as his direct disciple. His name was Du Shanin. And this strange sword celestial who was unknown in the records of the Summer Palace was the only one who attacked in the small world of the prison. It was the sword that killed the Ascendant Realm external demon Wu Shuangjiang. After this person left the Great Wall of Swordchi, he had been a guest on the night ship. At this moment, the man said to the ship owner, Mr. Zhang, indifferently, "It's just a business deal. There's a woman who wants to escape from the Aquarius continent." The middle-aged scholar smiled and said, "That's strange. Qin Pingan is already on this ferry. Isn't it the best time for her to escape?" Taking a step back, Qin Pingan went to the North Continent. Can he directly decide the changes in the situation at Xinjiang Mountain? The man said, "Tianhuan only did a divination. It seems like it has to be so to survive." The middle-aged scholar was puzzled and asked, "Is it that external demon hiding in the wick of the lamp?" He shook his head and said, "Even if there's that external demon, it's still not enough. In this place, even if the external demon is in the Ascendant Realm, it's still not useful." The man waved his hand and ordered him to leave. The middle-aged scholar just stood there and fell into deep thought. In the entry city, Ning Yao took out an oil lamp and gently twisted the wick to open a mountain restriction. Before the Great Wall of Swordchi ascended and left, Qin Pingan handed this oil lamp to the tailor and brought it with him to the 5th world. Now that Ning Yao was already an Ascendant Realm sword cultivator, then its existence was dispensable. A white-haired boy jumped out of the house and sat cross-legged in the air. He had a big forehead, a green snake and 2 swords. He was wearing a Taoist robe and his eyes were sparkling. He was probably bored in the small world. Now that he was forced to appear, he was still chewing on his fingers. An Ascendant Realm external demon, alias Wu Shuangjiang. In the prison of the Great Wall of Swordchi, he asked Old Deaf to call him Grandpa. Old Deaf never hesitated and called him Grandpa. However, his green snake, 2 swords and Taoist robe had long been traded with Qin Pingan. Now they were just some pitiful and nostalgic camouflage. Now he was a pauper. When he saw Qin Pingan in green, the white-haired boy's face was full of disbelief. He was struck by lightning and his eyes were dull as if a lifetime had passed. He was about to cry. Then, his face was full of grievance as if his heart and lungs were hurt. Like a drop of thick ink dripping into clear water, it instantly became dizzy. He fell to the ground on his butt and moved his hands and feet. He wailed loudly and finally pounded his chest as if he was so sad that he couldn't say a word. He just sat on the ground and wailed. Qin Pingan chewed on melon seeds and said with a sideways glance, "Stop." The white-haired boy stood up quickly and began to shout at the top of his lungs. His face was flushed red and he began to walk around a table. He raised his arms and shouted, "Hidden Officer Laozu, handsome, returning home in glory. His martial arts are unparalleled and he is invincible in the world. His fist is at the 11th realm and his swordsmanship is at the 15th realm." Pei Qian chewed on melon seeds and looked at this strange existence. It was just that his words were a little out of tune. Even she couldn't bear to listen to him. Compared to Guizhou, it was much worse. Zhou Mili mistakenly thought that this short winter melon was possessed by Jing Qin. Qin Pingan said, "That's enough." The white-haired boy first flattered Ning Yao. "Sister Ning really keeps her promise. You are indeed the most powerful person in the world for thousands of years." Ning Yao ignored him. Then the white-haired boy ran to Qin Pingan and asked carefully, "Hidden Officer Laozu? How about that deal?" Qin Pingan said, "You are already free." After Qin Pingan returned to the world, he asked Cui Dongshan about Wu Shuangjiang. Only then did he know that the real Wu Shuangjiang could be ranked among the top 10 in the Qingming Tian. And the white-haired boy, as he expected, was the demon in Wu Shuangjiang's heart. He was even his Taoist companion on the mountain. Her real name was Tian Tian. That was the name on the registry of mountains and rivers. It seemed that there was no surname. However, Qin Pingan felt that it was quite good to think that this otherworldly demon was Wu Shuangjiang. Back then, he had a good relationship with the young shopkeeper of the Storkin because of the ownership of this otherworldly demon. But in the end, there was some unhappiness between them. The white-haired boy sighed and was speechless. After so many hardships, he got what he wanted. Instead, he felt a little lost. He suddenly put his hands on his waist and said, "Who are those two? That bun and that short winter melon, what are they doing? How dare they sit at the same table with my hidden officer Laozu? Did I borrow your guts? Don't you understand human language? Hurry up and sit on the ground." Pei Qian chuckled. Zhou Mili scratched her head. She was not afraid at all. The next moment, this otherworldly demon of the ascendant realm suddenly showed an illusory Dharma form. It instantly propped up the heaven and earth of the city. After slightly bending its knees and bowing its head, it took in the mountains and rivers on the ground. Then it rotated its sleeves and the starlight scattered between heaven and earth. It instantly put away its Dharma form and starlight, and its body shrank back to its original form. Except for Qin Pingan, Ning Yao, and Pei Qian, who had a pair of shining eyes, even the patrolling cavalry did not notice this ripple of qi activity. Even the towering Dharma form could not be seen at all. Only Li Shirlang and the old scholar raised their heads and found something unusual. It could be seen that Wu Shuangjiang's magical power was very high. No wonder Cui Dongshan said that this palace master was about to become the latest 14th realm great cultivator in the Qingming world. The white-haired boy swaggered and sat on the empty bench opposite Qin Pingan. He put his hands on the table and was about to stand up. Suddenly, he lowered his head and saw that the little girl in black could not step on the ground, so it did not matter. He continued to sit, picked some melon seeds for himself and began to eat them. Then he lowered his voice and said, "Old ancestor Xuanhuan, what is this place? It's quite strange. If you look outside, it's dark. The host here is at least at the ascendant realm. Don't tell me this is our own mountain? Oh my god, it's really a big family. Then we're really rich." Qin Pingan said, "We're on a ferry." The white-haired boy was stunned. He leaned forward and did not care about eating melon seeds. He reached out to cover his mouth and urged, "Old ancestor Xuanhuan, when shall we do it? If we don't do it, we'll lose our elegance and face. It's dark now, so it's the best time to do it. With you, Sister Ning, and me on the side, we'll be in charge of holding the line." "What ferry?" "It'll be our property from tomorrow onwards." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Then you'll go and explore the way first?" He sighed and continued to eat melon seeds, pretending that he did not say anything. It found that there were some junk on the table. Eating sunflower seeds was boring, so it stood on the bench and began to fiddle with the virtual objects. There was a small bundle of dried plum branches, a small porcelain pot with a simple shape of daffodil, an iron cast flower artifact, and an ebony paperweight with the name Shu Yi. He suddenly felt a little sad. He slowly raised his head and looked at the guy who was drinking opposite him. He rubbed the corner of his eyes and said with a bitter face, "Old ancestor Ingguan, you've returned to your hometown, but why are you getting worse and worse?" Qin Pingan. He suddenly asked carefully, "Did anyone look for you at the inverted hanging mountain?" Qin Pingan did not hide anything. He nodded and said, "They did, but I rejected them." He stood on the bench and asked with a smile, "That was then. What about now?" Qin Pingan could not even protect himself at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was uncertain whether he could return to his hometown, so he rejected them. Now that he had returned to the vast world, what would happen? Qin Pingan smiled and said, "I promised you. So for the next 80 years, even if wuxia comes, as long as I'm here, you'll be free." A young worker who was napping at the counter suddenly raised his head and yawned. He rested his chin on one hand and said with a smile, "Young man, you talk so big. Won't you stuff yourself to death?" The white-haired boy's face instantly turned pale. Qin Pingan said, "I've made Court Chief Wu wait." The young worker smiled and asked, "What do you say now? Are you going to take back your arrogant words and earn a small favor from me? Or are you going to stop me?" Qin Pingan took out a talisman and said with a smile, "Since Court Chief Wu is proficient in divination and predicted that I would come to this night sailing ship, you've been waiting for me. To be safe, why don't I make an exception and temporarily restore my cultivation to its peak and perform a divination as a 14th level great cultivator? Otherwise I might fail miserably. It's easy to come to the vast world but difficult to return to the green netherworld. As for Court Chief Wu's exception, it'll definitely break the rule we made with the Confucian Temple. However, I can use my merits to smooth things over with the Confucian Temple." The middle-aged scholar had a helpless expression. He did not even notice wuxia's arrival at the night sailing ship. The officer said, "That's a good thing." Other than Ning Yao, who was a surprise to everyone, if Qin Pingan really did have a trump card prepared beforehand, as long as he goes up against Wu Shuangjiang, the truth will come to light. The middle-aged scholar clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Regardless of whether he has a trump card or not, he's indeed worthy of his title as a secluded official since he dares to challenge a 14th level great cultivator." He then sighed and said, "I want to witness the prowess of a 14th level cultivator, but I don't want to attract the attention of the Confucian Temple. It's really difficult." He turned to look at the man and said jokingly, "With Xiao Baozhuan's luck, he should have a place there like you and Tianhuan." Qin Pingan had lost a portion of Taoism's fate regarding the bramble bough with the bearded guest. The man nodded and said, "I can consider it." The young waiter of the inn stood up. It was obvious that this court chief of the Sui Chu Palace who had ascended to the 14th level would not perform a divination. With a slight movement of his sleeve, Qin Pingan took out a talisman. There was nothing profound about it. He had merely used the talisman technique to move a mountain onto a piece of paper and draw an ordinary mountain top. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Court Chief Wu, do you really want to give it a try?" The Sui Chu Palace chief Wu Shuangjiang, who had quietly rushed to the righteous world and boarded the ship, sneered. Qin Pingan instantly took out his natal flying sword and let Pei Qian and the white-haired boy protect Xiaomi. A sparrow in a cage. Qin Pingan and Ning Yao stood side by side. Apart from the absence of Pei Qian and the other two, the small world seemed to be normal. The next moment, there were no living immortals in the entire city. There were only Qin Pingan and Ning Yao who were carrying swords on their backs. A sparrow in a cage. Within the small world, all the streets and buildings turned into flying swords. Wu Shuangjiang put his hands behind his back and took the lead to walk out of the street. He leisurely looked at the flying sword's natal Abijna and took the lead to walk to the empty and quiet street. The talisman in Qin Pingan's sleeve flashed with spiritual light and disappeared instantly. Wu Shuangjiang frowned slightly. Qin Pingan extended his hand and unsheathed Night Ranger. He squinted his eyes and said, "Then shall we try the 14th level?" Ning Yao smiled. A white-robed youth suddenly appeared and struck a palm with his fist. "All right, mister." A slender man in a long green robe and cloth shoes raised his hand. A willow leaf spun between his fingers as he laughed at Wu Shuangjiang. "The 14th level. You scared me to death." According to common sense, the world believed that old sect Master Zhang's combat strength had fallen. That snow-white talisman paper was like a whetstone used to sharpen the sword. Although it was cut in half like tofu, Wu Shuangjiang was still able to rely on this to instantly determine the fierceness of the flying sword. As expected of Jiang Shangshan. Not only is he gifted, but the key is that he's ruthless enough. He's a natural Tao-fusing embryo. It's not without reason that he's able to cause trouble everywhere and live until today. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and was very understanding. He said slowly, "Actually, there's no need to deliberately delay. It's not easy for me to come to the righteous world, so I'm not in a hurry to leave. You can do whatever you want and experience the most outstanding people among the young people of the righteous world." Ning Yao, Chen Pingan, the white-robed youth with half-embroidered tiger embroidery, and Jiang Xianxia of Tongye continent. To Wu Shuangjiang, even Jiang Xianxia, who was the oldest, was still a junior. He was still a young man in his prime. Jiang Xianxia's fall in cultivation was extremely dangerous and ingenious. Simply speaking, he used the fall in cultivation to sharpen that piece of willow leaf. The flying sword of a willow leaf was real, but its sharpness still far exceeded that of Jiang Xianxia's willow leaf when he was in the immortal realm. The price was that Jiang Xianxia's cultivator physique was much more damaged than before and became relatively weak. That was why Jiang Xianxia now had white hair on his temples and looked like he was old. In other words, Jiang Xianxia's fall in cultivation was real, absolutely real. However, the quality of that natal flying sword was almost equivalent to leaving it in the ascendant realm. It was just that Jiang Xianxia was too shrewd. He had always used the fall in cultivation as the best camouflage to deceive the world. Jiang Xianxia really did not hold back. He flipped his wrist and a pot of wine appeared. He said with a sincere face, "Since we hit it off, how about a pot of wine first?" When the small talk was over, it would not be a competition to determine the winner. Instead, it would be a life-and-death battle with Wu Shuangjiang. As long as Wu Shuangjiang dared to be arrogant, that would be the best. However, no one would underestimate Wu Shuangjiang. After all, he was a cultivator who could teach each other how to be a person. Cui Dongshan stood on the roof of a shop, and a mountain walking stick suddenly appeared in his hand. He waved his hands in a circle and ripples appeared. Layers of halos rippled and layers of halos appeared. It was like a golden painting scroll, and a pocket-sized sun was hanging in the sky. Cui Dongshan laughed and said, "Palace Master Wu, nice to meet you." He reached out and grabbed the pocket-sized white sun in his hand. He shook his wrist and the ball rolled away like a palm. It spun and shone in all directions. The blind old man integrated the Tao integration of the 100,000 mountains, and the sage of literature integrated the Tao integration of the vast 3 continents. Bai Yi integrated the poem in the heart of Tao integration, which was harmony. Su Zi and the mellow scholar Xuanhuan of the South Sa continent were also walking on this path. Other than that, there were also sword cultivators. For example, the long-bearded hero Lu Cha, who was the 3rd highest sovereign stage great demon in the beginning. Above the sea, by the shore of the ultimate, this sword cultivator who had reached the 14th level was beaten back to the ascendant stage from the 14th level by Chen Chunan. Because of this, Lu Cha couldn't return to the desolate world. Instead, he was detained in the Merit and Virtue Forest by the Confucian Temple. The previous hidden official, Xiao Chua, betrayed the Great Wall of Sword Qi and took a shortcut to the Martyr's Palace in the wilderness. Although she was only at the 14th level of the Immortal Soul 3rd level, she had the geographical advantage and had lost the greatest reliance of a sword cultivator, which was the great freedom of being unfettered by heaven and earth. This was also the reason why Xiao Chua couldn't fight with the left and right sides in the alien battlefield even though she was 1 level higher than them. It was also the reason why the left and right sides were determined to stop Xiao Chua from returning to the desolate world. Jiang Xianxia asked, "Brother Cui, the more I look at it, the scarier it is. What do you think?" Cui Dongshan said seriously, "You should be thick-skinned and beg for mercy from Palace Master Wu. Didn't Chief Zhou notice? He said that we can do whatever we want, but Palace Master Wu is the one who hasn't been idle the most. Facing such a strong enemy, since we can't win in a battle of strength and wits, we can only admit defeat." Wu Shuangjiang smiled knowingly. Among the Taoist officials of the Qingming world, there was a popular golden rule that when a cultivator of the lower 5 realms faced a cultivator of the middle 5 realms, and then used the spells and divine abilities of a cultivator of the upper 5 realms, there would be less accidents. Wu Shuangjiang still had one hand behind his back and snapped his fingers with the other. 3 natal flying swords were flying around him. They were the caged sparrow, the moon in the well, and a willow leaf. Of course they were imitation swords. However, Cui Dongshan and Jiang Xianxia didn't think that the imitation swords of the Sword Hatred Mountain in the North Continent could be compared to these 3. Cui Dongshan said, "Fortunately, it can only last for the time it takes to burn an incense stick." Jiang Xianxia said with a sad look, Mountain Master's hands-off boss is very unpredictable. Wu Shuangjiang used his fingertip to press against the caged sparrow imitation sword and smiled. Then may I invite you to tour the Sparrow Tower with me? In an instant the scenery of the world changed completely. There was a tall building standing on the bank of the river. It was none other than the Stork Tower of the Qingming Heavenly Palace. Wu Shuangjiang waved his sleeves and the moon in the well flashed past. The water of the river rose, like rain clouds hanging upside down on the earth. Finally rain fell from the sky. Countless raindrops shot up, and every raindrop was a flying sword. There were millions of flying swords. Cui Dongshan, who was floating in the air, knocked the green bamboo cane in his hand heavily and smiled. Since ancient times, let's go to the past and catch a big fish upstream. Go back. The words of the Confucian sage were like the heavenly law, and the river of time flowed in reverse. The three of them returned to the real world of the caged sparrow. In fact, the 2 times the flowing water of time passed by Wu Shuangjiang, it took a detour. Cui Dongshan stood on one leg like a golden rooster. With one hand raised high, he held the white sun in his palm while the other pointed at Wu Shuangjiang with the mountain-treading staff. The 4 directions are called the universe. Let this junior teach Court Chief Wu what a small world is. In fact, before Cui Dongshan made that comical pose, the world had already been formed. Wu Shuangjiang kept the 3 imitation swords in his sleeves. Looking at his posture, he was going to use them to refine the void into reality. Wu Shuangjiang took a step forward for the first time. The moment he took a step, the celestial form behind him overlapped with his true body, and a majestic Dharma form appeared on the spot. It was millions of feet tall, and compared to the indomitable scene of the otherworldly demon in Lishong City, it was even more exaggerated. It was as if it was about to open up a canopy of Cui Dongshan's world. When it took its second step, the Dharma form held up the sky with one hand and swept its other arm. The originally stable world instantly became chaotic, and countless torrents of Tao techniques appeared. Each and every strand was as large as a raging river that broke through a dam. They surged through the world, and a slight sound of silk tearing could be heard. Cui Dongshan sneered. He twirled the green bamboo cane with 2 fingers and drew a circle. He pinched his fingers and silently recited the teachings of the sage. The world that included Wu Shuangjiang and the Dharma form was cut apart and condensed into a mustard seed. Jiang Shangzhen no longer hesitated. He took out a rare copy of the Mountain Search painting from his sleeve. It was known as the Peaceful Edition of the Mountain, and its seniority was only slightly lower than the founding ancestor. He threw out the painting scroll and enveloped the mustard seed world within it, using the world to envelop the world. At the same time, Jiang Shangzhen seemed to have received an imperial order. The small world of the caged sparrow suddenly opened, allowing Jiang Shangzhen to leave this place without leaving a trace. Cui Dongshan pressed his palms together and suddenly twisted them. The world changed, turning into a large swamp. Countless flood dragons were entrenched in it, and countless sword gleams crisscrossed within. When he arrived outside the small world of the caged sparrow, Jiang Shangzhen saw the young hill master who was meticulously setting up the array. The 2 of them only looked at each other and smiled knowingly. They did not exchange any words. Jiang Shangzhen disappeared in a flash once again. He flipped his sleeves and another world stood tall. It was an ancient arcane realm ruin that Jiang Shangzhen had refined. It was called the Willow Shade Land. A flying sword, the caged sparrow, a mustard seed world of the constellation painting, and a mountain search formation. There were already 3 small worlds. One of Cui Dongshan's small world of the heart image, the great swamp of ancient Shu. The Willow Shade Land that Jiang Shangzhen had refined. In addition to the lawless place that Qin Pingan was responsible for setting up the array, there were another 3 small grotto heavens. In the next moment, Cui Dongshan quickly passed by the Willow Shade Land and went outside, creating another world. In the next moment, Qin Pingan met Cui Dongshan face to face again. He spread out a sword immortal painting scroll that he had brought back from the Great Wall of Sword Qi to the peak of Luapa Mountain. Ning Yao, who had nothing to do, was only responsible for overseeing it. It was not that the small worlds of cultivators were worthless, but that Qin Pingan and the other 2, especially Jiang Shangzhen and Cui Dongshan, who had many magic treasures, could not be judged by common sense. Previously, outside the Mirage City of the Great Quan Empire, Qin Pingan was alone. Wen Jian, Pei Min, Cui Dongshan, and Jiang Shangzhen did not have a chance to make a move. After that, the 3 of them stayed at Luapa Mountain and chatted for a night. In the end, they even invited Shan Jun, Wei Pai, and Lu Jinglong to come up with a plan. The Three Mountains talisman that Qin Pingan had taken out earlier was one of his earliest ideas on the mountain. It was the most crucial move on the chessboard. It was worthy of being called the unreasonable move. Cui Dongshan and Jiang Shangzhen both had identical mountain talismans in their hands. This meant that no matter who encountered a difficult opponent who was bound to lose in a one-on-one fight, they could take out this talisman and summon the other two to instantly enter the battlefield. In the beginning they used the swordsman Pei Min as an imaginary opponent. Later, the three of them did not even let go of the talisman Yu Xian and the great celestial master of Longhu Mountain. They were all invited to the chessboard one by one. Of course, they could also use it to deal with a protector who might be behind Xuanhuan. In short, they were all aiming for Ascendant Realm Sword cultivators like Pei Min. Even if they were to use it to deal with Wu Shuangjiang, who was a 14th level great cultivator, it was still the same sentence. If the three of them worked together, they could risk their lives. After all, Wu Shuangjiang came from the Green Netherworld. He was in a similar situation as Lu Chen when he traveled to Lizhu Grotto Heaven. There were many rules and restrictions. Even if he was driven to desperation, Wu Shuangjiang had no choice but to restore his 14th level cultivation base. That would violate the rules of the Sage of Rites. Naturally, he would be suppressed by the Great Way. Moreover, the situation had changed now. There was an Ascendant Realm Sword cultivator, Ning Yao. Not only was she an Ascendant Realm cultivator, she was also proficient in fighting. Therefore, whether it was Ning Yao guarding the formation from the side or making the final decision, there was no doubt that she was the best candidate. However, according to the three of them, they did not expect Ning Yao to be involved in the battlefield. Even if she was an Ascendant Realm Sword cultivator, she could only take charge of one of them. This was because the superposition of the small worlds were interconnected. Every step was taken carefully. The slightest difference was the difference between heaven and earth. The order of the formation of each small world was very particular, not to mention the mystery within. Ning Yao had no qualms about this. She quietly waited for Wu Shuangjiang. Earlier, she had heard Qin Pingan say that these small worlds were used to entertain the guests. They were just the first moves. Cui Dongshan and Jiang Shangzhen shook their sleeves in the various worlds. Magic weapons fell like rain. This was Luapa Mountain's way of entertaining guests. The higher the realm, the more money they spent and the more attention they paid. (777) Wu Shuangjiang was trapped in the overlapping mini-worlds. He could no longer see the figures of the four people. Instead, he retracted the Dharma form that could hold up the heavens and earth. He started to admire the first layer of the mustard world that was the foundation of the constellation map. Outside there was the aura of the mountain-searching map, but Wu Shuangjiang was not in a hurry. He soared through the void and with a casual step he could cross a constellation in the small world. Around him, because he was the only one who was suppressed, a breath or a step would collide with the small world. Especially when Wu Shuangjiang walked, it was like a surging river crashing into a pillar in the water, stirring up waves of dazzling seven-colored glaze. The flowing light overflowed and was incomparably bright. Behind him, there seemed to be an extremely thin but condensed long line that did not disperse, making Wu Shuangjiang look like a god crossing the river of stars. He strolled leisurely like a qi cultivator who had just entered the secular world of Qintianjian. He had to do the 4 introductory courses of fainting vision, fainting meditation, morning meditation and morning meditation. Then Wu Shuangjiang took a step and hovered in the void between the 2 constellations. He looked back and saw long lines that seemed to be the trajectory of life. They did not dissipate for a long time. Was this the manifestation of a karmic line? Wu Shuangjiang felt that it was a little novel. He let it go and waited for the other party to pull the thread. He only hoped that it was not a trick that was all talk and no action. Wu Shuangjiang put his hands behind his back and lowered his head with a smile. Mr. Cui, they all say that the qi is like a bull. Where is the sword light? There were only 2 people that Wu Shuangjiang was interested in. They were Su Zi and Xiaohu. Wu Shuangjiang admired the former's poems from the bottom of his heart. That was why when he and Lu Chen stood outside the Deshiendu temple, Wu Shuangjiang said that he admired Su Zi even in front of the child in the tiger hat. As for the latter, he did not admire the deceit of his master or the 3 noble things. Instead, he admired Cui Dong's choice and the 100 years of preparation that led to that choice. Wu Shuangjiang felt that it was very interesting. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to do it. Since that was the case, he deserved his respect. Wu Shuangjiang rarely felt that he couldn't accomplish anything. He couldn't write as heroic a poem as Su Zi. He could scheme against 2 worlds in just 100 years and play them in the palm of his hand. He couldn't compare to Cui Shi. Therefore Wu Shuangjiang was really not being polite when he addressed him as Mr. Cui. In fact, Wu Shuangjiang no longer needed to be courteous to anyone, not to Sun Huaizhong of the Xuandu Monastery or Lu Qin of the Baek Okekyung building. A white-robed young man who had returned to this place appeared extremely far below. Even with Wu Shuangjiang's level of cultivation, he could only see the silhouette of a mustard seed no matter how hard he tried. However, the young man's voice was loud. "Beg me or you won't be able to see me." Wu Shuangjiang smiled. When Xianhu was young he shouldn't be like this, right? He remembered that there was a time when he hid his identity and watched the debate between the three factions from afar. The young scholar standing behind the old xiaotsai had a scholarly air about him. He had a steady temperament and even had a natural elegance about him. At that time Wu Shuangjiang felt that this person was not ordinary. Sure enough, after that, White Emperor City's Rosy Clouds Bureau was formed. Wu Shuangjiang said to himself, "That's right. I'm a guest and the person I'm meeting is half Xiaohu. I should give him a greeting gift." This person raised his palm casually and said the two words, "Raise the sword," with a smile. First, a snow-white light appeared beside him. Then it stretched into a long line of sword light. Finally, it turned into a slightly chipped long sword. The style of the long sword, except for more than 200 extremely fine chipped edges, was exactly the same as the sword of Yudo of the Baek Okekyung building, the Taoist scripture of the four immortal swords. Wu Shuangjiang said again, "Drop the sword." A line fell straight down. The magnificent sword light fell straight from the constellation of the bullfighting constellation to the mortal world from the heavens. The white-robed young man stood where he was. His sleeves puffed up and 12 sword lights appeared in his sleeves. He was returning the favor to the guest from the heavens. The 12 sword lights each drew a slight arc. They did not compete with the Taoist scripture of the Taoist scripture. At most they would each cut their own way. Moreover, he might not be able to dodge the sword. The sword light from the heavens fell like a mountain. Cui Dongshan curled his lips. "Damn it, I can't dodge it. Wu Shuangjiang is shameless. He's not a sword cultivator, but he dares to use a sword." One of Cui Dongshan's talisman incarnations was crushed on the spot. There was no suspense. The sword light was vast and mighty. However, it was limited by the strange rules of heaven and earth. It could not really penetrate the small world of the star atlas. Instead, it kept appearing abruptly among the various constellations. It folded again and again, suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared again. A sword light kept shining between heaven and earth. Wu Shuangjiang did not even look at the 12 flying swords. After they came close, they stopped dozens of feet away from Wu Shuangjiang without exception. Wu Shuangjiang reached out and grabbed. The flying swords of different sizes were all condensed into the size of mustard seeds. He grasped all of them in the palm of his hand and instantly crushed them into powder. These virtual objects did not contain any real Taoist meaning. They were not qualified to be imitated by him. Wu Shuangjiang shook his sleeve. The imitated sword with boundless Taoist meaning disappeared into his sleeve. Cui Dongshan appeared at the 7 constellations of the south. The 7th constellation of the south was at the tail of the vermilion bird. However, he had changed into Wu Shuangjiang's appearance. Moreover, he used his finger to draw a talisman, writing "In the Year Palace, Wu Shuangjiang" on his palm. With a flip of his palm, a string of characters immediately melted like snow, merging into the chariot mansion beneath his feet. Afterwards, a colossal chariot earthworm appeared, swimming slowly. On top of the earthworm, a burly giant dressed in black and carrying a sword appeared. There were also 5 yellow-clothed women standing on a carriage. They each took out a character from In the Year Palace, Wu Shuangjiang. Wu Shuangjiang laughed involuntarily. This Mr. Cui really knew how to fuss over such petty benefits. He took advantage of everything. Did he want to use this to take advantage of the situation to go against people? Many little drops make an ocean. He could split the losses with the other 3. In the end, not only would none of them die in battle, he could even secure victory at a certain moment. That was a good plan. However, whether or not he could fulfill his wish would depend on his mood. These young people really dared to think of exchanging injuries for the life of a 14th realm cultivator. The 4 spirits of the heavens were in the 4 cardinal directions. The 4 palaces, 9 plains, 28 mansions, the sun, moon and 5 stars were in the 4 cardinal directions. The great path was like a grinding ant. Apart from the small commotion at the chariot mansion, there was also a huge phenomenon. The heavens and earth closed. The 28 mansions each had a god general in charge. It was like a spectator opening up a star map on a table and rolling up the scroll once more. He wanted to use this to grind down some of Wu Shuangjiang's cultivation. Wu Shuangjiang only pointed at the constellation not far away and asked with a smile. Most books record that it is a wall water serpent, but according to the ferryman, it is a wall water serpent. Which one is true? Cui Dongshan turned into a god spirit that supported the heavens and earth. He lowered his head and bent his waist. His eyes were like the sun and moon. On his snow-white sleeves were numerous water descendants of the flood dragon species. They were all curled up like a dragon. Cui Dongshan's Dharma image looked down on Wu Shuangjiang. His normal casual tone was like thunder. It was like a thunder god was beating a drum. However, the content of his words was very similar to Cui Dongshan's. You ask father? Who should father ask? Wu Shuangjiang raised his head and said, If Mr. Cui continues to cause trouble, I will be greatly disappointed in Xianhu. Cui Dongshan slammed his palm down. Wu Shuangjiang shook his head and shook his sleeves. He roughly understood the mysteries of the star map and felt that there was no need to stay here any longer. He went outside to take a look at the mountain search formation. Therefore, 4 swords appeared from his sleeves and circled around him. The 4 swords pointed in 4 different directions. Taoist scripture, Taibai, Wanfa, and naivety. Although they were 4 imitation swords, there was still a great disparity between the swords of Taoist second elder Yudo, Sun Huaizhong by Yi, the great heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, and Ning Yao, the 4 true masters of the immortal swords. However, only Wu Shuangjiang could perform such a magnificent feat. Moreover, the sword qi that filled the heavens and earth could not be faked. It was like the world's inferior, authentic, immortal swords had gathered once more. It was a magnificent sight. Wu Shuangjiang only needed to casually point his finger to break Cui Dongshan's Dharma image. The 4 swords flashed and disappeared. The mustard seed world was smashed. The white-clothed youth did not even have the chance to retrieve the damaged formation map. Perhaps Cui Dongshan had never thought of retrieving it from the start. He came to the second mini-world. It was the Taiping edition of Jiang Shangzhen's mountain search formation map. It was different from the most widely circulated mountain search formation maps in the world. In this Taiping edition, the targets of the immortal generals searching the mountains were mostly human. Among them, there were many graceful women whose faces had turned pale. On the other hand, the immortal generals with golden rings on their hands looked very fierce and did not look human. When Wu Shuangjiang came to the mountain search formation, there were no more disputes or killing in the mini-world of the mountain search formation map. Regardless of friend or foe, they all left the mountain and swarmed out. They all used their mystiques and tens of thousands of spells crazily attacked Wu Shuangjiang. Wu Shuangjiang's mind moved slightly, and the 4 imitation swords instantly went far away. They hovered in the 4 corners of the world. Wherever the 4 swords pointed, sword light bloomed. It was as if 4 pillars were erected in the 4 corners of the world. Then he took out 2 talisman and threw it lightly. A woman with a fox-white fur coat appeared beside him. She was full of heroic spirit. She was wearing a pair of flying cloud shoes. They were made of black silk and embroidered with clouds. They were dyed with perfume. Fragrant mist lingered around her feet. She walked leisurely like a fairy who had ascended to heaven with white clouds under her feet. As she walked, white clouds rolled and the world was filled with a strange fragrance. There was also a handsome young man with a yellow belt around his waist. A jade pouch hung from his waist. The young man only needed to reach out and press on his belt. Countless mountain spirits and monsters who were being searched retreated into the mountains. When the young man took out a jade pouch from his pouch and casually threw it into the air, all the immortal generals with golden rings on their wrists began to stop moving forward. In the end they slowly retreated. Wu Shuangjiang looked left and right. Looking at the immortal couple beside him, he smiled faintly. On the other side of the talisman imitation sword, a white-clothed young man stood over 10 li away. He nodded and let out a sigh of relief. I have to remind mistress not to use her sword so easily. A small spirit that had sneaked over furtively nodded. How troublesome. Compared to fighting with Pei Min and Court Chief Wu, it's much more worrisome. The talisman imitation sword flashed and the white-clothed young man was cut in half at the waist. The small spirit was beheaded. In the end, the white-clothed young man's legs bounced and his body was severed. The small spirit waved his hand and placed the head back on his shoulder. Wu Shuangjiang was slightly surprised. It was not Cui Dongshan's method. The talisman was just to refresh the mind. It was a simple and insignificant trick. However, Jiang Shangzhen's spirit had truly left his body. How could he be unharmed? Wu Shuangjiang thought for a while and smiled. Stop hiding. Don't be idle. After he finished speaking. In the three small worlds. In the small world in the cage, Ningyao saw Qin Pingan, who was wearing a green robe and carrying a sword on his back. In a secluded place, Qin Pingan, who was holding his breath and holding his sword on his knees, opened his eyes and saw Ningyao. In front of Jiang Shangzhen, there was a weak girl who looked like Heng Wu. However, there was no one beside Cui Dongshan's real body. Wu Shuangjiang laughed and said, "Good Xiaohu. You really don't disappoint." In the inn. The white-haired boy's face was pale as he stood on the bench in a daze. He thought that after Ningyao reached the Ascendant Realm, he would hide in the fifth world with Ningyao for at least 70 to 80 years. Even if the next time the door opened he could go to several worlds. Even if the traveling cultivators were no longer restricted by the realm, he could ask Ningyao or Qin Pingan to hide in the Confucian Temple in the Middle Earth for a few years. He could avoid Wu Shuangjiang no matter what. Firstly, he didn't expect Ningyao to bring him to the vast world. Secondly, he didn't expect Wu Shuangjiang to have reached the 14th realm. Thirdly, he didn't expect that he would really cross a world. He had been waiting for him on this ferry for a long time. It was ridiculous. In the world, there were only cultivators who were afraid of inner demons. How could inner demons be afraid of chi cultivators? The only exception was Wu Shuangjiang, who was an exception. First, he deliberately created an inner demon for her at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. After Wu Shuangjiang smoothly reached the pure jade realm, he refined the inner demon that he imprisoned in his heart bit by bit with secret techniques for 1,000 years. Finally, Wu Shuangjiang used it as an opportunity to reach the 14th realm. Wu Shuangjiang was infatuated, but he was even more ruthless. Under the Qingming heaven, Wu Shuangjiang's stubbornness was almost as famous as his Dao techniques. That was why it tried so hard to find an opportunity to leave the prison of its heart. In the end, it followed the Taoist from the Deshiendu temple and traveled to the vast world's north continent. After that, it obtained its freedom according to a certain agreement. It wandered around and finally found a place to stay, which was the prison that Old Deaf was in charge of at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It looked like a prison, but to it, it was an extremely precious place of freedom. At least it didn't have to worry about its life. Moreover, compared to the life that was worse than death in Wu Shuangjiang's hands, it could scold Old Deaf in the prison. When it was bored, it could take the initiative to take a few swords from the torture officers. It could chat with the little girl and occasionally have some fun with Xiaochua. When it teased the demon cultivators who were in a more miserable situation than it was, it didn't feel that it was so miserable. This was especially so when they could follow the gaps in the demon's state of mind, as if they were traveling and enjoying the scenery. With their vision, they could see the great rivers and mountains of the desolate wasteland, and casually read through countless interesting stories. It was even more of a joy. Don't be afraid. Pei Qian took a sip of the glutinous rice wine and touched Xiaomi's head. He said softly, "It's okay if you're really afraid. Drink until you're drunk and fall asleep. When you wake up, you can see master and mistress." Zhou Mili raised her hands and wiped her face. She nodded vigorously and held the white bowl with both hands. It was a pity that the bowl was too small. A pot of wine seemed to be too much. It took a lot of effort to finish the entire pot of glutinous rice wine. If you can't help, don't add to the trouble. This was the first principle of Zhou Mili's journey in the martial world. Pei Qian handed over his pot of wine and Xiaomi continued to drink bowl by bowl. The white-haired boy saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He sat on the long bench and was about to say something about Wu Shuangjiang's power. Pei Qian immediately cast a glance at him. The white-haired boy understood instantly. He was already feeling guilty, so he stubbornly shut his mouth and didn't say anything. The little girl in black burped, lay on the table and fell asleep. Only then did the white-haired boy sigh. "I know Ning Yao and Qin Pingan's backgrounds. They are very powerful, but against that person they don't have any chance of winning. I'm not trying to scare you, but they really don't have any chance of winning. That's why Qin Pingan didn't hand me over. Your master is really too stupid." It reached out and grabbed a pot of osmanthus wine. It raised its head and drank a mouthful of wine. It wiped its mouth and sighed. It slowly said, "I'm that young man's inner demon. My realm is not bad. I'm in the ascendant state. Anyway, you can see that. But this inner demon of mine is very down and out. I'm not a Confucian sage. Otherwise I would have refined 8 characters. My luck is bad and my life is full of difficulties. I've lost face for thousands of inner demons. Alas, it's all ancestral patriarch Yingguan's fault for naming his mountain too casually. If it were Mount Joy, I would have bullied that person." When it came to sad matters it could only drink. It never dared to call Wu Shuangjiang's name directly. It was not just a taboo, but more a kind of fear from the bottom of its heart. It could be seen that this otherworldly demon was really afraid of the palace master. Pei Qian immediately understood. Since it was that person's inner demon, that person had come to collect debts. Regarding the palace master, Yu Zhuanfu had mentioned it after the battle in the Jingjia continent. Pei Qian only listened to it as a story, as if he was listening to a book. It was just that he never thought that the palace master would come out of the book and fight with his master to the death. It was just that that person had already been stripped of his inner demon. Logically speaking, it was like cutting off 3 corpses. For a chi cultivator, wasn't it a wonderful thing? Why did he have to take back his inner demon? Pei Qian stared at this otherworldly demon. Little girl, do you think I will be the winner of your master's side? Aren't you too naive? Didn't your master tell you that reason and absolutes are a pair of life and death enemies? Between the two, the most afraid is each other? It pointed at itself and smiled bitterly. To be honest, it's up to you whether to believe it or not. That person's ability when I escaped from the palace master, I only knew about 70 to 80%. Moreover, it was just some minor details. His special skills, especially his trump card, had already been refined by him. What's more, except for the otherworldly demon which was like a fish in water, after leaving the heart of the cultivators, its Dao skills would inevitably be greatly reduced. It's easy for me to bully a low-level cultivator such as a Jade Raw Realm cultivator to stir up trouble. I can easily kill him. But if it's an immortal with a strong Dao heart, it's a little troublesome. As for an Ascendant Realm cultivator? For example, do you think that if the Fire Dragon Immortal opened his heart and opened the door to welcome guests, would I dare to go? Of course not. That's why Qin Pingan did not involve me in this fight. It's a wise move. It did not mention that when it was in Qin Pingan's state of mind, it had already suffered. It was forcefully pulled by a certain Qin Pingan to chat, which was equivalent to listening to the truth for a few years. It looked at the little girl in black who was sleeping soundly, then looked at Pei Qian. It forced a smile, finished a pot of osmanthus wine, and took the remaining pot from the table. But I have to thank you 2 little girls. Even if this storm was caused by me, you only have some natural resentment towards me, but you don't have any hatred, which is surprising. Qin Pingan's family has a good reputation. Pei Qian could see through people's hearts. As an Ascendant Realm otherworldly demon, it could also see through people's hearts. It asked, do you know why I'm willing to follow Qin Pingan? Pei Qian nodded. My master will definitely do what he promised. It nodded, then shook its head. You're only half right. The other half was that in its opinion, the young hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword aura was too similar to a person. It was both worried and reassured. The young hidden official was very similar to Wu Shuangjiang, very similar, too similar. In many choices, Qin Pingan was simply a young Wu Shuangjiang. Imitating the little rice grain lying on the table, the white-haired boy raised his hands. His 5 fingers were like hooks, like 2 combs, scratching his head again and again. He stroked his hair and said to himself, I can't hide and I can't escape. What should I do? Pei Qian said, it seems that when you can't do anything, you can only wait and see. That's right. It smiled, raised its head and asked, when you passed by the inverted mountain, did you stay in the storken like your master? Pei Qian nodded. It glanced at Pei Qian's eyes and was a little confused. You little girl, didn't you see anything strange? Pei Qian shook her head. Before I went to the inn, little senior brother reminded me not to stare at anyone too much. It lay on the table again, spread its hands and wiped the table gently. It said in a weak voice, that young-looking innkeeper is actually the guardian of the Year Palace. I only know that his surname is Bai, but he doesn't have a name. Anyway, I call him Little Bai. He fights fiercely. Don't be fooled by his smiling face. When he was angry, his temper was worse than the sky. When I was in my hometown, he once twisted off the head of another sect's immortal realm ancestor and threw it to the heavens beyond heaven. No one could persuade him to do anything. The group of people who followed him were all not simple. They all came for me so that they could capture me and take me back to claim credit. I guess before the Great Wall of Sword aura and the inverted mountain ascended together, Little Bai must have looked for Qin Pingan, but they didn't come to an agreement. Otherwise he wouldn't have to go to the vast world personally. The young innkeeper of the Stork Inn, which had been operating on the inverted mountain for 200 to 300 years, was the guardian of the Year Palace. His real name was unknown, but his Taoist name was like a nickname. It was very perfunctory and was called Little Bai. The other 4 people were all out of Yin spirit and had traveled far away. However, they followed the inverted mountain and returned to their hometown sections. Dragon Zhang Yuanbua in the cave and Jun Yuqiu on the mountain were all immortals. The young girl who changed her name to Nian Cuihua and the woman in the inn called Nian Xuantiao were both Yupu. Before Wu Shuangjiang's rise, the Year Palace of the Qingming world was only a second-rate immortal sect. Not to mention the Dashuandu Temple, even a first-rate Taoist sect like the Immortal Staff Mountain could destroy the Year Palace in an instant. Therefore, Wu Shuangjiang single-handedly turned the Year Palace into a top-notch Taoist sect that was on par with the Dashuandu Temple. During this period of time, there were countless grudges and dangerous situations. No matter what, they were all killed by Wu Shuangjiang in the end. Moreover, Wu Shuangjiang's teaching of Taoism was unparalleled in the world. Within the Year Palace, all the cultivators in the upper 5 realms were the result of his personal teaching. Zhang Yuanbua's dragon-raising technique, Yuqiu's mountain refining technique, Yuqiu's Taoist partner Linghu Zuelian's swordsmanship, and Wu Qi's Taoist name Deng Zhu's first wife Wu Qi her heavenly drum, burning lanterns to illuminate the void, and beating the drum to expel the plague ghosts were the secrets of the Year Palace's ancestral hall. Not only these ancestral masters of the Year Palace who had high seniority in high realms, Wu Shuangjiang was willing to personally teach Taoism to all the direct disciples and secondary disciples. He was extremely patient and attended to everything personally. It was no wonder that the entire Sui Chu Palace from top to bottom worshipped Wu Shuangjiang as a god from the bottom of their hearts. In the Qingming world, only Sun Huaizhong's Xiandu Temple and Wu Shuangjiang's Year Palace dared to disapprove of the Baek Okekyung building from the bottom of their hearts and actions. One was to go down the mountain to gain experience. If one tricked a Baek Okekyung building Taoist, they would set off firecrackers to celebrate when they returned to their own Taoist temple. Another was to have a conflict with a Baek Okekyung building Taoist on the way to gain experience. If one party didn't fight to the death or if one party broke the longevity bridge, it wouldn't be considered a duel. In any case, everyone in the Year Palace had a longevity lantern. Zhang Yuanbua, the dragon in the cave, had died once. Jun Yuqiu's Taoist partner on the mountain had even died twice. Logically speaking, it was extremely difficult for them to enter the upper 5 realms. However, with Wu Shuangjiang around, it wasn't a problem. After they started cultivating, they had to start all over again. The Year Palace gave them countless heavenly treasures, and with Wu Shuangjiang's personal supervision and guidance, they were still unstoppable on the path of cultivation. The immortal sword sect of the Deshiandu Temple was known to be the most united in fighting in the world. The cultivators of the Year Palace were known to be the most heavy-handed and ruthless because they didn't cherish their lives the most. The scoundrels in the marketplace, especially the hot-headed youths, liked to act on impulse and didn't know how to control their strength. As long as they were given a knife, they didn't need to rely on alcohol to boost their courage. If they were displeased, they would take the knife and chop to death without caring about the consequences. Therefore, the Year Palace had a saying on the mountain, the youth's nest. After drinking the 2 pots of osmanthus wine from Chen Pingan and Ning Yao, it began to eat melon seeds and asked casually, "A person can be like whatever he or she learns. Isn't that amazing?" Pei Qian nodded without hesitation. Of course it was amazing. Because its master was like that. It asked again, what if there was a person who could be like whatever he or she learns? Pei Qian thought for a moment, very scary. Pei Qian then said, if that's the case, it's easy to fight with others on the path of cultivation, isn't it? It wasn't a big problem to be like whatever he or she learned, but once he or she became whatever he or she learned, it would be too taboo to cultivate the path of cultivation. For example, the secrets of other sects' ancestral halls, or the innate supernatural powers of flying swords of sword cultivators. It rolled its eyes, pinch your nose and admit defeat. Fortunately, well water doesn't interfere with river water. At worst, we'll go our separate ways. He'll also find ways to compensate a little, but it depends on his mood. He has the final say on how to settle accounts and how to compensate. Others can only accept it. As for those who don't believe in heresy and insist on arm wrestling with him to the end, they're all dead. Baek Okekyung building has 5 cities and 12 buildings. 2 of them in history were pulled down by him. One relied on strength and Taoist techniques, and the other relied on calculation and Taoist heart. So, his relationship with the second master of the Baek Okekyung building sect is extremely bad. It emphasized its tone and added, extremely bad. The only difference between the 2 sides is that they're not life and death enemies. As long as they meet on the road, they'll definitely fight. Pei Qian asked curiously, why are you so afraid of him? It stretched out its hand. Let me rinse my mouth again. Pei Qian took out a pot of wine from the nearby objects, put it on the table and pushed it over. It drank it in one gulp and sighed, I'm still not brave enough to say it. Pei Qian said, forget it if you don't want to say it. It sighed with emotion, Qin Pingan taught you very well. A person's qi was clear and foul, in fact, it depended on whether he had a forgiving heart. Pei Qian smiled and said, it's passable. Master taught me 100% and I only learned 20 to 30%. It suddenly slammed the table and said angrily, little girl, why are you imitating me? Pei Qian immediately reached out and pressed the table so as not to wake up Xiaomi. It angrily apologized to Pei Qian, I'm sorry. I can't help but reveal my true feelings. Pei Qian said without any reason, when you go to Luapa Mountain in the future, you can go to the straw shop in Riding Dragon Alley first. There's an old senior there who should be able to chat with you. The white-haired boy looked doubtful. Which old senior? Ascendant Realm? And a sword cultivator? Luapa Mountain was very good, including Ning Yao himself and this old senior, 3 ascendants. In the future, wouldn't he be able to walk like a crab every day in the vast world? Pei Qian shook his head and said, Dragon Gate Realm. The white-haired boy spat, what the hell, Dragon Gate Realm? I can't afford to lose face. Pei Qian stopped talking. The white-haired boy suddenly put his palms together with a serious face and said to himself, children's words carry no harm, children's words carry no harm. Thank you for your auspicious words, thank you for your auspicious words. I must go to Luapa Mountain and pay a visit to the Dragon Gate Realm Old Immortal in Riding Dragon Alley. Pei Qian suddenly looked at the otherworldly demon described by the white-haired boy and said softly, you can only live in the hearts of others and become another yourself. It must be very hard. The white-haired boy was stunned. He sat cross-legged and ate melon seeds while smiling cheekily. Little girl, you're so old that you don't know anything. When you talk about this, it's easy to say, but it can't comfort people. Pei Qian hummed and did not refute. She lay on the table, crossed her hands and rested her pointed chin on her arm. The white-haired boy glanced at the young woman's hair bun. You have to empathize with everything. Every time you experience sorrow and joy, it's not easy. So don't learn from your master in everything. Qin Pingan doesn't want that either. Otherwise just wait and see. If you practice the sword and cultivate, one day the inner demon will appear in your heart. It will be as big as Mount Meru, blocking your path and making you suffer. At that time you will know what hard work is. Back then in the prison there was a young man named Yu. Fortune favors fools. He wanted to think too much, but he didn't know what to think. There was also a boy named Du Shanin who lived a very self-centered life. He didn't care about good or bad things. As long as he could see, the good things were his. Everything was his. As long as it was worthless, he would rather break it than give it to others. He didn't have any rules in his heart. On the path of cultivation, these two kinds of people walked a little easier. After that, the two of them were silent. Xiaomi slept soundly, Pei Qian lay on the table in a daze, and the white-haired boy sat there in boredom. From time to time, he would put his hands together and raise them high above his head, muttering. He probably prayed to all the gods he could. In the end, it sighed and glanced at the night outside the window. It was gray as if there was no end. That Wu Shuangjiang, to it and the former her, was a hurdle that was destined to be uncrossable. Back then Wu Shuangjiang accomplished something first. The inner demon was her and she was the inner demon. It was as if Wu Shuangjiang had set the whole framework and all the rules long ago. For this, Wu Shuangjiang carefully prepared for more than 100 years. How did Wu Shuangjiang break the inner demon? It was to become her inner demon. At that time, in the eyes of the old ancestors of the Year's Palace, Wu Shuangjiang had wasted 100 years at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. Everyone was more confused than the other. Why did Wu Shuangjiang, with such outstanding cultivation talent, stagnate in the nascent soul realm for so long? No one could imagine that Wu Shuangjiang had actually arranged a path for herself to ascend to the ascendant realm a long time ago. She even seemed to have prepared for how to reach the 14th realm. Just like a person, she was born with knowledge. However, whether it was her or the extraterrestrial demon, they knew one thing better than anyone else. Wu Shuangjiang was not born with knowledge. This man, who was usually silent, always gave people the impression of being dull, and at most calm, just liked to think too much. The white-haired boy had a headache. Just thinking about Wu Shuangjiang gave him a splitting headache. He held his head with both hands. Pei Qian came back to reality and handed over a pot of wine. It drank half the pot of wine in one breath. Out of the corner of its eye, it saw a small bag. It jumped up and bent over to take it. Unexpectedly, Pei Qian also stood up and gently held down the bag of dried fish. On this trip, Xiaomi had a lot of melon seeds but not many dried fish. It could only grab a few dried fish from the stream and sat back to its original position. It threw them into its mouth and crunched. After a mouthful of dried fish and a sip of wine, it muttered, "When I was young, every time I lost a key, broke a bowl, or got scolded, I thought it was a big deal." Pei Qian did not understand why it said these things. Unexpectedly, the white-haired boy rubbed the corner of his eyes hard and tears of bitterness instantly filled his face. He cried and complained, "I'm still a child, still a child. Why should I be bullied by a great cultivator of the 14th realm? There's no such thing in the world. The elder of the hidden official has unparalleled martial arts and is invincible in the world. Beat him to death, beat that crazy bastard to death." Pei Qian rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Since his master was not around, he took a pot of wine for himself and poured it into a bowl. He took a sip of the wine. After the white-haired boy wiped his tears, he was still sobbing. When a child is in pain, he cries loudly. As for an adult, speaking of this, he restrained his expression and muttered, "Living his life is like drinking alone." Pei Qian asked, "Pardon me for asking, but if Court Chief Wu dies and his Dao disappears, will you?" He hesitated for a moment but still nodded. There was some brilliance in his eyes as he said something that others would not be able to empathize with. "I'll also be reluctant." Before meeting Wu Shuangjiang, she hoped to regain her freedom and not have to worry about life and death. After meeting Wu Shuangjiang, she only hoped that she could be free and not be imprisoned in his heart. However, she also did not wish for Wu Shuangjiang to die and his Dao to disappear because she had always hoped that he would still exist in this world and live well. Pei Qian raised his wine bowl and handed it over to him. The white-haired boy raised his wine pot and clinked it lightly. Then they both drank. Life's unhappiness was dispelled with wine and swallowed in one gulp. He asked tentatively, "Since we're best friends, how about 2 more dried fish?" Pei Qian smiled and directly put the bag of dried fish into his sleeve. He gave him a thumbs up and praised loudly, as expected of the elder of the hidden official's first disciple. "You've inherited his magnanimity and spirit." Pei Qian said something fair. "With your flattery skills and loud voice, you won't be able to eat melon seeds in my Luopa mountain." He thought for a moment and began to make a sincere wish. He said resolutely, "As long as I can go to Luopa mountain, I'll go to the shop in Dragon Riding Alley and work for the old immortal in the Dragon Gate realm." In Rongzhuang City, the middle-aged scholar, who was the owner of the night boat, could no longer continue to watch the battle from afar because Luopa City had been isolated from heaven and earth. Therefore he took out a booklet. After spreading it out, one page recorded the end of Sun Huaizhong of Xuandu Temple, and the next page recorded the beginning of Wu Shuangjiang's removal of the palace. On the night boat, today's battle was enough to leave a mark in history. One at the 14th realm, one at the Ascendant realm, 2 immortals whose combat power could not be underestimated by the current realm, and one at the 10th realm of the Jade Primitive realm. If the extraterrestrial demon joined the battlefield, no matter which camp it chose, there would be one more Ascendant realm. If Pei Qian followed it, there might be one more. Ultimate realm of the martial artist? The middle-aged scholar laughed. What a battle. Fortunately, it happened on our ferry. Otherwise, at least half of the mountains and rivers would have been destroyed. Shouldn't the Confucian temple record a merit for crossing the ferry? The officer was silent. The middle-aged scholar asked with a smile, "If Wu Shuangjiang kept suppressing his realm at the Ascendant realm, what are your chances of winning?" The officer said, "If he didn't break through the realm, I can only say that I have a chance to exchange my life. When he reaches the 14th realm and then ascends again, I won't have any chance of winning." The middle-aged scholar shook his head and said, "That's why you shouldn't have chosen Wu Shuangjiang as your opponent." He was sure that if Qin Pingan angered Wu Shuangjiang, the latter would definitely recover his 14th realm cultivation. In his hometown, Wu Shuangjiang dared to provoke even the Baek Okekyung building and the second master of the Taoist sect. When he came to the vast world, he wouldn't take the rules of the Confucian temple seriously. It was said that the head chief and his junior brother made a family rule in private. Within 100 years, when the second master of the Taoist sect was in charge of the Baek Okekyung building, Yu Do was not allowed to carry the immortal sword, and Wen Jian was not allowed to leave the palace. Other than his master, the Taoist ancestor, Yu Do, who was known to be invincible, only listened to his senior brother's advice. It wasn't just because he accepted disciples on behalf of his master. If the rumors were true, Then the head chief of the Baek-ok-kyung building forbade his junior brother Yu Do and Wen Jian to leave the palace without permission because he was biased towards Wu Shuangjiang. The most underestimated grand cultivator in the vast world was Lu Qi, who turned the Willow Tendon realm into a retention realm. In the end, after Lu Qi returned to the vast world, he proved this point with facts. Even though the battlefield was on the ocean, he still managed to suppress the water spells of the sovereign stage great demon Yangji. In the vast world, according to a rumor that wasn't widely spread, Wu Shuangjiang was the other Lu Qin. Daoist son from the Dexiandu temple once jokingly said, "Lu Qin who can't be moved by the soles of your feet, and Wu Shuangjiang who can't be removed with a bamboo stick." One of them had no real abilities and only knew how to disgust others. The other was even more troublesome than the Daoist himself. The middle-aged scholar kept flipping through the books and records on the ferry. He said slowly, "During the middle 5 realms, Court Lord Wu's luck was the best in the world. Before the Ascendant realm, Court Lord Wu had the most murderous aura and the most murderous intent. The number of times she fought with others was once again the first in the vast world. She was the best among the middle 5 realms cultivators. After ascending to the Ascendant realm, she started to cultivate her mind and temperament. Her temperament changed drastically and she became especially aloof from worldly affairs. There were only 2 records of her fighting with Daoist Lao Er and Daoist Sunday. After that, she went into seclusion again and again without any evidence. She almost didn't see any outsiders. That's why she fell out of the top 10. In the books, there were more detailed records of the mountains and rivers. They recorded the process of Wu Shuangjiang's Dao seeking, with some earth immortals and upper 5 realms cultivators. The lower Wu Shuangjiang's cultivation level was, the more records there were. The content was closer to the truth. The biggest characteristic of Wu Shuangjiang's path of cultivation was that he could come back from the dead. He was good at killing strong enemies in a desperate situation. However, this was only the result on the surface. The real strength was that Wu Shuangjiang was able to gather the strengths of many schools. He was also very practical. He was good at refining and using it for his own use. In the end, he reached a higher level. The Taoist techniques of the 5 cities and 12 buildings of the Baek-ok-kyung building, the lineage of the immortal sword of the Great Xuandu Temple, the talisman formation of the immortal staff mountains and rivers. Through the collection of secret Taoist techniques and clues, Wu Shuangjiang deduced the origin of various techniques in abhijna. Wu Shuangjiang had dabbled in the talisman of Yuxian and the thunder technique of the celestial master's abode of Dragon Tiger Mountain. As for how similar they were, he had never had the chance to verify it. The middle-aged scholar closed the book and asked with a smile, "How is it? Can you talk about that person? As long as you're willing to talk about it, I'll give you one of the 4 new cities on the ferry." The officer shook his head and said, "Mr. Zhang, you shouldn't ask about this matter anymore." The middle-aged scholar was a little regretful. "Then it will forever be a no result, in Goose Feather City." The officer said, "This one won't make a difference." In the 10,000 years of history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there had always been 3 extremely important positions: the officer of the law, the hidden officer, and the priest. The first 3 grandmasters were Qin Qingdu, the dragon god, and Guan Zhao. As time passed, the line of the law officers first took the limelight. The position of the hidden officers fluctuated. The priest gradually retreated behind the scenes. Furthermore, his identity was extremely hidden and was never made public. It was only in the recent 1,000 years that the high priests were even more obscure than the inquisitors. It was as if they had never existed in the first place. Not to mention young sword cultivators, even many sword immortals almost never thought about this insignificant matter. It could not be eaten as food, drunk as wine, or used as a flying sword to go out of the city to kill demons. What was the point of thinking about it? On the other hand, the hidden officer line had Xiaochua and Qin Pingan. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the wilderness they were extremely eye-catching. In the future, ordinary mountain cultivators would probably mistake the position of the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the position of the hidden officer. There were many books and secret files in the summer and winter residences of the hidden officials. However, there was no record of this matter at all. It was as if a few pages of an old calendar had been torn out. It could not even be considered a taboo. There was a small lake covered with lotus leaves. There was a small path that led to a pavilion in the middle of the lake. On the path, a man and woman stood there admiring the scenery. They didn't go to the pavilion where the middle-aged scholar and the officer were. A young man stood beside a young girl holding a bamboo basket. She was dressed simply and elegantly and had an extremely beautiful appearance. The young man was dressed in green and had a sword on his back. He was tall and had a small silver pouch around his waist. Countless fine golden rays seeped through the silver threads and were as brilliant as the sunset. He was the sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Qi Du Shanin. He was thrown into the prison together with Yu Yu. Du Shanin became the direct disciple of the penal officer while Yu Yu became Old Deaf's disciple in a daze. One followed the officer back to Howran while the other followed Old Deaf to the wilderness. The young girl beside Du Shanin was called Ji Qing. She and Chang Ming had once depended on each other in the prison. Year after year they washed clothes by the stream together. Chang Ming was the incarnation of the ancestor coin of the gold essence copper coin. Ji Qing was also the manifestation of the ancestor coin of a kind of immortal coin. Du Shanin asked softly, "Miss Ji Qing, is it really that Wu Shuangjiang who got rid of the palace all of a sudden? He's already at the 14th realm of Dao integration?" Both parties at the pavilion didn't intentionally hide the content of their conversation. Du Shanin listened to it silently and remembered it in his heart. Ji Qing smiled sweetly and nodded, "It's most likely him." Du Shanin rubbed his chin, "Since that boy is Wu Shuangjiang's heart devil, it's like he ran away from home? In that case, whether it's for public or private reasons, shouldn't the hidden officer be handed over? What's the point of fighting? It doesn't make sense." Ji Qing smiled and didn't say a word. Du Shanin continued, "What's more, the hidden officer is famous for being good at doing business. Over at the inn, why didn't he come to an agreement? In the end, he shed all pretense of cordiality. Both parties said ruthless words and started fighting? It doesn't seem like our hidden officer's style of doing things. Could it be that after returning to his hometown, the hidden officer has already established a connection with Middle-earth's Confucian temple with his one lineage identity and doesn't have to worry about a 14th realm cultivator from outside his hometown?" Ji Qing shook her head and said softly, "I don't know either." Du Shanin smiled sinisterly, "If it was in our Great Wall of Sword Qi, Wu Shuangjiang definitely wouldn't dare to make such a move. After all, Ning Yao isn't boss's sword immortal." Ji Qing had already turned her head to look at the lake. She was like a person standing in the clear water and holding up a lotus umbrella. The ripples were rippling and lotus leaves were everywhere. The fragrance was refreshing and refreshing. Occasionally there would be pairs of mandarin ducks swimming in the water. The lotus leaves were like hair and the lotus flowers were like the makeup of a beauty. There was no wind and the flowers and leaves were moving. It was either fish or mandarin ducks. Ji Qing started to miss elder sister Changming. If there was a chance to meet this time, she would ask the hidden officer who was greedy for money. She remembered that when they first met, the young hidden officer was very well behaved when he first saw them. Later on, when he found out about her and elder sister Changming's Taoist roots, he smiled affectionately. The intimacy in his eyes could not be hidden. It seemed like there was no beauty in a man's eyes, only money. The young girl was in a good mood when she thought of this. She squatted down and smiled as she plucked the green lotus leaves. Du Shanin smiled sinisterly, "Miss Ji Qing, if you like these lotus leaves, I will tell Governor Zhou to fill up a bamboo basket." Ji Qing's back was facing the young sword cultivator. She rolled her eyes playfully and was too lazy to say anything. This was not how money was earned in the world. It seemed like she had gotten a bargain by getting a basket of lotus leaves. However, was the incense on the mountain not money? Moreover, your relationship with that beautiful Mr. Zhou isn't that close yet. Du Shanin only mentioned it casually and did not think too much about it. It was just a basket of lotus leaves. It was not worth wasting time on. He was more concerned about his own cultivation. How to practice the sword, how to break through faster, how to improve the quality of the flying sword, how to become one of the 10 young people in the future. In the future, when he left his master's side and traveled alone, what he could do and what he could not do, such as whether he could bring Ji Qing with him, whether he needed to go to the South Sa continent to visit the old sword immortal Qi Tingji and Lu Ji. He needed to think about everything now. He was not the Yu Yu who was muddle-headed all day long. He hoped that after a few decades or 100 years, when he reunited with the Yu Yu who was the same age as him, the difference between them would be like heaven and earth. The master of the torture officer did not like to talk. Therefore, even though Du Shanin spent all these years with him, he only knew a few things. He did not know his master at all. What was his name? How did he learn the sword? How did he become a sword immortal? And why did he become a torture officer in the Great Wall of Sword Qi? His master loved to drink, which was why he was called a drunkard in prison. However, after his master returned to Howran world, he rarely drank. After he became Du Shanin's disciple, his master did not have many requests. He only said that when he mastered the sword technique and traveled Howran world, he would kill any rapist he met on the mountain. Finally, his master, who was the torture officer, did not seem to have a good impression of anyone who owned a blessed land. Therefore, his master had always been hostile to the hidden official. At the pavilion, the middle-aged scholar waved his sleeve so that Du Shanin could not hear another word. Then he asked with a smile, "You are the only direct disciple. Do you have a grudge against Qin Pingan in your hometown? Otherwise, why would you pretend to be blind when it comes to this matter when you are so quick-witted and think about all sorts of things every day? It seems like you can't wait to lend some of your killing intent to Court Chief Wu?" The torture officer shook his head. He doesn't have any grudge against Qin Pingan. They probably just don't see eye to eye. The middle-aged scholar smiled. "Let's be serious. Let's not talk about the Great Wall of Sword Qi in Ascension City. There are so many sword cultivators of the lower 5 realms who were able to preserve their lives because of the hidden official's lineage in the Summer Refuge Palace. In the end, it should be thanks to that hidden official that he was able to become your direct disciple. Why is it that when Qin Pingan encountered Court Chief Wu, who is at the 14th realm, who is denouncing him, this junior seems to be rejoicing in his misfortune? According to the meticulous deduction on the ferry, although the Great Wall of Sword Qi had fought for a few more years in that war, due to the arrangement of troops in the Summer Refuge Palace, an additional 18,000 people survived. This meant that when Ascension City reached the 5th realm, a large number of young sword cultivators appeared out of thin air. Even if their realms were not high, they had won the Ascension City the phenomenon of more sword fate gathering. Furthermore, the blossoming of every sword path seed might not be eye-catching in the former Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was nothing more than a matter of dying early or late on the battlefield. However, in the new realm, their influence was far-reaching and immeasurable. The torture officer said, "I'm not too sure. I can't be bothered to look into it." The middle-aged scholar laughed involuntarily. "Aren't you worried about taking in such a disciple? However, there aren't many masters like you." When the young sword cultivator mentioned Wu Shuangxing, the middle-aged scholar was about to help clean up the mess. Several golden words had quietly gathered in his palm. They were like birds in a cage, unable to flap their wings and fly out. "Boss, the sword immortal threw it over. I cannot accept it." The torture officer said, "I'm only responsible for imparting Du Shanin's swordsmanship. When he becomes a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms, he will go out on his own. Whether he lives or dies in the future, whatever position he reaches in the end, it's all what he deserves." The middle-aged scholar asked with a smile, "What if he uses you as his master every time he encounters danger?" The torture officer said indifferently, "Let him be. Since he can recognize me as his master, whether it's luck or karma, it's all due to Du Shanin's ability." The middle-aged scholar nodded. This was also reasonable. The torture officer rarely took the initiative to ask. He asked Teacher Zhang a crucial question. "Why is it that when he boarded this time he was so restrained on your side, but so forceful on Qin Pingan's side? It's as if this long journey is not just to capture that inner demon, but also to ask Qin Pingan? Otherwise, just based on his 2 identities as a hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the last disciple of the Sage of Literature, he shouldn't be so overbearing. He wouldn't talk at all and would directly attack." The middle-aged scholar leaned against the railing and turned his head to look at the lotus leaves in the lake. "The real reason is hard to explain. There's no need to waste effort to guess. Anyway, it'll only be a waste of effort. Now there's only a vague clue." Court Chief Wu's inner demon Dao companion sneaked out of the lunar palace when he was in seclusion trying to break through. She followed the Taoist from the Deshiendu temple and left the Qingming world, causing him to fail in his breakthrough. As for Qin Pingan, when he was in the North Continent, he should have been touring the ruins with Sun Daozhang. Somehow, he managed to obtain the secret inheritance of Taoism right under Sun Daozhang's nose. Among the natal items of the 5 elements, there was a statue in the image of that Taoist. I can follow the clues and see this scene. With his Tao skills, it's naturally not difficult for him to see through it. Since that Taoist has already passed away, seeking revenge is an extravagant hope. Then he probably let Qin Pingan take over. Or perhaps he simply wants to calculate backward and perform a shocking evolution of the great Tao. After peeling out that Tao seed from Qin Pingan's heart, it'll be the beginning of a mysterious great Tao. The middle-aged scholar put 2 fingers together and picked up a water droplet from the lake. He casually threw it onto a slanted lotus leaf and the water droplet rolled back into the water. The middle-aged scholar observed the minute process of the water droplet entering the water and smiled. So, if Chen Pingan was replaced by anyone else, they wouldn't have met with such a calamity. Of course, if it were anyone else, they wouldn't have an ascendant realm heavenly demon by their side. Does this mean that everything is preordained by the heavens? The official frowned. With his realm, it's not difficult to peel off a 5 elements item from Chen Pingan. But to reverse the great Tao? Can it really be done? The middle-aged scholar smiled knowingly and revealed the secret. You probably don't know, but his relationship with Lu Qin is quite good. It's said that he even used 7,200,000 coins to exchange for a Taishen Clear Life talisman personally made by Taoist master Bai Gu according to some old rules. As for whether this talisman was used on his Taoist companion, or on that Taoist who wanted to start a new life in the Xuandu temple, it's all just my personal guess now. The teacher sighed softly. There's no other way. Many times, the path that you and I have identified in our hearts is actually a path that people can't turn their heads from. The middle-aged scholar glanced at the young sword cultivator on the road. Upon closer inspection, Du Shanin's jumping thoughts and paths of thought seemed to be strung together by a series of words. After Teacher Zhang looked through them one by one, he smiled. Those who fear the strong bully the weak. The official said, it has nothing to do with me. The middle-aged scholar smiled. It really has nothing to do with you? Which part of the human world isn't the blessed land of your hometown? When the official heard this, he was silent and his expression was even more indifferent. The middle-aged scholar suddenly laughed loudly and said, you, the current criminal official, are actually not as good as the previous criminal official, the former Hao Ran Jia Sheng. Before he became Wen Haizhou, for better or for worse, he still left behind a city of rules and regulations for the human world. Looking at the young teacher, he patted his knee lightly and spoke slowly. If Bai was not only a scholar, but also a sword cultivator. If Chen Qing did not care about the consequences, only cared about being high-spirited, only for himself, using all his strength to attack and asking for a savage world. If the blind old man in the 100,000 mountains and the old head of the East Sea Temple, the two most experienced cultivators of the 14th realm, were willing to come out for the vast world. If Yudo did not use his sword to travel the great Xuandu temple, and did not kill that Taoist. If Bai did not use his sword to support the Yao continent, and did not destroy the celestial sword Tai Bai, but instead returned it to its original owner. In the end, it was held in the hands of Sun Huaizhong of the great Xuandu temple, and then asked for a Bek Okekyung building. If the Great Wall of Sword Qi chose to side with the savage world, or take a step back and choose to be neutral, not helping either side and watching from the sidelines. If Xiao Hu Chui Dong joined forces with his junior brother Qi Jingchun and blocked the path of the second ascension platform, the vast world would lose at least 1 or 2 more continents of mountains and rivers. The two sides would fight until the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The mountains and rivers would sink and corpses would be everywhere. Then, an armored person would choose to use his body to fuse with the Tao, move the old site of the heavenly courts, cross the vast galaxy and fall into the vast world. The Sage of Rights would be forced to absorb the destiny of heaven and earth and reach the 15th realm. He would risk his life to stop more than half of this matter. In the end, there were still many gods who truly returned. Chaos would engulf the 4 worlds, and it was almost equivalent to returning to the great chaos of 10,000 years ago. The Bek Okekyung building shook, the Buddhist kingdom shook, the heavenly demons wreaked havoc and ghosts ran amok. The middle-aged scholar sighed. What is the most difficult barrier for a scholar? The official said, as a wild old man, I meet a vagrant. The middle-aged scholar scolded jokingly, so you King no too? It was like a journey in life, a small boat in the cold night, and the wind and rain blew the reed flowers. Anyway, there were reed flowers every year. If thousands of them were blown down in one night, it was nothing. The official nodded. I once knew. (778). Wu Shuangjiang looked at the constellation map before, so he didn't want to fight with Cui Dongshan too much. He took out 4 imitation swords and broke the restriction of the first small world easily. He came to the back of the mountain-searching tactical matrix. Facing thousands of spells like arrows, Wu Shuangjiang twirled talisman and turned into a human. The woman in the fox coat turned into a cloud sea with a pair of flying shoes made of white clouds under her feet, suppressing the monsters in the mountain. The handsome young man put his hand on his belt and took out a jade tablet from his bag, which could naturally restrain those mountain-searching immortal generals. On the cloud and on the mountain, it was like 2 armies were facing each other. One side was the mountain-searching tactical matrix, while the other side only had 3 people. Wu Shuangjiang used his supernatural power again, not willing to let the 4 people hide and watch the show. In addition to Cui Dongshan, Ning Yao, Qin Pingan, and Jiang Shangzhen all ignored the restriction of heaven and earth. Mysterious figures who looked like lovers in their hearts appeared in front of them. Ning Yao looked at the high-spirited green-robed swordsman and sneered. Pretending to be mysterious, he couldn't even learn it. She cut off his head with a casual sword. If the real Qin Pingan were to see this scene, he would probably feel that hiding the scroll of teaching all the women in the world how to put on makeup was not unnecessary at all. Unexpectedly, the green-robed swordsman reformed. His expression and voice were exactly the same as the real Qin Pingan, as if he met his beloved woman after a long separation. "Miss Ning, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you very much." Ning Yao raised her eyebrows slightly. He was really courting death. She cut him again and broke him again. After that, as long as the green-robed swordsman reformed his body, Ning Yao would cut him with her sword. Many times she even waited for him for a while intentionally or unintentionally. In short, she was willing to give him a chance to show up, but never gave him a chance to speak. Every time Ning Yao attacked with her sword, although it was just a line of sword light, each seemingly thin and dazzling sword light had a kind of sword style that could break the rules of heaven and earth. However, she controlled her sword very well. She didn't destroy the caged bird, but she could make the green-robed swordsman absorbed by the sword light. It was like a sword cutting out of ultimate ruins, which could forcibly pull the surrounding seawater and even the water of the Milky Way into it and finally turn it into endless nothingness. To put it simply, this green-clothed swordsman before him, Qin Pingan, was completely unable to fight against Ning Yao, who was at the Ascendant Realm. The swordsman seemed to be ruthless in his heart. Suddenly, another replica of the caged bird appeared. Ning Yao's face was expressionless. She didn't restrain her sword aura. The replica of heaven and earth that had just appeared, together with the majestic sword rain of the moon in the well, suddenly shattered into thousands of pieces like colored glass. The brilliance of heaven and earth was blurred and the scene was magnificent. An Ascendant Realm female cultivator walked slowly with a sword in her hand. The hair on her temples fluttered slightly, which set off her extremely beautiful appearance. There was no other color in the world. In the lawless place where the formation was set up, Qin Pingan, who had been quietly waiting for Wu Shuang to come as a guest, stood up. He put his Knight Ranger sword back into its scabbard. A pair of daggers slid out from his sleeves. He took a step to the side and held his sword, Ning Yao. A sword light fell straight on the spot. Qin Pingan stomped on the ground and instantly appeared behind the illusion of Ning Yao. He pressed his palm against the back of her head and crushed it on the spot. He then swept his sword behind him. Qin Pingan floated and landed dozens of feet away. He frowned slightly and immediately restrained his thoughts. The illusion of the woman's body didn't move at all. Only her head turned back and looked at Qin Pingan with a smile full of sarcasm. This was because the sword deity, in her hand that flowed with golden light, was only in a strange state between reality and illusion. However, when Qin Pingan slightly thought about it, the long sword in the woman's hand and the robe on her body instantly became incomparably close to the truth in Qin Pingan's heart. This meant that this woman, who had manifested out of nowhere, had her battle prowess skyrocketed. However, another thought accidentally flashed through Qin Pingan's mind. The woman's lips moved slightly as if she said the 2 words, "Come here." In the lawless small world, wisps of ancient essence sword intent were born out of thin air. They were like 4 long swords that had condensed into substance. The sword intent then separated into tiny sword chi that crisscrossed and protected the woman's world together. She nodded slightly and smiled with her eyes squinted. The number 1 person in the world is indeed worthy of the title. Qin Pingan felt a headache and understood. This Wu Shuangjiang's divine ability was really played sinisterly to the extreme. Qin Pingan hurriedly restrained all the complicated thoughts about Ning Yao in his mind. The woman smiled and said, "Is this enough?" The sword that broke the enchantment of the night boat earlier was the real cultivation of the Ascendant Realm. With this sword and the robe, there are 2 immortal weapons. I have to thank you. It's becoming more and more real. Oh, I forgot, you and I don't need to thank each other. It's too distant. Qin Pingan didn't feel that he couldn't fight, but it was a little tricky. No matter how powerful Wu Shuang was, the woman in front of him who looked like a painting copy was not the real Ning Yao after all. She was not a real Ascendant Realm sword cultivator. Whether it was the support of Wu Shuang's mind, her spiritual aura foundation, the long sword deity, and the robe golden wine, as long as Qin Pingan could restrain his mind, her body and all external objects would continue to be worn down and eventually dissipate. A lawless place was the best battlefield. Moreover, it was not all bad that Qin Pingan was trapped in this realm. It was just right to train the physique of a martial artist of the 10 realms. However, it was really difficult to deal with. Qin Pingan took a deep breath, and his figure was slightly bent, as if a heavy burden of thousands of kilograms had been removed from his shoulders all of a sudden. Previously, when he boarded the ship, he had been walking in Entry City as a martial artist of the 8 realms. Even when he went to find Ning Yao, he was at the peak of the peak realm. Now he was really at the peak of the peak realm. Unexpectedly, there was a Ning Yao behind the woman. She was like a piece of paper that was split by a sword. It was Ning Yao who came here with a sword. The real Ning Yao and the fake Ning Yao were immediately determined. Ning Yao took a step forward and came to Qin Pingan's side. She frowned slightly. What did you talk to her about? In the next moment, a scholar-wood sword appeared out of thin air from the sword box behind Ning Yao. Qin Pingan swept out his arm, smashing it into Ning Yao's face. She was sent flying hundreds of feet away. Qin Pingan formed a sword seal with one hand, using his finger sword technique as a flying sword that pierced through her head. His left hand shot out a seal and 5 bolts of thunder gathered together. Lines of mountains and rivers appeared on his palm, containing the 5 thunder righteous art. It wrapped around Ning Yao, who had 2 scholar-wood swords hidden in the sword box. It was like a bolt of heavenly tribulation had arrived. Dao arts rapidly smashed down, shattering her body. Qin Pingan narrowed his eyes. His hands shook his sleeves and his attitude was relaxed. He calmly waited for the next Ning Yao to appear. Just now, he had only been thinking about the scholar-wood swords that had little to do with combat strength, but this had caused her to give herself away. And on Jiang Shangzhen's side, he stared in a daze at a delicate girl with tears on her face. She slowly walked over and stopped in front of him. She had only lightly kicked him and punched him. Her punches were as light as cotton, neither painful nor ticklish. She pursed her lips and raised her head. She looked at the slender man and sobbed, "Jiang Lang, how have you grown so old? You even have white hair." Jiang Shangzhen's eyes were clear. He looked at the girl in front of him, but he thought about the girl in his heart. They were not the same person at all. He smiled, "I've never seen her cry in my entire life. Who do you think you are?" He seemed to find her too much of an eyesore. He gently stretched out his hand and pushed her head aside. She stumbled and fell to the ground. She sat there, biting her lips and looking at the heartless man with a face full of resentment. Jiang Shangzhen, whose hair was slightly white, only looked into the distance. He muttered, "My heart is not a good place to rest, it cannot be swept away." Within the small world of the mountain-searching formation, where the naive imitation sword was suspended, Jiang Shangzhen stretched out his hand and rubbed his neck. His head had probably been placed a little off before. He supported it with both hands and gently twisted it a little. He sighed, "Fighting a 14th realm cultivator really takes a lot of effort. Now, for some reason I feel that Pei Min's expression is kind and extremely amiable." The 4 swords stood in the 4 corners of the mountain-searching formation. Sword chi shot up into the sky like 4 candles as tall as mountains, burning 4 pitch-black holes in the typing scroll. So, if Wu Shuangjiang wanted to leave, he could just choose a door, and take the 2 handmaidens with him. However, Wu Shuangjiang clearly had no intention of leaving just yet. Jiang Shangzhen's eyesight was good. He could immediately tell that the handsome young man beside Wu Shuangjiang was actually the same person as the woman in the fox fur coat. They were of different ages. One was the young woman in Wu Shuangjiang's memory, while the other was just a young woman who was slightly older. As for why the woman dressed as a man, Jiang Shangzhen felt that there was a real reason behind it. Wu Shuangjiang turned around and spoke softly with young natural. His gaze was gentle, his voice was mellow, and it was filled with an expression of tender affection that wasn't faked. He explained to her the difference between the minor worlds and the world. Saints reside in minor worlds, whereas immortals rely on creation divine abilities, talismans, formations, or their hearts to create the sun, moon, stars, rivers, and mountains. All of them are good divine abilities, but they're divided into grades. The saints of the 3 sects are in charge of the academies, Taoist temples and temples. The saints of the military school are in charge of the ancient battlefields. The world is the most real, and the rules of the great Tao operate in an orderly manner. It is the most flawless. Therefore it is ranked first. Other than the patriarchs of the 3 sects, Qin Qingdu is in charge of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, which is the most lethal. The blind old man is in charge of the 100,000 mountains, which is the most sturdy. Zhu Zi of the school of Moism built the city and created the world by himself. Although the other two are not reliable, they are close to the peak of the geographical and human strength of a refiner. Most importantly, they are good at both offense and defense. Mr. Chui's constellation map seemed to be vast and boundless, but he did something to the consciousness of the cultivators who fell into it. It was the most suitable for trapping and killing immortals. However, it would be difficult to deal with an ascendant state cultivator. As for the small world of the mountain-searching formation, the essence is that it is uncertain whether it is real or fake. There are so many supernatural powers, spells, and offensive treasures. How can they be real? It is just that 9 of them are fake and 1 of them is real. Otherwise, the merit points that Jiang Xianxia accumulated in the battlefield of the Tongye continent and the Confucian temple would at least double. However, it was Jiang Xianxia's natal flying sword, which had long been hidden in it. It could be exchanged with any divine general, monster, magical equipment, or technique at will. As long as any of them managed to get close to him, a regular cultivator would be beheaded by the flying sword in a battle. Unfortunately, the biggest problem of every small world like the Heart and Rune arrays is that there is a one that has already been fixed. It can't circulate the great Tao and grow endlessly. Therefore, for the constellation map in the mountain searching array, if it weren't for the fact that I was in a hurry and wanted to see more fresh sceneries, I could have waited for Mr. Chui and Jiang Xianxia to exhaust the one before I went to the next world. Chui Dongshan flicked his sleeves again and again, sweeping away the lingering aura of the sword that was stirred up by the genuine imitation swords. The pitiful peace scroll of the mountain-searching painting was nailed to the desk by 4 imitation swords. It was more like a few people were holding lamps and looking at it from a close distance. As a result, the 4 corners of the scroll showed a slight yellow color of different degrees. However, Jiang Xianxia didn't feel any heartache at all. Chui Dongshan's expression was even more composed. He smiled and said, "When sword cultivators fight in pairs, it's like fighting on the battlefield. Old Wei is right. It's nothing more than a fixed formation. When Qi cultivators exchange pointers in Dao, it is like a temple of 2 kingdoms. It depends on who has more tricks up their sleeves. Different styles, different tastes. Let's not be scared out of our wits by Court Chief Wu. It is definitely a first for us to gather 4 swords. Court Chief Wu may look relaxed, but she has put in a lot of effort." Wu Shuangjiang stood in the sky and nodded from afar. He laughed heartily and said, "Mr. Chui's prediction is right. I was going to ask Sword Xuandu Temple first before asking Dao Lauer about swordsmanship. It is a rare opportunity for us to meet on the ferry. Mr. Chui can also be seen as a sword cultivator. I can use the few of you to practice and ask each other about swordsmanship. I only hope that Immortal Yu and Immortal Pu can ascend. The 4 sword immortals can work together to kill a 14th level cultivator. Don't let me underestimate the sword cultivators of Haoran." Jiang Xianxia stretched out his hand and a banner appeared in his hand. He shook it vigorously. He still looked like a little demon, cursing and spitting saliva everywhere. "I think I am a person who knows how to chat. I know how to flatter and disgust others. I didn't expect to meet another enemy of Dao besides Brother Du. I can't tolerate flirting. I really can't. Brother Chui, don't stop me. I must meet this old immortal Wu today." As the banner shook, strong winds blew. Strange phenomena appeared in the world again. Except for the immortal generals and demons in the mountain who had retreated, they started to ride the wind to kill the 3 people in the sky. Among them, there were 4 immortal generals who were the most eye-catching. One of them was 1,000 feet tall. He stepped on a flood dragon and held a huge sword in both hands. He led the army to kill Wu Shuangjiang and the other 2 people. A guardian of the giant spirit mountain was standing on the peak of the mountain that the turtle was carrying. He was holding the demon-locking mirror in his hand. Under the sun, a beam of light shot out from the mirror. A beam of sword light was like a rolling river. Wherever it passed by, countless spirit creatures were injured. The sharp sword light, which seemed to contain the essence of the endless sun, dashed directly to the jade tablet that was hovering in the air like a moon. A immortal general in golden armor had 3 heads and 6 arms. He held a saber, a spear, a sword, and a halberd. He flashed and appeared in front of Wu Shuangjiang in a few steps. A heavenly official with a fluttering ribbon held a pipa in her arms. She had a strange appearance with 1 head and 4 faces. The jade tablet that was suspended in the air was hit by the light beam of the demon-locking mirror for a long time. Sparks flew everywhere, and a golden rainstorm fell between heaven and earth. Finally, the first crack appeared on the jade tablet, and a cracking sound came from it. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, "Keep it. After all, it is an object that has been kept for many years." The young man nodded and was about to keep the jade tablet. Unexpectedly, there was a green sword light in the light beam from the demon-locking mirror on the top of the mountain. It was not easy to detect. It was like a fish hiding in the river. It was as fast as lightning and was about to hit the broken part of the jade tablet in an instant. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and casually showed a Dharma form. He stretched out his hand and cupped a mirror light that was as big as a lake in his palm. There was a tiny green fish that was bumping around. However, in the vision of a 14th-state grand cultivator, it was still clearly visible. The Dharma form put its palms together and crushed the mirror light, leaving only the sword chi and the divine will. It could be used as a reference and finally refined into Jiang Shangzhen's natal flying sword that was close to the truth. Wu Shuangjiang retracted his Dharma form and opened his hand. There was a tiny green snake in his palm. It was suppressed by the great Tao and had to shrink to this size. Otherwise it would show its true form. Wu Shuangjiang suddenly smiled and shook his head. Logically speaking, the immobile green snake suddenly grew bigger. It had horns on its head, for claws on its abdomen, and a pair of pale golden eyes. It was clearly a water dragon. It wrapped around Wu Shuangjiang's arm. Wu Shuangjiang shook his arm gently, and the blood and flesh of the water dragon instantly turned into nothingness. Only the virtual image of the water dragon was left. It was like a white dragon drawing in golden ink. It was still entangled with the water dragon. One of Wu Shuangjiang's sleeves was twisted by the water dragon. The water dragon opened its mouth and bit Wu Shuangjiang's robe. It tried to touch the skin of a 14th-state cultivator. Wu Shuangjiang smiled coldly and said, "You are just a water dragon. Why don't you return to Jianghu?" A ray of light flashed across Wu Shuangjiang's robe. The water dragon disappeared without a trace. After a while, it fell directly into the world of the robe. It was then refined in an instant. The water dragon was not only stained with Jiang Shangzhen's sword will as a disguise. It also had a refining method as a smokescreen. In other words, this method was not done at the last minute after meeting Wu Shuangjiang. It was premeditated. Otherwise, Wu Shuangjiang, as the world's top refiner, would not have met with such an accident. Whether it was refining swords or items, he was one of the few great cultivators who stood at the top of the mountain. Otherwise, how could he even refine the inner demon? Even an ascendant realm otherworldly demon was going to be refined by him again. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and asked, "You have so many methods. Which great cultivator were you originally planning to target? The swordsmanship Pei Min? Or was it me from the beginning?" It seems like Xiao Bai's appearance back then was a little superfluous. When Inverted Hanging Mountain ascended and returned to the Qingming world, the 4 wandering cultivators of the Sui Chu Palace followed the square mountain word seal back home. Only Xiao Bai, the guardian of the year, went to the ruins of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He met with the young hidden official who guarded half of the city wall with a secret technique and proposed a deal. He promised Qin Pingan that as long as he agreed to hand over the external demon, he was willing to work for Qin Pingan or the Fifth World's Ascendant City as a guest for 100 years. Everyone in the Qingming world knew that the guardian of the Sui Chu Palace had an extremely high cultivation base and great killing power. When Wu Shuangjiang was in seclusion, he relied on Xiao Bai to guard the Stork Tower. Under his planning, the power of the sect increased instead of decreasing. Xiao Bai did not treat the young hidden official that he had known for many years as a fool. Friendship was friendship, business was business. After all, the external demon that escaped from the Sui Chu Palace not only had a conflict with the palace lord Wu Shuangjiang, he would also be the mortal enemy of the entire Sui Chu Palace. As Wu Shuangjiang's Taoist partner, the white-haired boy that escaped to the prison of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was a real heavenly demon. According to the rules of the mountain, he was not a naughty little girl that ran away from home. It seemed that as long as the elders of the family found him, he could be casually brought home. This was just like the first disciple of the one sage, Xianhu, who betrayed his master. Qi Jingchun built the Cliff Academy in Dali. Naturally, he would not talk about friendship with Cui Dong. Whether it was facing Cui Dongshan at the Great Wall of Sword Qi Alliance, or even reuniting with the imperial tutor Cui Dong in the capital of Dali, at least on the surface, they could not be said to be happy. However, unexpectedly, the young hidden official rejected the suggestion of being the guardian of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Business was business and schemes were schemes. Originally, as long as Qin Pingan agreed to this matter in the Ascension City in the Fifth World, with Little White's cultivation and identity, as well as her alliance with the sword cultivators, the entire world would gradually become a bloody battlefield within 100 years. Every battlefield ruins would be Little White's training ground. The Great Wall of Sword Chi seemed to have gained the upper hand and was unparalleled within 100 years. It was like a hot knife through butter, and it had the geographical advantage. However, in exchange for the loss of time and people, as an invisible price, the Great Wall of Sword Chi even had a chance to replace the position of the Ascension City. The sword cultivators in the world loved to kill. Little White actually did not like to kill people, but she was very good at it. However, since Little White and Qin Pingan did not come to an agreement and were unable to help the Great Wall of Sword Chi gain the upper hand, Wu Shuangjiang did not mind. He did not feel that it was a pity. Wu Shuangjiang was not very interested in the so-called power of the world, the expansion of sects, and whether or not they could surpass Sun Huaizhong's De Xiandu Temple. Perhaps because they did not want the Peace Scrolls mountain search map to be destroyed too early, the two imitation swords, Tai Bai and Naive, suddenly disappeared. Following the clues, they headed towards the world where Ning Yao and Qin Pingan were. The four immortal swords were all things that Wu Shuangjiang had refined. They were not natal items of great refinement. Moreover, they could not achieve great refinement. Not only Wu Shuangjiang could not do it, even the owners of the four real immortal swords were powerless. In order to forge the embryos of the four immortal swords, Wu Shuangjiang had spent countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. On his path of cultivation, Wu Shuangjiang had long since collected and purchased dozens of flying swords left behind by sword immortals before finally smelting and refining them. In fact, when Wu Shuangjiang was an earth immortal of the Golden Core stage, he had already had this whimsical idea. Furthermore, he had begun to plan step by step, accumulating his foundation bit by bit. The Taoist scripture, Tai Bai, and the three swords of the 10,000 arts were still fine. After all, they had been in the world for a long time. Only Ning Yao's Naive had Wu Shuangjiang waiting for many years. Therefore, on this night boat journey, Ning Yao ascended to the vast world with her sword in hand, and finally came here to meet up with Qin Pingan, who had a section of Tai Bai's sword tip. To Wu Shuangjiang this was quite a pleasant surprise. The two swords went far away in search of Ning Yao and Qin Pingan. Of course, it was to steal more of Naive and Tai Bai's sword intent. However, Ning Yao's sword was too fast, and the key was that her sword intent was too pure. It was extremely difficult to capture even a strand of it. The young hidden official was too cautious, and he simply kept the sword. The harvest was less than Wu Shuangjiang expected. The young man in white smiled but didn't say anything. His figure dissipated, and he went to the next heart image small world, the great swamp of Gushu. However, before he left, a snow-white sleeve flipped, and the four words "drawing legs on a snake" that Wu Shuangjiang spoke of were condensed into golden words. He kept them in his sleeve and brought them to the heart image small world. In the great swamp of Gushu, Cui Dong shone throughout the four golden words. Thousands of flood dragons felt as if they had received a heavenly decree from a sage. They didn't need to transform into flood dragons. Wu Shuangjiang recalled the young man in white's green bamboo cane from before. As he pondered, an object materialized in his hand. It was an ancient green bamboo cane, decorated with a green jade head. The color of the jade was verdant and did not lose out to the willow leaf. The 12 faces of the green jade resembled a full moon seal. There were a total of 36 words inscribed on it, starting with the word channeling qi. There were only 36 ancient characters, but it was an ancient Tao formula with an extremely high seniority. Among them there was a sentence, "The heavens above, the earth below." Until now there were differing opinions. Because of this sentence, many side branches of the great Tao had evolved. According to Lu Chen's explanation, there were still many interpretations. Wu Shuangjiang threw away the green bamboo cane in his hand and followed the young man in white to the great swamp of Gushu. The transformation of the green bamboo into a dragon was the secret technique of the Celestial Staff Mountain's founder. It was as if a real dragon had appeared. It pressed its claw on the ground and crushed the mountain beside the great swamp of Gushu. With a sweep of its tail, it split the water of a huge lake into two, tearing a ravine 10,000 feet long. The lake water seeped into the ravine, revealing the ancient dragon palace at the bottom of the lake. The sword gleam in the heart image small world arrived one after another. A dragon formed from a green bamboo cane, with shiny dragon scales, exchanged one scale for one sword with the sword gleam of the sword immortal. Wu Shuangjiang put two fingers together and pinched a hairpin in the style of a green bamboo. His movements were gentle as he pinned it in the bun of the woman in the fox fur coat. Then a small and exquisite rattle drum appeared in his hand. He smiled and handed it to the handsome young man. The small drum's peach wood handle was refined from a section of the ancestral peach tree of the great Xiandu temple. The painted drum's surface was sewn with dragon skin. At the end of the drum, there was a glass bead hanging with a red string. Regardless of whether it was the red string or the precious bead, they both had their origins. The red string came from Lu Qi's blessed land, while the precious bead came from a secret realm of the deep-sea dragon palace. They were both personally obtained by Wu Shuangjiang and personally refined. However, these two items that Wu Shuangjiang possessed were not real objects. They could be seen as real treasures on the mountain. Ordinary sects could even use them as treasures to guard the mountain. However, for Wu Shuangjiang they were just like a lover's token. Wu Shuangjiang was a person. His thoughts were whimsical. His spells were good at adding flowers to brocade. For the common folk at the foot of the mountain, it was never a burden to have more skills. The more skills one had, the better. However, for the cultivators at the peak of the mountain, there was ultimately a bottleneck in the size of the small world of the human body. There was also a fixed amount of spiritual energy. The closer one was to the 14th level, the more they had to make choices. For example, Venerable Fiery Dragon was proficient in the 3 techniques of fire, thunder, and water. It was already an exaggerated realm that was shocking enough. As for why he did not continue to cultivate the 3 techniques of metal, wood, and earth, even Venerable Fiery Dragon had to admit that as long as he was still at the 13th level, he could not cultivate them. He could only learn a little and it would be difficult for him to improve further. In fact, when one reached the Ascendant realm, even if one was in the immortal realm, as long as one was not a sword cultivator, they would not be lacking in heavenly treasures. However, there would be a bottleneck in the number of natal items. Therefore, the 3 ways of Dao unification at the 14th level was a great alternative. As for Wu Shuangjiang, before he reached the 14th level, he had already reached the extreme of having more skills is not a burden. He could forge a furnace and it was unpredictable. It could be said that he had reached the acme of perfection. The graceful lady in the snow-white fox fur took out the hairpin flying sword. After the flying sword flew more than 10,000 feet away, it turned into a green river. The long river drew a circle in the air and turned into a green jade ring. The green river spread out and finally turned into a thin letter. In the letter there were densely packed words. In each of the words, a lady in green floated down. There were thousands of faces. They had the same appearance and the same clothes. However, each lady's expression was slightly different. It was like a painting master who was holding a brush and painting. He had been staring at his beloved for a long time. He had drawn thousands of scrolls with his brush. Although the scrolls were detailed, it was only a painting of her happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy in a day. As for the young lady who was as handsome as a noble young master, Tianran, she only needed to gently shake the rattle drum. Just one hit of the glass bead on the Dragon Gate drum could make thousands of divine generals, strong soldiers, demons and ghosts fall down. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, "Don't be fooled by Mr. Cui and Jiang Shangzhen's words today. They are both scheming and scheming." The young lady kept plucking the small drum and nodded with a smile. Wu Shuangjiang sensed another sign of heaven and earth and nodded. "Ningyao Jinshin is really rare." The lady in the fox fur frowned slightly. Wu Shuangjiang immediately turned his head and apologized. "Sister Tianren, don't be angry, don't be angry." The young lady squinted her eyes like crescent moons. She covered her mouth and laughed. Wu Shuangjiang looked at the young lady who was the little immortal with a yellow ribbon in his heart and then turned his head to look at the lady in the fox fur who had a slightly different face. He took their hands and smiled. "I once promised you that we would walk the world hand in hand. I will do it." The lady in the fox fur suddenly asked, "Have you forgotten who killed me?" Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, "That's not cute at all." The lady in the fox fur instantly became as brittle as porcelain. With a soft sound, she shattered with a bang. The young lady also suffered the same fate. Wu Shuangjiang used the shushing cloud technique. A strong wind swept the world and a mountain-searching formation was instantly shattered. He came to the small world of the caged bird. (779) Wu Shuangjiang was trapped in the sword formation. He was like a bird in a cage, but he was also in a lawless place that could restrain Qi cultivators. He did not expect Qin Pingan to know how to set up a formation. Wu Shuangjiang was very surprised that he was able to gain the upper hand with the help of Jiang Shangzhen's willow leaf against a 14th level cultivator. A fist from a Realm 10 martial artist was like a flying sword attack. For any cultivator at the peak of the mountain, this was not a light blow. The toughness of a Qi cultivator's body was always a weakness. Unless it was the 14th level Dao unification at the right time and in the right place, it could be considered a true rebirth in longevity. Relatively speaking, Dao unification cultivators were more in the path of killing power. They pursued the pinnacle and took a big step forward. For pure martial artists, there was an insurmountable gap between the 9th level and the 10th level. For mountain climbing cultivators, it was even more difficult to ascend to the 14th level in the Ascendant Realm. Wu Shuangjiang kept the green-robed swordsman that was confronting Ning Yao and stood side by side with Ning Yao. They stood on both sides of Wu Shuangjiang. Wu Shuangjiang handed the 4 immortal swords to them. Qin Pingan carried Tai Bai on his back and held the 10,000 spells in his hand. Ning Yao pretended to be innocent and held the Taoist scripture in his hand. Both of them were instructed by Wu Shuangjiang to find an opportunity to shatter the small world. At the very least, they had to break the restriction of this small world. As for the sword formation, of course Wu Shuangjiang was the one who led the sword. Being in a lawless place, every time one used a spell or supernatural power, they would need to consume spiritual qi. Wu Shuangjiang was no exception. After all, for a Dao unification cultivator like Bai Yi, as long as he had a poem in his heart, he could continuously attack with his sword. It was too unbelievable. Thousands of flying swords shot towards him. Wu Shuangjiang put 2 fingers together and formed a seal. He was like a god standing upright. Stars appeared around him. He actually copied Cui Dongshan's constellation diagram. The group of stars revolved around each other, and there were numerous threads that were faintly discernible between them. The stars moved in an orderly manner, and the Dao insight was abundant. Wu Shuangjiang pointed twice in the air, and 2 more suns and moons appeared. The suns, moons, and stars circulated endlessly, and they formed a grand formation with a square sky and a square earth. The densely packed flying swords were like tens of thousands of sword cultivators. They worked together to control their swords and soared into the sky to attack Wu Shuangjiang, who was like a god in the middle. The attacks of the flying swords were endless, and the illusory stars shattered one after another. However, under Wu Shuangjiang's control, they recovered to their original state. Wu Shuangjiang raised his head and looked over. He probably felt that he might not be able to stop the sword formation, so he raised his hand again. His palm was filled with a large pile of seeds. He tilted his hand, and the seeds fell from his palm one after another. A layer of dark green ripples appeared at the place where Wu Shuangjiang and the 2 sword attendants were hovering. The seeds seemed to have fallen into the water and they tinkled. They actually caused circles of golden ripples of qi to ripple in this place. Wu Shuangjiang was adept at creating small worlds. There was a round moon hanging from the branches of a acacia tree. Under the tree there was a god holding an axe in the shape of a acacia tree. This was the scene of the ancient moon palace. There was a peach blossom tree, and the branches were filled with talisman kites. They were overflowing with golden light. This was the method of a certain Taoist from the Deshiendu temple. The lotus flowers were slender and elegant. They were uneven in height and size. This was the beautiful scene of the lotus paradise. After the flying swords transformed from the moon in the well were shattered, a string of golden words would hover on the spot. They were all talisman characters drawn by Cui Dongshan. They were either sages' poems, true forms of the 5 mountains of different dynasties, or various versions of Baize's mountain-searching maps in history. Every time the flying swords and talisman characters advanced, it was as if an army was pressing forward. With the sword formation opening the way and the talisman paving the way, they would smash open a path for the constellations. Lotus flowers would rush over to mend the hole. After every golden kite on the peach tree floated down from the branches, there would be a Taoist in green with a blurry face. He held a golden horsetail whisk in his hand and hovered in the sky. He guarded the pass alone. With a sweep of the horsetail whisk, he could turn the countless sword tips of the river of sword formation and collide with the sword formation behind him. The burly man in the posture of divine General Tugue from the Moon Palace had a pair of golden eyes. His gaze wandered around and at a certain moment, he would throw the axe in his hand. Not only did he destroy the sword formation that was as mighty as the Milky Way, but he would also occasionally flash and disappear. He ignored the prohibition of the sword formation and went straight to Qin Pingan's real body. Qin Pingan found that he could not avoid it in time. He could only reveal a Dharma form. He was dressed in a bright red robe and was thousands of feet tall. He crushed the giant axe with one palm. There were too many flying swords. The sword formation was layered and endless. It hung in the sky like an army gathering ready to attack. Wu Shuangjiang was a little surprised. One of the flying swords was caused by the natal magical power. It was not surprising that Qin Pingan took advantage of the time and place. However, when he controlled the second natal flying sword, Qin Pingan was in his own small world. Although he did not need to consume too much spiritual energy, it was definitely a lot of wear and tear for a cultivator's spirit. This meant that this young recluse not only relied on the body of a martial artist, but also on the cultivation on the mountain and the cultivation of his Taoist heart. Otherwise, a sword cultivator in the Jade primitive realm would have been dizzy to control so many flying swords. The axe of Tu Gui was not very lethal. The only good thing about it was that it did not focus on the killing power. It was specially used to find people. In fact, it was a jade axe talisman made by Wu Shuangjiang. It was recognized as a big talisman on the mountain, just like the Ascendant State Cultivator in the mountain and water barrier breaking talisman. When Wu Shuangjiang fought with others, it was mostly like this. Every spell and every talisman would stop at a certain point. They were extremely thrifty and filled with probing intent. Not only would they accurately investigate the truth, the most difficult part was that they would not make any mistakes. Wu Shuangjiang stood on a lotus leaf as big as a city. The small world of constellations had lost a small part of its territory, but the big formation's hub was still intact. However, the peach tree kite had been worn out, and the osmanthus tree bright moon was gradually dimming. Most of the lotus leaves had been used to block the sword formation, and then they were crushed by the flying swords one by one. In the sky, the golden writings of the sages of the past, the 5 mountains stood tall, and the mountain-searching maps had occupied most of the sky. Wu Shuangjiang was not worried about this. The other party was still too wishful thinking to want to exhaust his spiritual energy or use all his magic weapons with just a sword formation and a lawless place. Wu Shuangjiang stretched out his hand and took back the tie by imitation sword from the back of the green-robed swordsman. He waited, the sword's wool was still too light. This time, when he sparred with those people, each took what they needed and gave them something unexpected. Cui Dongshan and the others accumulated the small world. Wu Shuangjiang took this opportunity to perfect the sword's will of the 2 imitation swords, Naive and Tai Bai. As long as he could gain a little bit of benefit, it would be an immeasurable huge benefit. Bai was also not a sword cultivator. How was Bai's swordsmanship? The Battle of the Fuyao continent and the Battle of the Aquarius continent had already been seen by the cultivators at the peak of the mountain as the 2 turning points of the battle. Although Wu Shuangjiang was in deep trouble, with a sword formation that was majestic and filled with killing intent, he still split 2 of his attention to tour the 2 caves in his small world. He used the steel rubbing technique on the mountain to imitate 2 scrolls, which were Cui Dongshan's constellation map and Jiang Shangzhen's mountain searching map. The scrolls were fixed at a certain moment, as if the river of time had stopped. Wu Shuangjiang's attention wandered through them. The first scroll was fixed at the moment when Cui Dongshan appeared in the south. Beneath his feet was the Zhen mansion. He had just used his finger to draw a talisman and wrote the words, "Eliminating the palace at the end of the year, Wu Shuangjiang." After that, the black-robed divinity and the 5 yellow-robed divinities each held a word in their hands. Wu Shuangjiang came to the heavenly patrol carriage and stood beside a yellow-robed heavenly official. Looking at the ancient Shuang word in her hand, Wu Shuangjiang fell into deep thought. His mind turned quickly. Was the white-robed young man trying to do something to his fate? Since Zhen was the name of the constellation, the word xuanhuan also contained the meaning of grief. In the chapter of Xianxia, there was also the saying repeat the order, Zhen the way. Cui Dongshan certainly did not choose the Zhen constellation as the place to appear randomly. However, he wanted to rely on the heavenly time and fate to connect with fate to destroy the fate of a 14th realm cultivator? Wasn't that too much of an ant trying to shake a tree? Embroidered tiger Cui Dong was calculating and would not be so shallow. Wu Shuangjiang pondered for a moment. The figure formed by his mustard seed mind suddenly fell tens of millions of li and stood where Cui Dongshan was previously standing. Wu Shuangjiang raised his head and looked. According to the astronomical and geographical differences, below his feet was the boundary of the 2 stars of the Bull Dipper. The neighboring constellation in the sky was the 2 stars of the Wingjin mansion. Wu Shuangjiang stood in the distance and did not move for a long time. He seemed to have some clues, but it was extremely difficult to pick up the thread. In the other cave, Wu Shuangjiang's other mustard seed mind was standing beside the giant spirit emissary who stood on the mountain and held the demon sealing mirror. After the picture scroll froze, the mirror light was like a flying sword, forming a solidified white rainbow in the air. After Wu Shuangjiang copied the long-lost demon sealing mirror, his gaze shifted and moved to the side of the woman with the colorful ribbon with 4 faces. He stood on a ribbon as large as a stream and looked down at the mountains and rivers. 4 cultivators in their realm, breaking mountains and rivers with their fists, overturning rivers and seas, and using magic weapons to attack and cover the sky were all small tricks. An ordinary Qi cultivator in the immortal realm or a pure martial artist in the 9th realm had no chance to make a move in this battle. Or it could be said that it was meaningless to make a move. Wu Shuangjiang frowned slightly. He flicked his sleeves lightly and removed most of the colors from the thousands of mountains. The painted scroll turned into a white sketch. After many flicks of his sleeves to change the colors of the mountains and rivers, only a few mountains with firm roots were left. Wu Shuangjiang took a closer look and found that Xianxia had indeed secretly done something to them. He removed many traces, leaving only the mountains themselves. At the same time, he refined the mountains into seals, just like a few plain seals that had not been engraved with words. Wu Shuangjiang sneered and flipped his palm, turning the mountains upside down. What a guy. 2 of the mountains had faint traces and were not engraved on the cliff. They were very insidious. Not only were the words as small as a fly's head, but there was also a layer of camouflage restriction. After being erased by Wu Shuangjiang, the truth was revealed. Wu Shuangjiang removed the painting scroll of the mountain search formation. He grabbed with both hands and held the 2 mountains in the palm of his hand like 2 pocket-sized stones. He then merged with the constellation map and waved his sleeves to disperse the extra constellations. He moved the mountains and released the mountains again. With a light wave, the pocket-sized mountains in his hand stood upright in the constellation map. Wu Shuangjiang then raised his hand and conjured a river and 2 pavilions. When Wu Shuangjiang used his finger as a pen and wrote the 2 plaques, the nearby mountains and rivers seemed to have been given a finishing touch by an immortal. They immediately came to life. For a moment, the sunset was lonely and the autumn water stretched into the sky. The scenery was pleasant. Not only that, Wu Shuangjiang's mind moved. Finally, a majestic pavilion with green glazed tiles was erected on the banks of the river. The embroidered tiger was obviously imitating Su Zi's handwriting. He changed the words inscribed on the golden plaque into the words Stork Pavilion. Wu Shuangjiang took a step forward and came to the bottom of the stairs of the pavilion. He looked up and saw a man with a vague appearance. He seemed to be the prince in the pavilion mentioned in the book. The constellation map in the sky and the mountain search formation on the ground. So this is a tripartite formation where heaven, earth, and man gather? As expected, the commotion caused by this was not as simple as the overlapping of heaven and earth. Instead, it was because the 3 small heaven and earth had hidden the formation eyes embedded in each other at certain key positions. Wu Shuangjiang smiled knowingly. This formation was not ordinary. The most interesting part was that the person who made up heaven, earth, and man was actually himself. He almost fell into the trap. It was dark under the light. Once those 3 people followed this path and used endless methods as a smokescreen to ceaselessly accumulate a bit of advantage, perhaps Wu Shuangjiang would really be like a ghost going around in circles, skinned alive, and had a great deal of his cultivation depleted. No wonder the water dragon hidden in the mirror light was disguised as a strand of Jiang Shangzhen's sword light. Unfortunately, Wu Shuangjiang failed when he tried to bite through the robe after noticing the anomaly. Otherwise, if it had absorbed even a drop of blood, the prince in the pavilion in the stork brothel would probably have a much clearer image, closer to the truth of Wu Shuangjiang himself. The 3 young people of the vast world were unscrupulous. They dared to think and dared to do. Half of the vast embroidered tiger, the leader of the Jade sect who turned the tide in the Tongyi continent, and the last reclusive official of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. They lived up to their reputation. One had to become famous as soon as possible and beat up others as soon as possible. On the path of cultivation, when seeing promising and pleasing juniors, the seniors should not be stingy with their saliva. They should quickly give a few pointers so that they would not have to worry about drinking in the future. It was true that Daoist son of the Xiandu temple liked to spout nonsense, but he did say a few words of advice. Wu Shuangjiang did not even walk into the pavilion without permission. Even if it was just an illusion of his state of mind, Wu Shuangjiang did not act rashly. Cui Dongshan did not really do anything. It was more Qin Pingan and Jiang Shangzhen who did it. It turned out that they were secretly planning this. Putting away the mustard seed in his mind, Wu Shuangjiang turned his head to look. At the end of the distant sky, a thin golden line appeared. Wu Shuangjiang raised the Tai-Bai imitation sword in his hand and the lotus leaf under his feet tilted. A sword light arrived in the blink of an eye, directly splitting Wu Shuangjiang's entire constellation heaven and earth into two. Even the imitation sword in Wu Shuangjiang's hand was split apart. That sword light flashed by Wu Shuangjiang's side. His robes fluttered and there were actually slight sounds of silk being torn apart. Wu Shuangjiang shook his wrist and the Tai-Bai imitation sword in his hand was restored. It was Ning Yao's sword. She swept her sword from extremely far away and sliced apart the small heaven and earth. Ning Yao's second sword was a sword light from extremely far away. Within the constellation heaven and earth, it was a breathtaking sword chi galaxy. Wu Shuangjiang had expected this and barely dodged that extremely sharp sword light. However, the man and woman with swords on their backs were already blown apart by the sword light. Wu Shuangjiang changed his mind and temporarily kept the remnant aura of the two sword attendant puppets, Ning Yao and Qin Pingan, into his sleeves. He personally controlled the 4 imitation swords. Glancing at the Tai-Bai imitation sword, Wu Shuangjiang shook his head. He was still unable to condense that pure sword intent. In fact, Xianxia had previously informed the mountain chieftain's wife that it was best not to use her sword, in case that fellow stole her sword intent. Ning Yao only replied with one sentence, "Don't worry." Taking advantage of the moment when Wu Shuangjiang's constellation heaven and earth was about to collapse, Xianxia appeared and patted Qin Pingan's shoulder. He said in a low voice, "Take care." Having a wife was of course a good thing. However, with such a wife, Qin Pingan could forget about drinking with her for the rest of his life. At the same time, Xianxia said telepathically, "How is it? How far are you from the moon and well?" Qin Pingan grinned. "There's still some distance. This fight could not be fought for nothing." Other than doing proper business, Qin Pingan, Cui Dongshan, and Xianxia followed the routine. In fact, he was also using Wu Shuang's small world as a whetstone similar to the dragon-slaying platform to carefully sharpen the blade of the moon in the well. Xianxia wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Pingan laughed. "How can there be no price to pay if you want to kill a 14th realm cultivator?" 2 sword gleams flashed. Xianxia and Qin Pingan disappeared from where they were at the same time. Unexpectedly, Qin Pingan discovered that he was followed by a talisman in the form of a jade drawing axe. The 2 imitation swords, Tai-Bai and Wanfa, followed him like shadows. They should have been transformed from the giant axe of that Guirin from before. This talisman's killing power was average. However, its biggest problem was that it was haunting. Qin Pingan telepathically said to Xianxia, "Do what you need to do. Don't worry about me. I'll test these 2 immortal swords." This was a rare opportunity. He could also temper his martial body at the same time. Whatever he could do to make up for it was better. Even if the 3 of them worked together to set up a trap, they had already considered the severity of the consequences on Luapa Mountain. The price they had to pay could be that Qin Pingan lost a certain intrinsic flying sword or the caged sparrow or the moon and well. It could be that one of Xianxia's willow leaves caused the quality of his flying sword to drop. It could be that Cui Dongshan lost the skin of an immortal realm cultivator. Or even more. For example, Qin Pingan's martial limit could cause a drop in cultivation level. Or perhaps someone had to pay an even greater price. On Luapa Mountain, Qin Pingan finally set a rule. No matter who was saved by the other 2, that person had to be aware that even if the 3 of them worked together, they were destined to be unable to change the greatest outcome. Then, that person would have to exchange their life with a mortal enemy like Pei Min to ensure that the other 2's great Dao cultivation would not be completely severed. Cui Dongshan and Xianxia had no objections to this at the time. Wu Shuangjiang had one hand behind his back. 2 fingers on one hand seemed to be plucking the strings of a zither. A stringless sound resounded between heaven and earth. Behind him was a celestial avatar. It was like a Yin spirit had left its body and traveled far away. It held the 2 imitation swords of the Taoist scripture and heavenly innocence. Qin Pingan, who had just dodged the 2 sword flashes of Grand White and Myriad Arts, was struck by a bolt of lightning without warning. In the next moment, Qin Pingan gripped the tips of the 2 imitation swords with both hands and slid back thousands of feet. Sword flashes bloomed and his hands were mangled. Sword chi surged and his entire face was lacerated with fine sword scars. He had no choice but to squint, not daring to look directly at the sword flashes. Qin Pingan's retreating momentum did not slow down at all. The sword tip slowly stabbed out of his palm. Wu Shuangjiang rose again and plucked the stringless and formless zither. This kid really knows how to hide. With this martial physique, why would he need to show off his unpolished jade avatar? While gripping the tips of the two imitation swords tightly, he could only let the heavenly thunder strike his body caused by the stringless sound. Wu Shuangjiang bent two fingers and plucked a string. He gently loosened his fingers. Qin Pingan felt like he was swept in the abdomen by a rod. His whole body had no choice but to bend. His hands slid forward, and the tips of the two imitation swords were already in front of his eyes. After all, a 14th level avatar of oneness of heaven and men was not holding a real celestial sword. Compared to the Ascendant Realm Sword cultivator Ning Yao's Q sword, he was already at a disadvantage. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, "Bloom." The celestial avatar behind him instantly changed into thousands of illusions. They hovered in various places, each holding a pair of swords. The Q sword battle. The sword aura was like a waterfall, surging and pouring towards Ning Yao, who was alone with one sword. Wu Shuangjiang made a gesture with one hand. In fact, he was constantly calculating in his mind. Suddenly Wu Shuangjiang accidentally broke a string. Wu Shuangjiang raised his hand, and a drop of blood seeped out of his finger. Wu Shuangjiang's expression became serious. However, his heartstrings were greatly shaken. Even with Wu Shuangjiang's divination skills, he still could not find any traces. The young man in white, who had been watching from the sidelines, was squatting in an attic. He did not really fight with Wu Shuangjiang, but he was in a worse state than Qin Pingan and Jiang Shangshan. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices and cursing. In front of him stood a porcelain figure named Wu Shuangjiang. Cui Dongshan had carefully set up a formation around the figure, creating a formation with excellent feng shui that could not be better. Cui Dongshan had created a formation with excellent feng shui, which could not be better. The art of the dragon, the orientation of the 3 mountains, the water of the coming and going back to the hall, the heavenly stars and earthly trigram, the 48 divisions of Shun and I Shan, the Buddhism's 6 realms, the Taoist grand ritual of the universe, and the 244 divisions of the 5 elements, just a constellation map, mountain searching formation, and Wu Shuangjiang's heaven, earth, and man triad formation? What a joke. You Wu Shuangjiang are underestimating your own 14th level. You are also underestimating the brains of Master Cui, my teacher and Chief Zhou. Previously, Cui Dongshan and Jiang Shangshan still needed magic treasures to fall like rain outside the caged sparrow and willow shade. What were they trying to achieve? Superimposing the 5 elements formation on top of the triad formation, and then superimposing the 7 stars formation on top of the 5 elements formation. The triad formation that was relatively easy to detect was both a smokescreen and not a smokescreen. Metal of the 5 elements, Qin Pingan's caged sparrow. Water, Cui Dongshan's ancient shoe's great swamp. Wood, Jiang Shangshan's willow shade. Fire, Cui Dongshan personally set up a large group of volcanoes. The formation was called Laojuan's pill refining furnace. Earth, moon in the well and Jiang Shangshan's willow leaf were used as concealment techniques for the 5 great mountains true form map. The triad formation, 5 elements and 7 stars overlapped. In addition to the 2 concealment formations that assisted Bai's double concealment, it was a complete 7 appearances double concealment outside of the 7 stars. Death of the Big Dipper. The crux of this was the porcelain figure that Cui Dongshan had risked his life to create, Wu Shuangjiang. Cui Dongshan did not care about the bloodstains on his face. His 5 fingers were like hooks as he pressed down on the head of the porcelain figure, Wu Shuangjiang. Break it to pieces. Cui Dongshan pressed down on the head tightly. Bit by bit, signs of the great Tao collapsing appeared. Cui Dongshan's ancient shoe flood dragon immortal shed skin actually started to crack. When the porcelain figure suddenly broke apart, Cui Dongshan flew out and fell to the ground in a pool of blood. At the same time, the many small worlds overlapped and merged into one. The 4 immortal swords and the celestial figure were all forced to return to Wu Shuangjiang's side. This was the true grinding ant of the great Tao, crushing a realm 14. All the small worlds, including Wu Shuangjiang, were as small as a mustard seed. Qin Pingan was wearing a bright red Taoist robe. He had the physique of a realm 10 martial artist that carried the true names of countless great demons. His body was completely bent. When he no longer intentionally straightened his spine, he finally fully revealed his realm 10 chi flourishing realm for the first time after returning home from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He extended his hand to hold his sword and roamed the night. Let me go first. He used the sword that split open the Sui Mountain when he was young and added the god's drumming stance. He would deliver as many swords as he could. He turned into a rainbow and left. The elegance of a sword immortal. Jiang Shangzhen and Ning Yao stood on opposite sides. An immortal realm sword cultivator in a long green robe and cloth shoes had a complete willow leaf hovering in front of him. Like a whale swallowing, he completely absorbed Jiang Shangzhen's spiritual qi. He did not hesitate to drain the pond to catch fish. He did not hesitate to let his intrinsic flying sword drop in realm and even break it. Ning Yao held her sword in the air. She extended a finger and pressed it between her eyebrows. She gently wiped it. The immortal sword in her hand was innocent. It was only at this moment that she truly reached the peak of the sword realm. Qin Pinggan's 21 swords combined into one. He slashed the realm 14 Wu Shuangjiang's true body and celestial figure. Jiang Shangzhen's flying sword chopped off the Yin god's head. Ning Yao's sword destroyed Wu Shuangjiang's soul. "780. Wu Shuangjiang raised the quaint teacup in his hand and took a sip of tea. He looked at Qin Pinggan and said with a smile, "Master Hidden Official, please name your price." "Let's hear it first. Don't worry that I'll think that you're asking for too much. My Dao partner and I are like two lives. No matter how high the price, it won't be excessive." Cui Dongshan sneered, "Buying and selling by force is not the style of an expert, is it?" Wu Shuangjiang nodded, "There is such a suspicion. But it involves my life, so I cannot be particular about the bearing of an immortal." Jiang Shangzhen sighed, "How frank. Old Immortal Wu is a 14th level great cultivator after all. His words are consistent with his actions." Wu Shuangjiang smiled, "I have already been killed by you guys once. It is not a big problem to take a few more strange words." Jiang Shangzhen was so angry that he wanted to stand up and reason with Cui Dongshan, but Cui Dongshan pressed down on his shoulders and pushed him back. He complained, Well, we can't beat him. Save your strength. If we can't reach an agreement later, the important task of kowtowing to old Immortal Wu and begging for mercy will be handed over to you, the chief consecrator." After Qin Pinggan sat down, he took out a porcelain bottle and applied the secret ointment of the Yang medicine shop to his hands. He wrapped them skillfully and took out a few talismans. Finally, he covered his sleeves with his hands and said, "Senior, please look through the ancient records. After listening, I will make a decision." Wu Shuangjiang looked at the calm young man and asked with a smile, "How did you make that last move?" If it had been Ning Yao who had struck out with that sword, Wu Shuangjiang wouldn't have found it strange. But a sword cultivator at the unpolished Jade Realm, holding a sword that was only half an immortal sword, was actually able to directly cut apart his true body and celestial avatar? Qin Pinggan said, "It is not a superior sword move. I just jumped forward and slashed with my sword. But the method of operation is from the Great Wall of Sword Qi's 18 stops sword qi. I also added some fist techniques to it. It is called the deity drum beating style." In front of Wu Shuangjiang, who would learn whatever he wanted, there was no point in deliberately hiding anything. Since that was the case, he might as well be frank. Wu Shuangjiang nodded with a smile. He raised his hand and put two fingers together. With a gentle swipe, 18 mustard seed sword qi appeared on the table. They were not straight lines but hovered in the air, perfectly fitting the 18 qi residences of the small worlds of the human body. They connected with each other and formed a line. The sword light bloomed slightly. The table was like the earth and the sword qi was like the stars. It was as if Wu Shuangjiang had created a pocket-sized galaxy out of thin air. Wu Shuangjiang suddenly clenched his other hand into a fist and slowly pushed it out. He shook his head as if he was not satisfied. He changed the trajectory of his fist several times and finally threw out a punch. Wu Shuangjiang twisted his wrist and put the picture scroll, that was both a sword and fist technique, into his sleeve. He did not hide his admiration at all and nodded with a smile. "It is a good punch. Unfortunately, I am not a pure martial artist. I cannot learn it completely. I am missing a fundamental divine decree." Wu Shuangjiang thought for a moment and pulled out a green talisman from his sleeve. He pushed it lightly and it floated toward Qin Pinggan. "Take it as a small compensation for your removal." Qin Pinggan shook his head and said, "I do not deserve it. Senior, you have stolen the sword and fist techniques with your own ability. I will accept it." Wu Shuangjiang smiled. This is a Taiching light body talisman, also known as the lifting sun talisman. It is also called the corpse dissolving talisman by Taoist Qing Ming. It is my proudest work, born from the Taishen clear life talisman personally made by the Taoist ancestor. Compared to the Moon Palace Jade Axe talisman, it is worthy of being called a great talisman. Qin Pingan was indifferent when he heard this and he still declined. If this lifting body talisman was the final deal today, Qin Pingan would accept it without hesitation even if Wu Shuangjiang gave him a whole stack of talismans, let alone one. However, Wu Shuangjiang's temperament was hard to fathom. Tian Xiao wouldn't fall out with him on a whim. If Wu Shuangjiang tampered with a talisman and then generously accepted it, what else could it be but courting death? Seeing that the young hidden official didn't know how to appreciate his kindness, Wu Shuangjiang wasn't angry, but he also didn't take back the green seal root material talisman. It gently floated down on the table in front of Qin Pingan. Cui Dongshan stood behind Jiang Shangzhen and stood on tiptoe. He stared hard at the precious talisman on the table. The art of talisman drawing could be stolen, but talisman paper could not be replaced. This was because the material of the talisman paper was extremely good and expensive. Not only was it priceless, it was mainly because there was no market for it. In the green underworld, it was used by the immortals of the 5 cities and 12 floors of the Baek-o-Kaekyung building to invite the gods to descend. Wu Shuangjiang turned his head to look at the Jade Gui sect's old sect leader with snow-white hair. He laughed heartily and said, "You and I can be considered kindred spirits." The woman that both sides admired was not some exceptional beauty among the women on the mountain. For cultivators like them, what kind of beauty could they not have? Jiang Shangzhen raised his hand and cupped his fist. He shook it lightly and said with a mischievous smile, "You flatter me." The seating arrangement of the 5 people in the room was also very interesting. Wu Shuangjiang's back was facing the door. The wine table was facing the door. Among Qin Pingan's group, after Wu Shuangjiang entered the room and took a seat first, Qin Pingan sat on the bench to Wu Shuangjiang's left. Although his realm was the lowest and he was also heavily injured, second only to Cui Dongshan whose body had collapsed, he still sat on the bench to Wu Shuangjiang's left. Therefore his position was closest to Wu Shuangjiang. Ning Yao, like a protector, chose to sit beside Qin Pingan. Jiang Shangzhen rushed to sit on Wu Shuangjiang's right. In this way the seat opposite Wu Shuangjiang was given to the most heavily injured white-clothed youth, who was the furthest away from Wu Shuangjiang. However, Cui Dongshan did not sit. Instead he stood behind Jiang Shangzhen. Except for Wu Shuangjiang, this outsider. The 4 people at the table in the room were actually all thinking for the others. The atmosphere in Luapa Mountain was good. Between a pair of young immortal Taoist companions, between a teacher and a student, between a sect leader and a consecrator, without exception, life and death could be entrusted to them. It was only natural for them to be by the side of these people. This was also why when Wu Shuangjiang appeared, he did not hide his killing intent at all. He did not have the slightest intention to sit down and discuss. It was to verify one thing. How much importance did Qin Pingan place on a business deal and a promise? How much was Qin Pingan willing to pay to fulfill the promise? What is the rarest thing on a wine table? Wu Shuangjiang asked and answered his own question. A table of wine guests, nothing is an eyesore. Qin Pingan was just about to speak when Wu Shuangjiang raised his chin towards the door. You can leave first. Let your disciple and that little water monster feel at ease. Then we can talk about business. Otherwise it will be difficult for you to truly feel at ease. Qin Pingan nodded. He went to Ning Yao's room and told Pei Qian that everything was fine. However, he did not want Pei Qian to be in a hurry to wake up little Millet who was sleeping soundly. Realizing that Pei Qian was still worried, Qin Pingan bent his fingers and tapped them on the chestnut. Pei Qian smiled and sat back down. He rubbed little Millet's head. Qin Pingan's footsteps were slow. He walked in the corridor. The white-haired boy with the real name Tianran was nowhere to be found. He must have been hidden by Wu Shuangjiang. Wu Shuangjiang smiled. He was very clear about this. He turned to Jiang Shangzhen and said, "No wonder you were willing to spend so much. Your gambling skills and luck are so good that there is no end to them." Jiang Shangzhen was holding a bottle of moonlight wine brewed in his family's cloud cave-blessed land. He raised his head and drank. He wiped the corner of his mouth and smiled. Old immortal Wu's realm is high. Whatever he says is right. When Qin Pingan returned to his seat, Wu Shuangjiang knocked the teacup in his hand on the table. The 3 words at the bottom of the teacup turned into golden light and spread out on the table. In an instant, Qin Pingan and the rest were on the top floor of a stork tower. There were only 4 pillars supporting the roof of the caisson. There were no windows or doors to obstruct their vision. In front of Qin Pingan, the green talisman was still hovering. Jiang Shangzhen was leaning against the railing. He held the wine bottle with 2 fingers and shook it gently. The moonlight and the smell of wine were released together and dissipated into the air. Cui Dongshan leaped over and stood on the railing. His two snow-white sleeves were blown by the wind and fluttered slowly. Wu Shuangjiang slowly walked to the other side of the white jade railing. Under the eaves there was a string of horses. When the wind blew, they jingled and swayed with golden light. If one listened carefully, it was actually the singing of a woman. Wu Shuangjiang kept the teacup and put his hands behind his back. He looked into the distance and pointed at a mountain. There were pavilions, towers, palaces, and temples. They were built in rows along the mountain. From the foot of the mountain to the peak of the mountain, there are a total of 108 mansions. When I reached the Immortals' Cave realm, I had an idea. If I were to be the palace master of the Lunar Palace in the future, there would be 108 direct disciples of the Hall of Patriarchs. The direct disciples would be recruited and transferred, and each of them would occupy one of the mansions. Their realms would not be low and their Dao skills were not ordinary. It's a pity that it hasn't been done yet. Mansions are easy to build but people are hard to find. Money is easy to earn but people's hearts are like flowing water. Many sect cultivators with excellent aptitudes couldn't control their thoughts and complained about this and that. It's either the mansions are too small or their positions are too low. Therefore they all became passers-by. Wu Shuangjiang laughed. The Lunar Palace was said to be a den for young people, so I kindly accepted it. I can use it to remind the cultivators of the Lunar Palace that young people's spirit is the most precious. Don't be worn down by the ways of the world. He had been too diligent in his cultivation and did not dare to slack off at all. Therefore he often owed reading debts. Occasionally, when there was nothing to do on the mountain, he would burn incense and read Yushi poems. Every time before Wu Shuangjiang went down the mountain to kill someone, he would read Su Zci to liven things up. Chen Pingan suddenly asked, "What is the real name of the shopkeeper of the Crane Inn on the inverted mountain?" Wu Shuangjiang said, "I won't mention his real name. Otherwise Little White will be unhappy. As for the golden jade certificate of my Lunar Palace master, his name is Bai Luo. The word Luo, as in rise and fall." Chen Pingan's heart was shaken. He lowered his voice and asked a seemingly redundant question, "The word rise and fall, as in rise and fall?" Wu Shuangjiang smiled and nodded. Little White is actually also on the night boat. However, he is not in the city. He has been wandering around the Arch City. He is most likely looking for trouble with the long-faced man. Therefore, it was a very wise choice for you to reject Little White's suggestion. Otherwise, the Ascension City and the Fifth World would have gone to war. For the sword cultivators of the Ascension City, it might not be a bad thing. They might even be able to fight against the forces of the three sects with the power of a single city within 100 years. It's just that in this way, the long-term plans of the Summer Palace that have been steadily, a great undertaking that has helped the Ascension City stand tall, I'm afraid that it will fall short of success. Qin Pingan was speechless. He could not help but take out a pot of wine in front of Ning Yao. He drank a mouthful of wine to calm himself down. At that time, when he rejected the innkeeper's business, Qin Pingan did not think too much about it. He simply did not want the Ascension City to cause any trouble. Risks were opportunities and opportunities were also risks. This logic could not be any simpler. Qin Pingan did not trust a young innkeeper who had been hiding in the inverted hanging mountain for hundreds of years. He was also the guardian of the palace. He did not know anything about him. Ning Yao had some guesses but she was not sure. She looked at Qin Pingan and asked. Qin Pingan nodded and said helplessly, "It's that person." He casually flipped through his memory. The past was still vivid in his mind. There was a small inn at the end of a small alley in the inverted hanging mountain. Qin Pingan clearly remembered that every time he went there, he saw the young man standing behind the counter. He seemed to be lazy, and every time the young innkeeper talked to Qin Pingan, he would be full of smiles. He was very amiable. Wu Shuangjiang hit the nail on the head. Actually, Little White liked you very much back then, so she helped you cover up your martial arts chi. The two of them overlapped, and that's why you scared the Oriole back at Huangliang Blessed Land. Don't worry, there was no scheme behind this. It was just that Xiao Bai felt that he could not find the person he was looking for and could not earn much money. His life was too boring. Later on, when you became a hidden official, Xiao Bai was very pleased. He said that he had a good eye for people. Qin Pingan drank another mouthful of wine. Lady Gui let him stay in the Sparrow Stork and back then? Did she notice it long ago? In the vast world, there was a martial temple in the ancestral court of the Central Plains Military School, and the 10 philosophers of the martial temple were worshipped. However, even the scholars of the later generations had many criticisms about this. There were objections about the person who was the assistant worshipper, and there were even more objections about at least half of the 10 philosophers of the martial temple. They felt that they should not have been chosen at all. As for the martial temple worshippers who were added later on, there were 72 famous generals. They were divided into 10 people in the main hall and 62 people on the two sides of the veranda to enjoy the incense together. Many people of the later generations did not agree with this, and they all had their own opinions. In particular, during this period, there was a case where the Confucian sages in the Confucian temple in the Central Plains kept suggesting that they should select those with flawless achievements. As a result, many famous generals who had many achievements but killed too many people were either demoted or removed from their positions as gods. This caused one of the 10 philosophers of the martial temple to be moved out of the main hall to one of the two veranda. Originally, this person was going to lose the right to be worshipped on the two veranda. In the end, it was rumored that 2 people in the Confucian temple made a scene and rejected this suggestion. They came to a compromise and moved out of the main hall. However, they stayed on the two veranda and were only ranked 4th. This still made the military cultivators of the later generations feel that it was unfair. They said that the so-called famous generals selected by the Confucian temple were too many strategists. They could only be considered as advisors, but they were nothing special. Among the 72 people, at least half of them were not even qualified to carry that person's boots. As for the remaining half were not even qualified to lead that person's horse. The remaining half were too ashamed to be ranked among the 10 philosophers of the martial temple with that person. What shopkeeper of the Sparrow Stork Inn? What guardian of the year? What Xiao Bai of the Qingming world? What Bai Luo? Was Bai Qi. As for how this person went to the Qingming world and how he became Wu Shuangjiang's right-hand man, only God knew. Qin Pingan did not even want to ask. Wu Shuangjiang said, "Many people are trapped in their own cocoons. They have no choice." This was the conclusion of the previous battle. The mini-worlds stacked on top of each other. It was not only to kill Wu Shuangjiang, but also to allow Wu Shuangjiang to unleash his 14th tier cultivation base. He did not have to worry about his Dao-fusing aura being sensed by the Confucian temple. Wu Shuangjiang continued, "All of you should be very clear that the reason I didn't choose to take you down with me in the end wasn't because I didn't have the strength to retaliate. Otherwise, apart from Ning Yao, the 3 of you would have succeeded in killing me, but the damage to your great Dao would have been far greater." Qin Pingan said, "Far greater than this?" Putting aside the fact that the tip of the grand white sword was almost detached from the body of the night swimming sword, it would take a lot of time to reforge it. Qin Pingan might even have to invest a mountain of gold and silver. Putting aside the fact that Qin Pingan was injured, the mountains and rivers in the mini-worlds were shaken. The number of times that Qin Pingan needed to use the ointment from the Yang clan's medicine shop after the battle could be counted with one's fingers. Putting these aside, Jiang Shangzhen's flying sword's rank had dropped. Cui Dongshan did not even have the skin of an immortal's remains. Although he looked calm, he was actually severely injured. If it was not for Cui Dongshan's mystical spells, an ordinary immortal qi cultivator would have been half dead. He might not even be able to maintain the upper 5 states. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, "Don't worry about these. I know what's important. If Cui Dongshan could not get rid of the shackles of this skin, how could he ascend to the ascendant state?" Wu Shuangjiang dared to assert that as half a tiger in white, he had been looking for a sword cultivator all these years. The sword cultivator must be at least at the ascendant state and must be trustworthy with excellent swordsmanship. For example, Alliance, who had a close relationship with the sage of literature? The left and right of the same sect? Only then could he rest assured and let the other party break the cage with his sword. As for the flying sword with a section of willow leaf, of course the loss was great. However, as long as Jiang Shangzhen ascended to the ascendant state, the 2 problems would be solved easily. It was just that these things that he knew were more unpleasant to say out loud. Wu Shuangjiang did not feel that he needed to pay back the money when doing business with these young people. Moreover, the 4 of them worked together. One of them shaped porcelain figurines and shattered porcelain figurines, and the 3 of them worked together to kill 14 states. Such a magnificent feat, even if Wu Shuangjiang was the one who was killed, he felt that it was very interesting. It would make Wu Shuangjiang look forward to the scene 100 years later. He just did not know that 100 or 1,000 years later, the young people would have ascended to the ascendant state. Then, there would be 4 ascendants and 3 of them would be sword cultivators? Would someone in the future mention this matter and say such a thing? There was once a person named Wu Shuangjiang in the New Year's Palace. He fought against Qin Pingan, Ning Yao, Jiang Shangzhen, and Cui Dongshan alone? How strong! Wu Shuangjiang laughed and took out a pot of wine as an exception. He drank a mouthful and began to talk about some old stories. After the New Year's palace had me, it was very different. In less than 100 years it rose quickly. You should know that when I was in the Jindan realm, I was already a sex accountant and the god of wealth. When I ascended to the nascent soul realm, I also took the position of the head of justice. Of course, this had a lot to do with the fact that the New Year's palace was only a second-rate mountain at that time. However, you should have flipped through the secret records. A Jindan talisman cultivator killed a nascent soul sword cultivator in the process of catching and killing 2 Jade Realm cultivators when he was in the nascent soul realm. I'm not boasting, but not everyone can do it. I'm cautious by nature. Some accidents on the path of cultivation may seem dangerous, but in fact they are nothing. However, this does not mean that the people around me are the same. So, there was a woman who accidentally killed 2 Chi cultivators when she went down the mountain to gain experience. Both of them were officials of the secular imperial court. In the process of killing, more than 10 innocent mortals were harmed. This debt was counted as her fault. This is actually not too much to ask. So, I had to go down the mountain and help her deal with all kinds of people. Originally, all aspects had been settled by me. I followed the clues and found the person behind the scenes. That woman was Wu Shuangjiang's Dao companion on the mountain. In the New Year's palace, she was a woman with very ordinary cultivation aptitude and appearance. It was a trap set up by a cultivator on the mountain. Of course, it was targeted at Wu Shuangjiang. A woman with ordinary appearance and cultivation aptitude was not too good, was not worthy of the person behind the scenes to mobilize so many people. In the end, Wu Shuangjiang provoked the second sect master of the Bek Okekyung building. He was really invincible, Yudo. Even those who set up the trap behind the scenes felt that it was a great surprise. At that time, Wu Shuangjiang was only a nascent soul realm cultivator. In the end, the second sect master of the Bek Okekyung building, who had been in charge of the Bek Okekyung building for 100 years, gave Wu Shuangjiang a choice. Otherwise he would hand over that woman. According to the law of Dao, his soul would scatter. Wu Shuangjiang, you only need to stand by and watch. You don't need to die. Wu Shuangjiang suddenly brought up an off-topic topic. Our third sect master had nothing to do, so he also set up a similar heart-questioning trap for his junior brother. However, in terms of the details of the Dao heart, his senior brother was never satisfied. Otherwise, that youth could have obtained an immortal fate at that time. He could have reached the heavens in a single step and entered the Jade unpolished realm. If he could not be sloppy in his state of mind and surpass you by a level, then do the same thing as you and seem to be looking for trouble and doing something superfluous, Lu Qin would be willing to look at him more highly. Qin Pingan said, "Is it that person whose Dao name is Shan Qin?" He was also one of the 10 young people under the heavens. Wu Shuangjiang smiled as he picked up the wine pot and pointed at the woman beside Qin Pingan. Ning Yao only said casually at this moment, "This person's actions are not very honest. I cut him a few times with my sword and he hid in seclusion for a few years." Jiang Shangzhen, who had been listening attentively, immediately repeated the 2 words in a low voice. "Take care, take care." Wu Shuangjiang leaned against the railing and only took a sip before he stopped drinking. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the mountains and rivers in the distance. He smiled and said, "You have to know that before that incident, I was regarded as the Taoist cultivator who had the most Confucian sage aura in the world. I even had the hope of cultivating 1 or 2 natal characters because I firmly believe that everything in the world is clearly distinguished between right and wrong, black and white. The mountains and rivers were still there, but people were already passers-by. That was why Wu Shuangjiang said that sentence earlier. Everyone had a calligraphy lake in their heart. Perhaps in Jiang Shangzhen's calligraphy lake, there would be a weak woman like Heng Wu, who would linger around year after year without leaving. Perhaps the Hall of Ancestral Masters on the Divine Seal Peak, which used to be noisy, would become empty. There would be no more cursing and no one would throw a chair. Perhaps in the calligraphy lake in Cui Dongshan's heart, there would be a poor teacher who had a belly full of knowledge but was still hungry. He would take the young man he met for the first time to walk through the shabby streets where chickens were chirping and dogs were barking. Perhaps in the old school, there would be a high-spirited young scholar who was teaching on behalf of his teacher a moment ago. In the blink of an eye, the few people who were listening to the lesson had gone far away and never looked back. Perhaps in the ancestral house of the Chow family in the Mud Bottle Alley, An old sword immortal from the South Saw continent who returned from a long journey looked back and seemed to see a woman with a broom in her hand. On that rainy day at home, the small courtyard where the four rivers converged into the hall was a calligraphy lake. Even an old sword immortal who had lived for thousands of years and had a heart of stone would have blurred vision when he looked back. He would murmur softly, "Mother, silly mother." A calligraphy lake might just be an inconspicuous rural mass grave. There was once a lively and cute little girl who was a ghost but was most afraid of ghosts. After she completely left the human world, she could make a swordsman who revisited the old place not so sad that he would be heartbroken. He just sat alone for a night and dared not to drink. Perhaps it was a lonely accountant who washed his face by the lake with water. Perhaps it was a young man who said that he was too young at a wine table on a long journey. Perhaps it was a woman who traveled with the city and was like the moon in the sky. Her face was full of tears. Looking at her lover who had lost his face and body on the city wall, she seemed to still have a smile on her face and waved goodbye to her. She wanted the woman who had a higher realm and better swordsmanship not to worry and not to feel guilty. The first floor was silent. Everyone had their own thoughts. The two sides who were confronting each other seemed to have changed from a life and death battle to a jovial conversation. They even had the hope of making a deal and forming an alliance. However, in fact, they were still at daggers drawn and the undercurrent was surging. Both sides would continue to fight to the death at any time. There was no need for any disagreements or angry glares to kill each other. Wu Shuangjiang collected some of his thoughts and pointed at the green talisman. He said to Qin Pingan, "My 14th realm Dao fusing avatar, as long as my Dao partner and I are not killed at the same time, neither of us will die. As for how much Dao was damaged and how to recover my realm, it is too involved with the foundation of Dao. I won't tell you clearly. As for today's battle, I will compensate all of you for your losses. For example, this corpse-dissolving talisman can not only turn an earth immortal who has no hope of reaching the 5 realms into a ghost immortal but also enter the jade unpolished realm. In the future, you can shape your golden body and become the spirit of mountains and rivers. You can change your path and continue to ascend. Moreover, the value of this talisman lies in the material of the talisman paper. This is the compensation for your body's injury." Qin Pingan waved his hand and put the talisman into his sleeve. Wu Shuangjiang continued, "The reason why Jiang Shangzhen and Mr. Chui can suddenly appear is because you used the 3 mountains talisman. There is no problem with the talisman drawing technique. Unfortunately, the material of the talisman is too poor and can't carry too much Dao meaning. Therefore, the benefits of the 3 mountains travel to the distant lands are too small for the 3 of you." Wu Shuangjiang took out 4 falling truth green talismans that were rare even in the Baekokeikyung building. He waved his sleeve gently and threw them to Jiang Shangzhen and Chui Dongshan. In the vast world, all the sects under the Baekokeikyung building, such as the Divine Grandeur sect of the Aquarius continent and the Taiping Mountain of the Tongye continent, would burn this talisman every time someone ascended to the Heavenly Lord realm and invited the 3 sect masters that they respected. The value of this talisman was obvious. Wu Shuangjiang glanced at Qin Pingan's face and smiled, "That's all." Qin Pingan chuckled. "Were you kidding? There were not many 14th level cultivators who were so stingy. I really only have these 5 talismans on me. However, there are still 3 in the sect master hall. Why don't you come with me to get them?" Wu Shuangjiang smiled and saw through Qin Pingan's thoughts. He joked, "Anyway, you and Dao's son are friends despite the difference in age. Perhaps the 3rd sect master of the Baekokeikyung building will see you and want to catch up with you. In the early years when you traveled to the Xuandu temple he nagged you a lot. With these 2 friends, not to mention my old palace, where can't I roam around the world?" Qin Pingan asked, "Is Dao's son doing well?" Wu Shuangjiang nodded and said, "He's very lively." Wu Shuangjiang seemed to have thought of something. He shook his sleeves and 2 more treasures appeared in an instant. A scabbard and the green bamboo cane, which was called Qi Travel Inscription, were thrown to Jiang Shangzhen and Chui Dongshan again. The scabbard was refined from the dragon beheading platform. The scabbard is also a talisman array. I have removed all 36 layers of restrictions. It can be used to nourish the willow leaf and improve the quality of the flying sword. If it can't be done, I will congratulate Sect Master Jiang in advance to the Ascendant Realm. I will give this Qi Travel Mountain cane to Mr. Chui as a meeting gift. Mr. Chui can figure out its various magical uses by himself." Chui Dongshan took the green bamboo cane and Jiang Shangzhen held the scabbard. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. If they had killed Wu Shuangjiang earlier, wouldn't the two of them have become rich? From then on, they would be so extravagant that they would be out of control. Wu Shuangjiang said to Ning Yao again, after returning to my hometown, I will issue a decree to the inner disciples of the fifth world to let them serve the Ascendant City once, regardless of life and death. After all, it was the youth cave. Such an ally was one of a kind in the world. Ning Yao expressed her gratitude. Wu Shuangjiang said, Tianran was your guest at the Great Wall of Sword Aura. She met 3 people in succession. The first one was the person who did business with me. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to take Tianran away. Even if they did, it would be too obvious. Therefore, when Tianran met him at the Great Wall of Sword Aura, he even said that he wanted to spar with her. Of course, she was scared half to death. She has always been timid. Qin Pingan nodded and said, he is Taoist Sun's junior brother. The wood house of the 5 elements and the statue of the middle-aged Taoist were carved from an ancestral peach tree of the Deshiendu Temple. As for Qin Pingan's 5 peaks, they were made from the green bricks of the Deshiendu Temple. The Tao intent contained within was also the foundation of the Deshiendu Temple's sword immortal lineage. This middle-aged Taoist who looked like a tourist from afar was the junior brother of the Deshiendu Temple's master, Sun Huaizhong. He was also the master of the unique man of all ages, Song Maolu. It seems that she also met a lethargic person. He wore straw sandals and carried a firewood knife. He had been walking around. Wu Shuangjiang suddenly conjured a horsetail whisk. The horsetail whisk drew a circle and then made a fist with one hand. He smiled and said, Scripture seeking is just an empty straw sandal. I don't know what you are looking for. Qin Pingan was slightly surprised but still said straightforwardly, isn't it just looking for a place to settle down? Besides, straw sandals are everywhere. Wu Shuangjiang passed the horsetail whisk to Qin Pingan and smiled. In my hometown, I used to visit the supreme residence with Lu Qin. However, I only know a little about Buddhism. I hope that you will learn Zen wholeheartedly in the future. Don't run away from Zen. After Qin Pingan received the horsetail whisk, his shoulder tilted and he almost couldn't catch the fluttering horsetail whisk in Wu Shuangjiang's hand. Wu Shuangjiang suddenly asked, Buddha's 10 great disciples each have their own number 1. May I ask why Venerable Luo Holuo, who is the number 1 in secret travel, is number 1? Qin Pingan didn't deliberately beat around the bush and answered honestly, when I first saw this Buddhist case in the book, I didn't know why the monk answered, I don't know. After asking a monk on the cliff, I found out the answer. Since it was a secret travel, how could an outsider answer this question? Of course they didn't know. The theory in the book was explained and it seemed very simple. It's a pity that everyone has their own problems and it's too difficult to know one that you don't know. Wu Shuangjiang continued to ask, how is the seamless pagoda? How is the person in the pagoda? How is it beating the vines to go? How is it only going to the west? How is it seizing the realm? How is it seizing the person? Why is it that when the old monk roars, only the monks are shocked and they are the so-called handsome sons? Why are they singing horses? Why do they have to speak in a low voice? Why do they have to cover their mouths? Why do they have to clench their fists and raise their fingers? How is it different at the same time? How is it their original appearance? Why is there a chaos-stabilizing sword when the staff is raised but no white swamp diagram when the staff is lowered? Moreover, how is it possible for a living person to use a sword and a living person's knife? Why is the first sentence of breaking the demands, officials do not tolerate needles, carriage and horse have illicit relations? What is the 3 mysteries and 3 demands? How do they break the tongues of all the monks in the world? How is it a matter of the upper class? Qin Pingan sighed and answered honestly, it's all recorded in the book. If I just memorize and copy, I can give more than 300 answers to these questions. On the long journey he read non-stop. Just the question of, how is the patriarch's purpose in coming to the West, was memorized by Qin Pingan. He gathered and organized more than 100 answers. For example, if there were 100 illusions, someone might know 90 of them but wouldn't dare to say that they knew. But some people only knew 2 or 3 and already felt that they knew everything. Wu Shuangjiang finally asked with a smile, then how is it down and out? How is it down and out? You're in your own mountain, you should know this, right? Qin Pingan hesitated and answered, first we walk barefoot. At the same time, we sew straw sandals and wear them ourselves. We're also willing to give them to passers-by. If others don't want to accept them, we won't force them. After all, if we really want to argue, everyone has already worn their own shoes. Wu Shuangjiang shook his head and seemed very dissatisfied. First, there's no meaning to it at all. I was worried that you would run away from Zen. Ning Yao rested her chin on the railing with one hand. She just quietly looked at Qin Pingan. He didn't feel that he was at a disadvantage in this question and answer with Wu Shuangjiang. How old was this Wu Shuangjiang now? How could Qin Pingan compare? Cui Dongshan sat on the railing. This youth grotto was surrounded by great rivers and mountains. The scenery was magnificent. It made people sigh endlessly. Time flies like an arrow, the sun and the moon move like a passing youth. Jiang Shangzhen leaned on the railing and nodded. Moreover, the youth's hair turns white without noticing. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and asked, I'm only curious about one thing. Why are you so close to Buddhism? Qin Pingan said, in a small town in my hometown there are 4 signboards. When I was young I heard the content and felt that there was only one principle, don't ask for help from outsiders. I could understand it and barely do it. Even if I did it, it was still useful. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and operated his supernatural powers. In the next moment, only he and Qin Pingan left the Stork Tower and came to the outside of the ancestral hall of the Suichu Palace at the peak of the mountain. This was the first time Wu Shuangjiang revealed a serious expression. He took out a talisman and said seriously, if by any chance even you can't protect Tianran in the vast world, if 2 people are killed at the same time, then use this talisman on her. Qin Pingan nodded, I agree. Wu Shuangjiang was puzzled. Why don't you ask me why I'm not worried that you'll use this talisman on others? It was the Taixin Clear Life talisman made by the Taoist ancestor. Qin Pingan said, there are some things that only I can do. Others can't do it. Senior, you can rest assured. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and nodded, letting Qin Pingan keep the talisman. Since you're willing to take on such a huge burden, it seems like your resentment towards the immortals of the Baek Okekyung building isn't small either. Qin Pingan said, in the Baek Okekyung building, there are actually seniors that I admire very much. Wu Shuangjiang placed his hands behind his back and looked at the clouds and wind outside the mountain. Then he pointed to a huge rock in the middle of the river near the Stork Tower. That's the Dragon Rest Rock over there. As long as you're a guest of the vast world and have the ability to return home, you can move it. Qin Pingan looked at the Dragon Rest Rock and glanced at the Stork Tower from the corner of his eye. Wu Shuangjiang clicked his tongue in wonder. Lu Qin was right. He's just like me. A thief never leaves empty-handed. Wu Shuangjiang suddenly said, Little Bai is at the Pavilion of Eternal Peace. He's having a good chat with the city lord of Hanging Arch City. Then he agreed to beat up a person called Gao Shi. It seems like he's going to treat someone called Liang Zhouhan to a drink. I don't know much about the history of the vast world. What's the background of these 2 people? Qin Pingan thought for a while and said, in the vast world, the various dynasties can choose the candidates for the martial temple at their discretion. Other than flattering the monarch, Gao Shi also followed the Confucian temple. He and a few colleagues decided on the candidates for the martial temple. In the end, only those with flawless achievements were chosen. Liang Zhouhan felt that this was inappropriate. He felt that there was no perfect sage in the world. He felt that it was too harsh on the ancients. This was definitely a forgiving speech. It's a pity that it wasn't accepted by the emperor at the time. Wu Shuangjiang nodded and said, who doesn't have the slightest flaw but the hero? It's indeed a forgiving speech from a scholar. Qin Pingan was a little helpless. Since the senior already knew, why did he still ask? Wu Shuangjiang glanced at the long sword on Qin Pingan's back and said, if you dare to rest assured, I will help you refine it. Before I leave the vast world, I will unlock the natural restrictions. At that time, her combat strength will not be comparable to that of an ordinary Ascendant Realm cultivator. In the future, if you encounter some accidents on your path of cultivation, you can temporarily lend the long sword to her. In the battle between the cultivators on the top of the mountain, there were only 2 things that really competed: the highest lethality of the magic art or the flying sword, and the level of the ability to escape. This was also the reason why Wu Shuangjiang wanted to refine 4 imitation swords. Moreover, Wu Shuangjiang still had a few trump cards. Qin Pingan cupped his fists and thanked him. He was very sincere in calling him senior. Wu Shuangjiang asked, what's the name of the long sword on your back? Qin Pingan said, Night Tour. Wu Shuangjiang nodded and said, good name. After a moment of silence, Wu Shuangjiang asked with a smile, then we'll go back? Qin Pingan had no objection. The small world dissipated and everyone returned to the inn together. Qin Pingan nodded to the 3 of them, indicating that everything was fine. Jiang Shangzhen asked, we can't just let that woman from Xinjiang Mountain slip away after watching her for a long time, right? Chui Dongshan said with a smile. Then let's go back quickly? Qin Pingan said, thank you for your hard work. As a result, a chief consecrator thumped his chest and a proud student stamped his feet. Both of them were sad. Then the two of them laughed and clapped their hands, cheering for the tacit understanding between them. The two of them were about to take out a mountain talisman and return to a secluded mountain around Jingyang Mountain. Qin Pingan coughed as a reminder. Chui Dongshan immediately understood and looked at old immortal Wu pitifully. Jiang Shangzhen's talisman drawing technique was very bad, even worse than the mountain master. As for Chui Dongshan and Qin Pingan, they did not have much energy to draw the three mountains talisman. Wu Shuangjiang said with a smile, then I'll have to trouble you to draw the three mountains in your heart first, Mr. Chui. Chui Dongshan nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking rice. The white-clothed youth did not move. Wu Shuangjiang just smiled and did not say anything. He took out his teacup again and began to drink tea leisurely. The three of you are not in a hurry, so why should I, an outsider, be in a hurry? Qin Pingan was as still as a mountain. Where's the brush? Where's the cinnabar? Where's the talisman paper? It was as if the whole house was full of paupers with nothing. Chui Dongshan covered his chest and coughed incessantly. Jiang Shangzhen held his snow-white sideburns with one hand. The older, the wiser. Qin Pingan turned his head and asked Ning Yao if she wanted to drink. Ning Yao said yes, pick a pot. She didn't want the osmanthus wine anymore. Qin Pingan said no problem. It's just that there are a lot of different types of wine, don't worry. Wu Shuangjiang laughed and said, a pirate ship, what a pirate's lair. After saying that, Wu Shuangjiang shook his head and put down his teacup helplessly. He took out a pen and a talisman. It turned out to be another King Green talisman. Qin Pingan's eyes widened. Good fellow, as expected of a senior who got along well with Daoist Sun. Qin Pingan stood up at lightning speed. He first pressed the green talisman with his palm, then took out an ordinary talisman and hurriedly threw it to Chui Dongshan. Chui Dongshan took the precious talisman from the teacher, then stood up and bowed with his head down. He stretched out his hands and respectfully took the immortal pen with the inscription Flower Blossom, from old immortal Wu. On the yellow talisman, Chui Dongshan drew the shape of the three mountains, then shook the flower blossom brush in his hand with all his might. It was as if the brush under the mountains was not dipped in enough ink and could not even wither. Jiang Shangzhen grumbled to Brother Chui and hurriedly gave old immortal Wu a precious writing brush from his own collection. Suddenly the three of them were stunned on the spot. Chui Dongshan looked at the brush in his hand, then looked up at the teacher. Qin Pingan looked at Chui Dongshan, then looked down at the green talisman in his hand. Wu Shuangjiang, on the other hand, took the talisman of the three mountains that was made of yellow paper and held the writing brush that Jiang Shangzhen handed over to him. He smiled and said, Mr. Chui and Master Jiang, don't you need my help to draw talismans? Wu Shuangjiang raised his hand and beckoned, too. Jiang Shangzhen and Chui Dongshan each obediently handed over a green talisman that had not yet warmed up. Wu Shuangjiang put the brush in his sleeve and beckoned again. Chui Dongshan could only hand over the flower blossom brush. He did not expect that after Wu Shuangjiang took the brush, he would put the two green talisman on the table into his sleeve and beckon to Qin Pingan. It was obvious that the talisman that Qin Pingan had put in his pocket had to be returned to Wu Shuangjiang. Qin Pingan said helplessly, Senior, isn't this going too far? Wu Shuangjiang said, whoever has a higher cultivation level says what they want. Who was the one who said it before? Jiang Shangzhen lowered his head and looked down. The three of them went for wool and came home shorn. They even lost a green talisman, or more accurately two. Chui Dongshan braced himself and said, Sir, you should keep that one. Chief Zhou and I still have one. Jiang Shangzhen slapped his forehead and ended up getting elbowed by Chui Dongshan. Wu Shuangjiang laughed and waved his hand. He took out two more green talisman and held the flower blossom brush. He concentrated and drew two more talismans in one go and gave them to Jiang Shangzhen and Chui Dongshan. Finally, he threw the flower blossom brush to the white-robed young man and said, I also wish Mr. Chui's wonderful brush blossoms and write a few more immortal poems. How to do business with others was one thing, giving gifts when one was in a good mood was another. Qin Pingan was extremely moved. He had learned it. Chui Dongshan and Jiang Shangzhen each took out their talismans and were about to leave the night boat and return to the Aquarius continent. Qin Pingan stood up and walked to their side. He held onto Chui Dongshan's head with one hand and suddenly hugged Jiang Shangzhen. He lightly punched Jiang Shangzhen's back. He did not have much to say to Chui Dongshan, Jiang Shangzhen and Qin Pingan. Jiang Shangzhen had an awkward expression for the first time. He hesitated for a moment, then hugged Qin Pingan. In his entire life he had never hugged a man. Even the eldest son Jiang Heng, when he was still in swaddling clothes, he did not receive such treatment. As the father he had never hugged him. Qin Pingan took 2 steps back and laughed. Everything is going smoothly. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Pingan had some suspicions. Jiang Shangzhen lowered his voice and said, I heard that there is a consonant city here. I have admired the city lord for a long time. If it is possible, I will have to trouble Mountain Lord to pass on a message for me. Anything will do. Mountain Lord's words are the most appropriate. Qin Pingan felt a headache coming on. Appropriate, your master Jiang. His face became awkward and he turned to look at Ning Yao. Ning Yao said, a straight person is not afraid of a crooked shadow, and you are feeling guilty about such things? They were the audience. Qin Pingan stood still. After listening for a moment he began to break out in cold sweat. Wu Shuangjiang said that there was something in the book. The Jianghu heroine asked the young hero, dare I ask young master's surname and given name? There was also the beautiful ghost in the mountains. She smiled charmingly and asked the young man, why don't you take advantage of this beautiful night and play some tricks? Hearing this, Xiaomi frowned and asked Pei Qian what he meant. Pei Qian said he didn't know. Ning Yao glanced at him and smiled, you can ask the person involved. Qin Pingan laughed and walked over. Pei Qian, Xiaomi, go get some peanuts, edamame and cucumber. I want a drink with Uncle Wu. I don't drink. Wu Shuangjiang closed the book. Many of the pages had folded corners, probably saying something like, take advantage of this beautiful night. There were reminders. Wu Shuangjiang walked over to the door and leaned against it. He left the book on the table. After Qin Pingan sat down he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He didn't even know that he was here to join in the fun. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and glanced at the table. Thinking back to the past, his sect was just as bustling as this. Qin Pingan found an excuse and walked over to the door. He and Wu Shuangjiang were guarding the door. Both of them had their hands in their sleeves. If anyone looked at them they really did look like that. Wu Shuangjiang said softly, if I'm not wrong, you'll have to go to the Confucian temple in the Central Plains soon. It's very likely that you'll be in the form of an out-of-body spirit. When that happens you'll have 2 identities. You'll be standing among the top figures of Haoran Mountain. You'll be the last disciple of the sage of literature and the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingan thought for a moment, is it to discuss how to deal with the wilderness? Wu Shuangjiang nodded and smiled, what else could it be? It's similar to the riverside discussion 10,000 years ago. If nothing goes wrong you'll still be the youngest person. It was unknown if the sage of rites and the sage of sages would appear. However, there would definitely be the sage of literature, the 3 leaders of the Confucian temple, Fu Xing, the 3 chancellors, the 72 headmasters and so on. The talisman Yu Xian, the great heavenly master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Zheng Juzhong of White Emperor City, Pei Bei, venerable fire dragon, Madame Qing Zhong of Lushui Pit, Lu Jubao of White Mountain Continent, Huayin, Yupanshui and so on. There might also be the great deity of Sui Mountain, Madame of Green Immortal Mountain and so on. There would also be the grandmasters of the 100 schools of thought. This was because the outcome of this discussion would determine the future of the 2 worlds. Wu Shuangjiang leaned his head back and leaned against the door, you're well behaved. You're a national scholar. Qin Pingan said, you flatter me. Wu Shuangjiang smiled, I'm talking about myself. I'm talking about the sect that I built with my own hands. The mountains and rivers, the grotto for youth. Qin Pingan nodded, it's similar to Taoist Sun's Xuandu Temple. It's fascinating. Wu Shuangjiang smiled, it'll be better if you remove the first half of the sentence. Qin Pingan shook his head, our Luopa mountain roams the jianghu. We're upright and honest. Wu Shuangjiang rubbed his chin, it seems that this is the only thing that can't compare to your Luopa mountain. Qin Pingan did not reply. The origin of Luopa Mountain's atmosphere had always been a mystery. Just like how many melon seeds Zhou Mili put in her pocket every day. The mountain chieftain said that it was bestowed by a certain proud student. Cui Dongshan swore that it was the work of his eldest senior sister. Pei Qian said that it was the knowledge of old chef at the dining table. She only listened to a few years and learned a little. Zhu Lian said that it was the evil wind that spread from Cloud Padding Mountain that could not be stopped. Wei Pai said that he had benefited a lot from playing chess with Brother Dafeng. The pitiful Zheng Dafeng, who had worked hard as a gatekeeper for so many years, had no chance to refute anything now that he was in the fifth world. Wu Shuangjiang muttered to himself, throwing an egg at a stone. All the eggs in the world are still the same, unbreakable. Qin Pingan said, I don't think so. Wu Shuangjiang nodded, sincerity can move metal and stone. You have to believe in it. He asked again, do you know which line of your Confucian sage I like the most? Qin Pingan probed, returning good for good, returning evil with justice? Wu Shuangjiang clicked his tongue, what's with your brain? You can even guess that? On the table in the room, Xiaomi put her hands on the table and shouted, Mountain Chieftain Mr. Wu, there's no more dried fish in the creek. Wu Shuangjiang turned his head and smiled, it's fine. My share is yours. Qin Pingan also smiled and nodded in agreement. Xiaomi pursed her lips and nodded again. She raised her hands and gave 2 thumbs up. It was unknown whether she was thanking him or asking about something else. A small amount of dried fish was nothing. Wu Shuangjiang suddenly sighed, a happy family. Qin Pingan softly said, it's the new year. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.